Friday, the 15th of August 2025, 6 past 1600 hours British Summer Time. Streaming live on Akwantufuo Radio, Abrabapa Radio, Akwantufuo Radio GH, as well as all our social handles at Akwantufuo Radio with another edition of Bamaso. It is a Friday's edition, so we call it Bogyae, where we come expressing our concerns, our views on all things from archaeology, as they say, to zoology. Today, it's all about we determining the pace of the show by way of we expressing our views in diverse angles, perspectives, disciplines, among other things. However, we still operate within the fundamental law that binds us around here, and that is to say, we come operating as Ghanaians because we have equally come to understand that as long as we are inseparably linked with the Ghana that we talk about every now and then we are the Ghana that we are concerned about. So if there is anything that is not deemed as fit in our dear nation, the most prudent and wisest question that we should ever ask ourselves should be, what of me should change so that I will be able to contribute to the change that I am looking forward to happen? As simple as that. Sometimes the change may happen in multiple stages, in multiple ways, before we can even see the effect of that which have already started the course. So don't look at yourself as an individual, a non-entity, someone who you feel your actions would not go any way to effect any particular effect or change. Whatever the case may be, just do it. Just do it, no matter how little it may be. Just do it and leave the rest for the wholeness of life to take its own course. So when we come here, it is more to do with we putting ourselves on the surgical table, we accepting to go through this process, the process of working on ourselves, whatever the case may be. It is a big challenge, I have to be frank with you, to accept that, yes, I want to work on me. I want to subject myself to scrutiny. I want to subject myself to examination, to review my areas of development. It's a huge challenge, but that is the best of all ways for yourself as an individual and collective as well. So, yes, you are here to work on you. And as you express your views, your concerns on the many things happening in our country, and the direction to which you are working on you in that causes, it opens you up as a channel of wisdom to bring in ideas that will support the change that we are looking forward to have. Sometimes it opens you up as a channel through whom you may even be able to support some individuals materially, financially, to be able to also find their feet. The avenues with which you working on yourself is just endless, right? You will never be able to restrict the avenues with which you will be able to work on you to become a better version of yourself. So as you are expressing your views on what is happening, let wisdom be felt. Let wisdom be smelled. Let wisdom be seen. Let's hear wisdom in what you put across. You may be that key that opens another person to his or her greater version. So on today's edition, Bogyae, we are coming to express our views, and on that score, I would humbly welcome you once again to Bamaso. And Chiasron Kokasi, the mu doni the mu people and come on. Baby, I will be a sampens we were feeding the Akwantufuo radio, Abrapa radio, na Akwantufuo radio GHNA if yada. If yada, Eddie, when you try a Bogyae, yeba. Abe ye, dear, a shareable. I drink a sea quanso. I drink a sea quanso. Ain't he, yabe, you know, a free archaeology to zoology. Dear, how. Ewo my Ghana mu dear how beyond my Ghana among the rest in Brane be free obo. Bra be ne free wate na mbom se uyi na adwen kese kwanso it sounds there's no point in we allowing anything to separate us. There's no point odwene ho pa and we anu a free mu na wotwe twa mu you know, right? Say odi woni to from wa ana wo hunu say we can all come together, although there were exceptions. We can all come together just to one way or the other share the same cause and na yema ene maybe etiti entem, and then as ane yema no kra na etiti entem no etimi ma itwabo ye hu ana say we disrespect ourselves one way or the other in very horrible ways. You ask yourself, what happened to our reasoning? And I tell you, say unyanya enti ase no say Ejina no ejina baby baako ye hwehwe ade baako ede ama my Ghana na de tie bia no ye hwehwe ade baako ede ama my Ghana no differences kakra nso be de ebe ho na differences ni mu no ana yetimi hu the degree a your creativity adwuma differences ni mu na yetimi ehu how I adwene mu esido because say ushia ana say ekoba say in your dealings you meet something newer. It's an opportunity to learn. One, it's an opportunity to also discover an untapped potential, depending on which way you want to look at it. Ensembibri enti de ebesiwa kwan mu bia na ase de obehu bia no na wabusa ho sa de ebe enti ana life which is so purposeful ema mishia sa scenario we say ana ase sa de we say e fa manim na se wunyanya nti ase se life ne da ne ka ho asem say utrisi who said the ekrana life mwana of free buy. Now when you observe this life out, means a life we say or you're purposeful or you're very strategic. This life knows what it wants. It does not leave things to chance. It is not by chance that the earth is spinning on its axis at 1,000 miles per hour. It is not by chance, or it is not by accident that it is equally running around the sun at 67,000 miles per hour. No, it is not by chance. It is so purposeful. And if you ubenya santi ase we are the Bible fawa kwamu bia no, all you need to do and they say, hey, what is life seeking to reveal in and through me from whatever I am encountering this very moment? That is the dialogue you need to have with life. Na one who say life on so one communicate in diverse angles, in diverse ways. Also pa. Obi wo ha what in there as a very soft voice. So obi hu ni there in pictures, right? Obi ane said there will see a communicate with life. Now life no I am more of we listening. So and I say we observing. We throw the question and then the more work to do you're downloading. So and he say auto or say musano edema life. You just have to observe. The answers come one way or the other. Right? And he unyanya santi asiye we are, right? Na wo hunu say obi epusu kakra bibi be hye obo na wuyi a na wusa ho say ede be kura nti ana life dey ade we see a family. It's for a purpose. So this life does not put us in situations for us to be able to for us to reduce what and who we are. No, it is certainly a moment or an experience for us to rise and become a better version of ourselves. When we become ruled by our senses, when we let human weaknesses, egoism and anger take center stage, now you know you have to top so here and there. But the very moment we calm down, and yeah, better it's not easy in the midst of challenges, and then you say calm down, I say move. But that is the best way to go. So it is the best way until you calm down. Now, fi woman dansa poa na Petron fachem you make kana ya oba no abe correct na mai. Now ma nyanse mu do efa omu a wa ultimate say yes. You feel good within yourself. Nti ye be dey hye ebo enefi ada ide na mum adwen kese kwanso. Adwen kese kwanso pa. Adwen kese a etumi ema obi etemu a dangerous animal on planet Earth. Adwen kese a ema obi etumi etemu data. Adwen kese a etumi ema obi ene aboawowo edi agro, right? Adwen kese a say etumi ema whatever the case may be, we bring calmness to the situation. Sa adwen kese ni bi na ye hwehwe se emfa yemu dan dan nyina. Nti no matter who the person is, ya na yeta kan yeso nipa we say ede ne betimi asesa no o metese na no abeka na kwabna de na betimi aka ama na asesa yenua bema bnewa ede be pa na abeka ama yenua bema bnewa asesa. You see, so only more ahoden for something mewa so onim no so onim no dia and you timi hunu say be definitely bibi wo ho no mo a etimi will be right na ye refi ho say yenso nam ho yi no, we are a duality in expression. We have our feminine side and we have our masculine side. When need be, we need to tap into our feminine energies. When need be, you need to tap into your masculine energies, depending on the situation. And that is what establishes the magic. That is where the magic happens. And when you panel said, we were here, we find say what say could do life still believe in itself for creating that very individual. And life has its own way of guiding that individual to the path of progress. Sometimes we give up on ourselves. But the question that we need to ask ourselves then is if we give up on ourselves as individuals, that doesn't mean life is also giving up on us. Because I answer our question. And sometimes when we just label some individuals to say they that is what we say. Doesn't mean life knows those individuals are never going to change. Obviously not, because hey, my brother, you are limited as to what you know, and none of us knows the entire picture as to why we are where we are in this stage of our consciousness. And he said he will be kind, or say ignorance is older than knowledge. Well, it's a very debatable statement, right? The opposite say when someone is expressing ignorance, you give that person time. Not just time. We are changed, all right, by way of time, energy, space, and circumstances. These four elements, you can say forces, they cause us to change. Time, energy, space, and circumstances. The TBI said time and once space will cause you to change. Circumstances may cause you to change, and your energy may cause you to change as well. And whichever way, we can run away from what life is seeking to do in and through us. If you don't bear fruit this very moment, for life to use you the more, and you leave it too late, you may become a manure to fertilize other trees or other plants to rather grow more and more. The choice is yours. A fruit-bearing tree as it stands now, or you turn into a manure. After all, life has used you to promote itself. You are a manure. And the choice is yours. With time, energy, space, and circumstances, you are forced to accept the truth. And the truth is, you are here of life and to be for life as well. You are here as a unit of life to promote life with what life is coded within you. As I'm tinting in pain, ye jai till the latter part of our time here on earth in this space of eternity. And sana ya discover this very, very, very profound truth. Now those times are not ya been the end of the road. Whichever way, said the Makano, you may become a manure to help others who found their way as early as possible to also continue to bear fruit. So you have been used by life to promote itself. My prayer is you wouldn't leave it too late before you come to this realization of why you are here, the purpose for which you are here, what you need to use, whatever comes your way. To use it and to become a better version of yourself. And then, so nim diakos wo Ghana meboa. Say state funeral, say state 1 week or whichever way. Something to the memory of Enuanumwa, a shiri woman in the helicopter crash. Na emrene bradu nyina no. Yeah, me who say when the death strikes her. As it stands now, na very cliche in our societies. You see how we look at death, the essence of it is being lost. It's just being lost. And in that very moment na yakeka ye ho ye shiki ye ho kakra. In a short moment near refi say bibi wo ho no my friend owu near refi nanka owu ba nanka wo say draw your attention say oh emre be ba yenzo ye de be duru ho no na you see owu ana bringing you to the end of what you are doing here on earth. That is what death does to you. Na your although whatever they themselves in this body they were able to do while they were alive. No, cool. But what they were able to do, no, still continues because their essence is still remaining with us. Na amanfo akasa, amanfo show omo emotional sentiments here and there. Ewo enuanum ya afiri mu eho. Na me hu se amampani ti ni suo saada. Ba se de amanfo ka no. Wati ni suo. Mse bibi awoso no. To death or to life no. So yeah na owo ye hunu se ade bia obi bese ka ibenya kura nka yenyim free equation nim. But to life, whatever brings itself to itself never bothers it. If the wave that comes to the ocean, to the shores of the ocean is going back to the ocean, does it worry the ocean? It does not. So we are just but vapor, passing away, fulfilling our purposes along our choosing wheels of life. That is who and what we are. And if the time comes for us to get back to what we came from, do you think it worries what we came from? No. It is because of our emotional attachments, among other things. And to what we came from, no. When you die, it doesn't worry it because you are going back to what you came from. That's simple, as simple as that. No. So when your opportunity no at the baha say establish your immortality through sacrifice. That is what should awaken in us in times like this. That should be what we should be a call to our remembrance in moments like this. Anyway, and if you are that, and you ever jadi akani nyina de amadofo. Now some pempenso de so tie ni said de nana sarebedi akon Dr. Ebenezer Amofabwaten ana me se ne papa yontu nana nketia etie ni ya ene na kire se megina Akwantufuo do anamu adofo America for just say me say just aba of a chum Sam ho board chairman yete ne nkache ono so abete joint be ma bene wa of a body among the rest adofo aka nyinara etie ni ya ene paposmale ene fia de me mo akwaba e de badwumadi yesu bra ne me yidi ehyeobo be yidi ehyeobo ne yidi ehyeobo yenkwa ahoma no so right away na yenhyase yenye update free offer coffee chumberma eho so call state funeral no so ko bia omyenya we so hwen tv sunso a organ e de obehunu mo esense de wa ha omoyen komo kakra and then we move on to patron I just say before we get on to board chairman enti offer chum akwabo
me Joshua bro
offer bogod here.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Good.
Me person there.
Why do you okay? Yeah,
they're well, because
that's right.
My normally be at the back home. My reaction call them. I'm fine.
Oh, fine. Do is there when did you be on?
Debbie, maybe just a channel.
It's a channel. I see. Indeed, ahomaje e come do okra unidi.
Oh, so how much me sorry, me sorry. There's a 40 to say 5. Then I'm sorry. Me no, me first me say a slice of lemon or lime. No, every morning. Me sorry for me to trim me. Sometimes I cry me to trim me. That's the first thing. Let's just say, I don't want my pH level in my stomach. You know, it's me a clean. Me no real. Men so now my year a teacup of seed be a friend of chia seeds. So what think
yeah.
Now my soku best my research tells me it's best because it too I say Gary kugu yama a bit you soak it for about 10 minutes or more, like 30 minutes. me so couldn't I mean lemon no my call around my house and about 3 or 4 times small moderate exercises. Next year season is so cool. By 6 o'clock there, no my pace my room and you might be to be started to Ghana news 6 o'clock news normally about now. At that time, no man no cheer season. Minum ya no me tete news na 1 egg is over no so me boil it. Ti by 7:30 8 o'clock. No ma boil it no me twa e bia carrot na cucumber ma ho me twa any boil egg you know. And I also my sister go no ma re. No ma ye oats be 8 o'clock 8:30 oats kakra. No me di. And I don't eat sugar. Maybe a little bit of organic honey. That's for breakfast. So cucumber, or, you know, any boiled egg, you know, any carrots, you know, and oats, you know, and a handful of nuts, peanuts, and any nuts, you know, any healthy fast. I'm the good oats, you know. I'm the market craving. That's for between say 7:30, 8:30 breakfast. Now, for my media till about 12, 1 o'clock, and then that's my main meal, lunch. Yeah, my dear, I don't say me no tea. That's just my for meals party and my real for the day. We'll just say a channel part.
I see. Said there was asa esiso. Said an unknown a kind of say, idea will your papa.
The beer, religiously, the beer. The body crowd will wake up. Says about 4 o'clock now. May some man sorry the annual that redundant as any time but I will wake up. I will set up also at a point the best say a natural progression.
No.
The body me to 3:30 to 4. I will wake up and I will not feel sleepy again. No, sorry.
That's right.
I go through my regime now. Me describe it.
Say regime media that be am sure say be AI be obe support to na what program no because I said you are see as time no bit mama AI obe bibia kama.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Eddie amount. You wafa any yanko anywhere na said ne enuanuma omohwere omonkwa na wotwe twa mu yi no the state decided to honor them no we are sure so benya some update to that effect at the amaye boy nkomo kakra what
Thank
was
you.
said, what you saw, what happened, and then we can take it from there. Offer what do you need to
that's it. Mr. Wo me ka enu wi a me saso will be being so a campus be saso kind of publicly.
no problem ekwanda why ekwanda
events be asi na sa de no esi e ache na cha na eche empenin focus e so om si ensure change nyamo a ebon enti I'll give a historical background to the SC no am feel say MSS ye nyina ko ye ho bibia ebe boaye so enti wo de boboy no to one yes no correct and ya the state burial of on the 6th of August, one the helicopter, if ring cry echo oboasi, akudi jumebia, Fufie Antwata, in Quincy ya, and a helicopter like Chi, Koto, Kwayimu, woman ye nyat nipa bako kra, sebi omo dani, omo wono, a horrific eya. Yadi hum komoda, the name na bina or daga na bana, yen say. Ye womo ye abom na fi ya show animonyam e wo ho de atacho na fi ya je wo kwan kra as stage no nti yes of course Independence Square globally on the power of the internet ni pepi anya bi ahwe kakra wo titru no o se ni nipa no wo ye enwotwe na emienu eye nkremofo so wo cultural constructs ba ko chese wo de wo ewu to omo within 24 hours na say ye kataso in fact to adakem said ye casket ye no ye do mira fita and to omo de na ye di kan aye a cultural construct ye mutala any raba ko omo ye nkremofo no ye mie no ye di kan ye omo de then so ne collectively ye bonipa no twini nyina din Yeah, the Omoka Christopher and then impending for President Omokas Omokai. And some no see an a what name the pony poor woman say Yakusi wom and soon a Kayano Yakusi more military cemetery a chado trade fair center Nichio or district be honey for chado meaning more. Now, dear a year and say a poor woman say posthumously and circumstance woman fashion woman cano and quano. President, one in a cabinet, other military chiefs, I think, more into almost share a soldier for a man, son, a woman. You show money, Munyam. I idea, yeah, man, really that history that globally, yeah, there be any Munyam title, no. Woman next of kin, and inquire way to be woman at the so a woman the year. And to the no, flying officer, the captain of the helicopter, no. Not only a flight officer, flight officer, no. Yama posthumous award, increasing the rank, from flying officer to wing commander in the Air Force. Just say, well, ya pejano kosropa penimo, a choir, and tia who sika any entitlement biano, or wajiri e wama, a bang and our soldier for, or mu pay master, maybe chia. Yen Tianica, the pension say flying officer, the big Tianica as a wing commander. And now back co-pilot no see flying officer. Or no ya rising ya posthumous award a year JJ run his title with flight lieutenant. So honestly the amano. Nina no sika wo ho entitlement be akaka ho. No, the year ending the mark and the bush for the budget, San Quano, Omana, a bessa. And not back one or can one see a sergeant, one see a man of posthumous. So I said, for me and son, Yama Ubia, Yashi Ubia, any munyam, the Sika, Nina Yisika, any munyam, at Statechi, open said the end of the world. So, na a year effort, ya jaw muquine, a quire or move fast, we are no, Mpenimfo President Kasai, Vice President Kasai, yen mpenimfo womo ahomdiemu na efe collectively mihu former President J.A. Akufo wachina kunyanum oho ena yewura Nana Ado Dankwa Akufo-Addo onso oho ena Dr. Bawumia onso ewo so omo miensa ene omo edi omo so a omo tiasisi a all dignitaries obi am penifo Ghana nyina no ekoho eyi kese abrofo anamsifo from diplomats p so na omo ewo ase now President Mahama kasa no yes say enu akra midi kan bie so kakra no detail o say ya bo futuo bi a abanu disika beshim ne dia hwe say nipa enwotwe no a wo nyina lose wo life no sika e be hwe wo ma e wachiri nka wo mo awo ha do wo mbeye no free nkola abrim ya kopim tertiary be bia wo mo adwene be mo wo kwan esua ngoma akoduru bia no ye de be hwe wo se de na nka papafo no wo ha nka e be ye aban si ye be che the office presidential office ne be hwe amasa DM said monthly bia no ye de ho report about no kan ho na me ye say me so on ye nim ye su ni ye ban de bia obi to say me ni Mr. Abeba we are not governing ourselves well yen ka enokre bebrebe brofu bia na me taka most of us are genetically congenital liars your politics are ye enye fe eye basabasa e dia in the chire say the yamra kra no ya hye that constitution 1992 fourth republican constitution baby wo directive principles of state policy clearly that's the bible a guidance said the president ebe protect Ghana any citizens if you say for better you to Ghana say is the president protecting us that's the question and do you say at the whole a mandatory said that's what the government of the day should do to protect. Ama Ghana Water Company can't say Yensu a yedom ye pump ba every home no aside by more than 60%. A draw chemicals e didn't no woman no intimi clean water no enti kakra me kwa metia me kase pipe wo bi me se bi no bi bi no aduane kakra e de yare bi betimi abreme long chair so ebia medidi yi enti e ma immediately but kakra enye so straight away I see say aban abanyina no wo ntimi protect e se de ye no enti e ma me dia di say aban so wetwa foto ato ye discover shem di ahwe nipa ngotwe a yewu ye wo mo makopim say nkola no nyina be nyina how feasible is that, how practical is that? And now yesu eni ye ban kura ye nkanti ama o my Ghana yesu nyina na ye kai say Ghana is the world's leading producer of cocoa say no say they are made the leading producer of Ghana say and now leadership no e weak nipa ewu hospital nipa da form enti Mahama or cancer well so on be dia no me dia na me shake me to say hu GDI was adiem say 2028 near to aba na sa aban san oba oh na I don't want from anyone the way sustain
oh MZ of Wahoma Nasha said you chesi kakra enti baby ana ojina first no say akọ ha bi come here offer come here skirmishes kakrabem so whichever way that you were using to communicate with us earlier no get back to it near to us. Okay, all right. Offer so oba wo
Baba, okay.
All right.
The old time, na me ntimi me pacho.
And I'm say why the any twetwe kakra so
you iPad and say my saw iPhone 14 Pro Max.
Hey, offer no.
Now,
to us offer.
You are me as someone President Mahama Okan you know. Dear man dwene ye mienu enipa pii ewu e wo Ghana ha ya anya sa de ni bia mo Emma radio station bi kura Joy wo mo ka say say 6 years ago Major Mahama won see ye ku no ye hye no e wo dunko aho no ye sa fund bi ma no ene kwa di call parliament e ye mra na up to now ye ni update what say emra no e ye adwuma na enam say me my example say kwa ade ye constitution for di be 1 year sa fund ye Mahama so it will exist on paper and ko baby so ti na say e be ko baby kura no me hu fairness e wo mu nipa pii ewu hwe nipa ewu Kumasi Accra road VIP ko na pem na nipa bi se twitwa se kwan ya nketa accident na nsi yenye fund why this 8 empenimfo are they more Ghanaians than womo ayewu na enti I have a problem there mami kra de ho de me nyina so pii me nim say we are not doing anything right in this country at government level so aban no se sampe and ye ka ho kra biem say and am say ye dodo no ye genetically congenital liars no sika ye betuatua no e do so a obi a ohwe sika no so no obe he no wasi edan wom owie sika no bi de akosi dan because we are not accountable, we are not disciplined, and we are very selfish, we are very bad. These are all facts, and yet some people will try to do this and this is our behavior pattern. That is why corporate Ghana is making no progress. Sa nipa 80 fund the ayano will be benye sika efrimu adi akwisi dan adi asem there. Because of that, they are well established. Ghana for collectively we are genetically congenital. It's a way of lining some people's pockets. We eat more than collective. Enti sa asem na si na anwebi so say ye hwe. Enti in a nutshell no titru yesie nipa nwotwe no ya kasa ye dia jado obi asese kwa de mpani ho mu trans ho mu no ayi ase nsa kakra ane agidie na ye ja wo mu nyina kwai wo mu yire no wo mu mba no na obi e ko fie na wakosu ono ase bi ombe ye wo mu private ayi dia ejina we dia aba o man nyina na ye the gidi se bi a wo mu ko wo mu krom so a wo be sheda aye ayi e wo akurase pa no wo ne wo maame ne wo mo fa no eno ye very private inti titru no de asi na eno ho na mesa sre wo se be wase wo foforo ka ho so ka we wi
yo was an koso why
yo de ka ho no so eni se platform we create amaye nyina no eye efe me I see it as a family, as a small community. It's beautiful. And the currency na no what the idea be ba say yenhwe nenko obi antunu botom kakra nenkoye adoye yemoa will be a charitable. If you see timi na nketintimu a ebetimi ko aboa ye nia me wo me bi ko ha ebetimi aboa ye ho eye started the MC be 4 weeks there yaba nipa dodo no if I hu nhemu eno se ya na ha me pa but yenhwe kakra na emom asem bi so esi na ayeko eno na asaye eno eye esa enipa bi etimi hwe most of the discussion an ye more political than social social Christ star na Costa Ghana BBI football crowd black star no kwa bobola politics okay that's fine politics ye nyina na ye pe oman yo ye pe a political party na panimo a obeye oman ni yie amaye said ye hu no abutiri no nti ya na wo beat me da bia be me ba me see both MPP and DC ayekuo enye ndipa bi dia two criminal organizations na wo me very foolish eno nye personal pronoun aye ekuo no so wo mo NDC say Rollins na ye Rollins go the by eduru ba bi no ono an nkofo no mo di na tem into the phrase be by babies with sharp teeth. Rollins no ye ni ku wodi ni moja tro constitution ye eduru ba bi na sie eduru nketia no ka say kraman bi wo ekuo num ya mantam no ya chichire no na wo mu di atem ono amuka ye di na tem nti there is a group of people be aba wo mu atenie eye wo mu de when they cannot win the argument wo mu ntimi come logically then they ne ye di atem enye subai papa maybe there I say I don't attack individuals I say I attack systems me say NDC a foolish political party NDC enye personal pronoun the woye Rollins scored by one wo ko it will be ntimi ka say me di NDC attempt me di no as a person attempt no that is very in principle very wrong MPP say wrong enye will be adia MPP no metamorphosized from UGCC egu in 1951 and in 1954 bafo osei akoto what say National Liberation Movement Kumasi October 1954 Aswasi Kumasi Community Center and a woman the United Party 1956 so and a woman year and the Progress Party and a year and of this National NPP National NPP. So, and yet a personal pronoun will be to me can say personally, you can say NPP a foolish party, will be to say I'm insulting one person. So that is the background. Now, Enra Ujai ho, it could be my from. Will be about the dear same platform, so me share, me nim dian kameka say bia, perhaps the Bremina, Mimfian works for pa. Inwan maka opakwame idimachi pe kakra bi no kaka ho nkokrafo because nipa bi decided say woni ye nya adwene ye attack party kua wo pe I mean why ade no me ti how your government is supposed to perform well for the benefit of everybody na sesi abeti ye got to what Ghana head na ye prepare bi fie ni wa got e mu bon kan tai ho ye wa aban so ayi akrabe ayi Circle Dubai, Abodam Fort was a say that edifice, it's so beautiful, sir. It will be a tourist attraction. Because I said, who from Bochiba, we know Macron, take a photo. Abodam Fort, the Nigo, Abano is not doing it. So I say, Abano, what 2 years sika so me be tax wo kotade ane ato COVID-19 tax VAT sa nkwasi project na no obutiti sika na ye yo now we cannot obi bedi atemu. I don't think it is proper. And here number 1 emre bi so last year so abrantie ba ko bi ona uni ho sa obeso program mo now we address me say tumasi and then I caution him say no you friend me tumasi me din here please address me appropriately now nipa ye nkofo no pie no won ni a principled life enti say wo ye bibi clearly and you from me Kofi Tumberima now I say a year tumasi that is not me. I mean, I built my life integrity. I worked purposely to come this far. Woman me din for now, papa me. Now me correct what and can it and I say, I'm sorry. Of a tomb very my new tumus and one. A branch retorted and told me, say, Missy address me and so what? A branch also a friend Benjamin BB. So papa me here so a Bible kind of say, wait, look at all these people. Look at such characters. Me papa wo you from me you are giving me a new name Tumasi. You see, no, I give you the correction. I say so what? Very sickly, but I saw that they're very rude. And answer. Another ho. Ebasa wo papa me frɛ me de to when I complain officially to you. Let me say obedi ho tuma. Ma hwa be pim ne. So wo di ho tuma dia mba apply bia oni nipa kwa kasa quietly. But I to say so we you will also communicate to me because I communicate to you privately. Mr. Asufre, I complained bitterly, said, this is what I'm not happy with it. Said, also, none of you have communicated to me. So, me, I asked my imagine, say, it will die quietly. And I think 2 years ago, so, Kwabena made this second. And so, Koka said, of a tomb, I call, who's a big call Santino or tomb for tomb of a tomb, I call Santino, I call Pacha, I call Pacha of Kwame, a beer crowd, no, that is not true. I did not go to Menchia Palace for that. Into please, situated well. Over here, Utum for Nuati. Oh, any part, what integrity or reputation. No, what is Kofi remember Kraba Menchia, Tuta Footis, say what enough for Biako Case or Pacha Obia. Of Kwame, Otumfo of Kwame, and also no. BB everything in house. I miss acquire a joke, concert. If you say a dorsal, I think we should veer more into thinking strategy. You see, I'm drink 1 year, especially if you bought this on integrity. At my age, I can't be 2, 3, and maybe 80 years. So I want to do things right. NTBiano and La Ubia be Dina, Cosibuachi, and just say mink of Akwantufuo, Yankan, Tumna, and Colano, and yet Abano, a Jumano. A free crowd say, yeah, cleaning. And I mean, I say, one will define Yanina based on only cleaning our year or maybe or tear what British Spain to fix over a cleaning. Sabi, Uni will be a young friend of Quebio. Most of us have lived a very, very good life, even before we went to Abuchi. Most of us. Now, over Kayan in our bomb say, yeah, cleaner. One or any cleaning. Now, cleaning require the body and we 1 ton 1 ton cocaine. But me, yes, so say, yeah, cleaning here. No, one no mom to be our into a funny say that Abuchi will be about you cleaning. And I don't find say that statement, a fair, a Yansani, a Jimmy Casa, one who Jimmy to office in Jimmy. Made and also, and yet, Mijutum pass a beer in Yan Bia Kakra, a bibabe, a crack academic come. Into these 3 things will be a mammy Dean Fufro, Yani Pako, Yami Papa. I tried to correct him. What kind of mammy secretly response, and so what? I found that to be very rude. Obviously, my copacho, I'm of a crime woman, and also it's a lie and yet no correct. And also, and yet again, I complain to you and then run to the me in my main example, there, I am your son. And you know, I complain to you, Papa, when I wear FDA with the officials, and it could be the or a board chairman. None of you have communicated to me, Sebia. One resolve when I say that here, no, up to now, over 2 years in TBBR. Some year more keep quiet there. Well, maybe It drew Sabia, or if you decide to give me a response, maybe you expatiate on that. And me pacho, Papa, and same way, and our course for and Radiana, it was quite explosive. We can have program recorded. Begin to say when you have time, now play back. I'll be home the Pacro. Me send the Pacrono. He's not up to my standard. I don't even want to dignify him by mentioning his name. No, to me, socially, I've distanced myself from that character, that individual. Because me yes also way ni party semi. The language you use to where you cleaning, Mr. Mini cleaner. Was here in Akwantufuo, yen shut up. Me shut up or me taxi ska and Mahama no edge said Mahama a soldier for we nipa go to see a beji ska. Me should be him say examples are skani nipa to biana e bi kwa kwoshenko fo botom. Yen fani nyina ma nipa go twene ma. E bi ba yira obi kwa be see that room. The way we behave Ghana for political class their behavior just say there will be a corruption element in about a year or two's time. Natural cathedrals ke komu be akoshenko fo botom. That is how we are Ghanaians. We are genetically congenital liars. And Papa, I'm saying at some point in my career,
All right, overdue.
Thank you
very much. And if you had in order the canon, say obey the show Bukama.
Thank you.
Edikai, you made reference to Onyebia, or mistakenly. Obo udin fufro and as obo ofrel edin fufro. Now I'm say you brought it to my attention and I had some conversation with you. Say many a time, when we are listening and I say we are examining an event and as an occurrence what something that we call intention communication. We should look at it from the intention. And as I listen to you, that tape, so for me, I felt to say it wasn't something that he felt he did to insult what and who you are. Sometimes, we miss it. Me say obo kwabna make he said edin kra now and also untimi money, right?
Yeah.
Honestly,
my case, I tried to call him and Pacho address me properly. I'm not too much. And then he retort us. And so what? You see, so is the catch the response for him? So what? That is the catch.
Okay, all right. I mean, on the offer, okay, and so what? Said you all can right? But I spoke to him. Said all kind of. I spoke to him. I drew his attention. Say he may not have, intended anything evil or malice towards you, but you interpret it or you've seen it differently. Said all can say you take it as an offense, right? Say it is inappropriate. Now I can draw someone's attention to this, and that person, as to how he deems it fit, what I've told him, is entirely up to him. That is not my duty anymore. And I drew his attention to what you felt per that. I don't think we can force anybody to apologize when they are not ready to apologize.
Mm-hmm.
We can't do that, right? And I left that one to let it be as it was, right? Now, the other issue was you made the second one.
Menshia Palace.
And also one way or the other, said they all kind of we take so many things as jokes, and sometimes we play with certain things, and you be an agro be a woody no be who say agro ana woody, right? And he patron mechanic brofo, we should be circumspect in everything that we do, right? You drew his attention. And yet or no only chronic can one the assassin kind. You were making reference to him. It is something that goes to each and every one of us to say we should be measured in what we take as jokes, among other things. Also, Ibia Akwantufuo better say so of a chumberima elko pacho
and so next time
to some extent no tun for crowd or to science me or be over fancy mogu, right? But once again, as to what you deem it as a joke, no, it is not in line with what the person did, and it is something that we all should just be mindful of, and be measured with what we take for granted as well. Now, as to what happened yesterday, no, I have to be honest with you. I haven't had a time to listen to
when you have time.
What happened.
Well, did you have them? Yeah, crap for when we are cleaning Munjai Mancolano, is there recorded. Minalumbi or Habiana or more can be a crack and the I don't know.
I'll listen, but said in summary of all that I've said, said you will see who it means what said all kinds of may have something to say. They may equally say something different from what you are saying. So, sanity. I'll go back
for listening to me.
And then what needs to be done. No, I saw Bogyae and Senko or Honor meaning say what from Kakra. But anyway, I'll go back and listen to it, and then we see the weight of whatever happened, and then we seek redress to it. Why? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Anyway, we have got patrons way, and if you had a patron on the Sunni the Ashanable, MIA, patron, Aquaba.
Yenya me chia wati for no hwefo yin.
Obia je usu patron. That bokode.
Oh, had a boni bi enim. Igusunga kanga ka e hwede ya me be yankunton konwa.
You patron, any also yankwe. Yes, I'll go another day. Bye.
Yo, I'm set on my gun and tea. Yeah, I be share more. Hey, other papa's not all potty family.
That offer, I'm to offer. I offer. What's what?
If you will be back here potty family or where you
offer yard on the
yo, Nina. I was one Ghana now. Yana so pathetic. Say, baby, Anki Ebedre, you are practicing democracy for over 30 years now. At least a certain finance, the way manner we acquire first with the democracy won't come. Our level of travel and social should have gone a bit higher than what we have now. And also, no, one our can also say, see the greatest room is a room of improvement. Okay, bro, for Bishop, and I do come with yeah, and I said a penny of a tumor canon, the same BC, I'm say, and said a Yanica. And so, I call any anime, say, do a band a so, do a band a your band tea, and I might to me, your scratches, and one aircraft. So going forward, yeah. Now, almost trusted. Among Ghana and penny for a trusted. I said, son, you're really here. If you didn't hear some, a best say by the cheap about a be young Casenipana yet. And then, yeah, those 8 gallon Ghanaians are more sure or more fight together. And then I'm say, I buy no and a Ghana for you now, Mukaka much. Ya catch it, they be on the bed for switch. Now, we babies are say, I mean, it's a honey every brew. That's not time for one man, I die a pile. That's not time for one man, I die a pile. Now, as individuals, we are young, we are more year no more mobile sitting now, very young women and young kids. How are they going to be raised? This kids, they're going to be raised in the absence of their father, loving father. A blow pa. I mean, if you have to me painting, in him said there, growing up without a father. Father, who say, woo, you know, a very caring. You know, say, after 8, 10, 12, 15, 20, teenage, adolescent, young men and young women, that's Sabapani Nihonoma, affected Boni in one way or the other. And we've lost all these gallant fathers, gallant Ghanaian men to the fight of Galamsey. It is so unnecessary. So on individual basis, me share bushani ina me momo ina yako mo akachiri so yankopon kwakra o emu be yenim one personally. So all that we can do is to say prayers to them. But on the national level, they just giving, I mean, a dose of their own venom. A grown up momo yameno and one idea momo. See, and one idea momo. Pampa, I'll go in a sapon or two, and you will see if you misery me cocaine. A yakwati kwembi kura nka yemre nso mo ko wo twetweda for 40 years. E kwanda ho a mo betumi dia solve this galamsey once and for all. But crocodile the John. So they've given the dosage of drank the dosage of their own venom. And do you know how many babies that are going to be born with various forms of deformities? But what about the multitudes that are going to be born with deformities because of their action and inactions in government and out of government? And then they ain't doing quantify. And that cannot be quantified. So this is how far we've come, Ebenezer. Now, Papa Smile in the news should be a radio station. Papa B was Singapore. A fellow, he didn't your own bank, ONG, na BENG, or Singaporean. Now, where tycoon pa, well, goodies and some money, that can also, you're charging $23,000. Papa Smile in a crime, and they say, the crime, and they say, as our betting company say, what you can know. Almost betting for mu EPR nominate grand prize sa car race nominate ade no so on the yen dia no wo ai committee bi so a omo na mo trase etoto ho na mane man ne ade ena sa committee member ba ko ode ne presidential na say ne aircraft the man hospitality say be no more than no many idea. A chief authorities who say no. Inipa ono your board member no who penny no won't me man us a gift no because a ban say acquire crime, acquire a conflict of interest. Into what is a baba no or prepare receipt. The man is at the way of the show so okay play number the fan on canal do ya me man no kiaka. And who actually in the $30,000 Singaporean dollars, but the American dollars $23,000. But you this I will say, same way a Ghana, Quebec and once a member. And can once a now, but or Membia and Impunto Equanimono. That's all minus of fighting corruption. Every country. But impuntuo ne corruption no omo relationship bi to omo ya very corrupt ba no be hwe na omo impuntuo so da e wo fom omo na omo impuntuo wo soro no you tese otumi an corruption so wo fom enti Ghana sa na akoye na no me be ka se sa Omampani Mahama, Ninu any play no did ya train You cannot even do that in Singapore. A corruption. And now corruption perception. Yes, a corruption per se. Obidin Albion says, celebrate catastrophe should be caution and no cry a crime. And you could be punished. Meanwhile, no, Obiaba Beche Mampeni car. How say Obi a Ghana for any daily or call a man of contract in a Ghana for Tianacano. Was it open near Woody and Mababe Choka? It can only happen in Ghana. Nana B, on an oye, fence buffer stock on an oye CEO. Omwakwa kofe emu apro emu adodori umu a fence hwehwemu kura jese mwan enye good for consumption. Omo sanso we bargain de emu nu a asay na ma school for Ghana for eyi na edi mana na bi no mo age omo friends omo profit obi anko ba bia. It can only happen in African way of democracy. Personally, 1981 Papa Era Rollins obetu aban guye. Said they are no way there. In fact, man for no money me there no chese aban to go there nye papa. But it's a me book kompo kohwe mechipa from 1982 to 1992. Within that 11 year span, no development Ghana no yentumi the same development the past 33 years you call democracy. One, we never had 275 members MPs say obia ye toka amano ye ma police leading echi. We never had that. Two, yen sankwofo isu as obia 4 years bia o kofi a ye man S gracia ba wo democracy we mu. 3, sankwofo we mu yina so afibi mfie na mbia no mo be pese 2. The one to try kakra na na visa ye na betuma ebi e ko Libya ye ko Bulgaria and then in Soviet Union hono ne ade na IMF for yankwofo bi a in fact oni ni didi anu wa watere na wa odumfo kumfo ya na efe ese ye kodan wo mu ne ye kodan mu personally programs ala IMF DFM e ko ERP1 ERP2 ERP3 if you are BASAP ERP ni economic recovery program 1 2 and 3 ye BASAP structure adjustment program and say me wan e be wura mu PAMS card ne di ni huhu PAMS card no dim program of action to mitigate the social cost of adjustment. PAMS card yo ni na mu a omo kan ne adan ye ho kakaka ife di kra do say ene na wan kwa kabima menka bia ya kabima menka bia membo ya mwa mo bio yenso ye pa yasene mu aye hunu ne ye de ye ho kohye nti kwasi broni IMF nti omo eye omo fe say ye te hono me ne yankasa ya ye honam ne ye twitwa ye we na manfo obresa I'm wondering why our leaders have not seen this trajectory. So budget na debia na wodeka no a wodeka your power to bargain no a lot almost negligible. No more yi ye ne yanka say ye design na ye dey say yemfuo no yensuo no me ade god ye tu a ye ndi no okoma una go ye wohwe UK ne Dubai omo vote ya sa se na yes no akwa kogu omo vote no personally. And sometimes it's we show we mu ina me share sa data we mu ina na because no Ghana enye ye we be visa we pessimistic no science and data we are deteriorating, we're not moving forward. It is our program na ye de ba here e ma wuyi nipa bia di adwuma we okay adwuma we twam egu no wo egu adwuma no ne ye to the same product na every China na ugu factory no uni mi say nipa adwuma factory no say nipa na ye adwuma no akota galam say hono wo say yenso no so ono akota no nti ye hia obi a okuta adwenkese pa that's a divided way of ruling ya obi bɛtena so a na ne yɔnko bɔ mpa yɛ sɛ wɔmfiri na meso matumi aba. It will not take us anywhere. It is minimum kuma se fe na mo ba so amode mo ho hye politics. Yan ya ye bi pen yo. Ya ye bi ben kan no pa na me ye adwuma ai ko bo rollers din a se bi ko workers so e bi wa na onu muti a. Hey, abrante de bo rollers din a wan ya onu ba etimi kasa ni edidi e ho atem e ye ntokwa. Mu say no, fa so bi anim. Now, as we were fighting, and as we keep fighting ourselves over here, they are laughing to the banks. The political operators are laughing to go into the banks. Obi alive as any easy for your mom appointment to be had for the past 7 months, you know. Life as now where them make us say, Omuka, petrol. Omuka, Omu Yanakura, baby, Omu Yamada, Okuja Tabrakwa, and Tiso Yajmo factory, be another be up and politics here. Politics here, I see don't get ya, Mu Trabe, Obey, Obechra, de Kakra, Yemuno, we saw a see didn't get ya. In the Omudi Omumba in a room, Omumbana Omana, Omudi Omu, so the next generation, wow, Kojina baby, you, wow, we are the you, what a buyer. I will hope some way when we say crying and say, yeah, you tell Brochure, say, be our conya, card that be say, see, is it be a say, now so where the American coffee, I'm not for me, the air trot, the air collica crabby. Now be so for some any reason went to me in Temo Haba. Say, any Pakuna or Kono who are not going to their command girlfriend. We don't have to fight for these people. And now, we'll be able to defend the party in government. You have a problem. Because here be papa be no more be yet. Now people may saw them and you'll be affected. No, it will affect you personally. You don't have to go to that length. You don't. Oh, about fanaticism. And then crying when you but not to no, these people they are all the same. They are all the same. In some way you know. Nanado Bash in Minadi, the same thing, of course, the same thing. It's no, it's a didn't say me, because the minia, my uncle, madame, for and I say, a minia penny in the atom. But Smiley, you know, as he did, the JH and Gay Renamuno, to be the best of the other with us.
Yo, patron, you read that also, what's it? Adeɛ baako a ɛwɔ sɛ nyinaa nya nkyase ne sɛ ɛnya adeɛ a yɛ nyinaa yɛbɛhu adeɛ from the same spectacles anaasɛ yɛ nyinaa no obiara ɛwɔ his or her own unique way of understanding. Now our unique way of understanding no fueled by our history. It's fueled by our past. And sometimes you may wonder, why is this person reasoning this way? If you take the time to perhaps look into their history, delve in a little bit deeper, you may get a little understanding as to why they think that way. But as I've always been saying, we don't know the entire picture. And we may just jump into conclusion and say certain things. And in the same angle, and I say in the same perspective. Be an idea. A honor Emma was embarked one kind manager home. Senka yenye accommodating. So now into me and look beyond the surface. Now you say we may be coming from different angles, different perspective among other things, but we are all looking forward to have one thing. And that because of that one thing that we are all looking forward to have, it should be a binding force. And we should look above some of the shortfalls that we may observe and see here and there. Once again, as you said, as we are fighting among ourselves, they are laughing into the bank.
Exactly.
They may be laughing to the bank, but laughing to the bank, and then what? Right? And then what? You see, that is why the other time I asked of Trimberry, said, what is the worth of a man, or what is the value of a man? Of a man, perhaps he meant something different. But if you just simply say your worth or your value is dependent or is based on what you can afford, say, what kind of say now? I say, wait to be any, right? Because there are some people who can afford whatever they want, but they feel very, very empty, very, very, very empty, extremely, extremely, extremely empty. They are measured by the material things that they have around them. A story is being told of this gentleman in United States. He was a billionaire, and during the I think when was that? Some years ago, financial crisis be a buy. Now around he will lose 500 million of his money because he lost the title of a billionaire. No, he committed suicide. He killed himself. It tells you this person, no, without the money, no, he feels very empty. And you may laugh to the bank. And so what? They offer now of penny. And so what? So yes, they are laughing to the bank, but to the very ones that perhaps look beyond the surface of things, and they may say, oh, they may be laughing, but they are laughing at they will soon realize they are laughing at the wrong side of their cheeks. The patron, thank you very much for also.
Yo, na Papa Swali ba ko sha me dey twam ni se ho.
Yes.
The tell ni say saa mo a o sere ko bank no. Say sika no a wa pede egu wo no a o the comfort zone no. He deprive some unborn and innocent victims. Say nkwala 16 year. They say omo ewu ye. They say car bi ko bo pothole mo, tanker bi e bo pothole mo. Hi, no di kojura mo mo nyina. To fi say if that resources was available, any afa man for kura say pothole no start ya na etu omo ka no mo akwa ya. Ka sa 16 mo free 16 mo free first ezenato ba ko mo. 16 mo free asiedu nketia ne ba no ba ko mu 16 mo free jongwadu wo mu. So yes, omo ye omo by extension, but immediately that action is affecting the entire society. Because osha 275 MPs, osha offense masses of appointments. Obiye pakakra dia kogu ho no wasere ko. So you can imagine the chunk of our resources that are going through the drain. Me democrats me see papa so obi fatuo so akwakoye obeye obetu abagu no nkwa gina so no betna so ye benevolent dictator me support no. Because when bibi ama me say from 1982 to 1992, the progress that we had is way better. The only problem was the human rights abuses and also over Rollins time, PNDC time, now what corruption is saying, perception of corruption now. No, you dare not. Ubeyakwa krebi uwe aselka krebi a monasio na anaja wawe now odi akwa ekoli. You dare not say sikapudu pego bi mpase na akwa court na court se fa honkodi ye mbisa ba bi efiri bai.
You patron, thank you so much. Obine Kanasem. When you fly higher, it gives you a deeper view, a higher view. into stuff. So your thoughts become so non-ending. Your thoughts become so non-ending, not because it's like you are thinking in vain, but every now and then, no, you are figuring out another possibility to do things a better way, and you tend to try to understand things from the perspective of the person who is involved. Why do people think the way they do, among other things? Patron, truly speaking, we have lost the purpose of our existence. So see, I see who say a dear bear cry into our life for cry dear be peace as is you are. What your answers, I'm telling you. If you accept to say we are here for a purpose, now to me define as our purpose now. And yeah, consciously no, and can you live towards that purpose? But the question is, imudu do say cry na yatna say we says and dear be cry ntina life we cry dey be do as so. A dear be cry nti. I'll come to you. All right. How many of us have sat down to just contemplate on this? And then I heard a line in a very beautiful movie. Or say there comes a time in our lives, we call it death, where we catch a glimpse of the truth. I pray you catch a glimpse of the truth. That is why you are here, as soon as possible, and not wait till death is approaching. Then you catch a glimpse of it, and at that point in time, you know, your legs have given up on you, your waist has given up on you, your heart given up on you. All the tools that life gave you, know, they are given up on you for you to be able to use them to purposefully live as to why you are here. And because the purpose is out of the window, that is why all these things are happening. Over a question be na oh yet you.
Who can be said na no obusa me question bi na me answer no e be up. Show what now what did to say obi always can be rebe, and it's true. Western world, UK, US. And so over say why miserable no come no, they commit more suicide. Rich top class millions in your no commit suicide. And now no pictures video I made bro me cook this party. We are not billionaires. Just comfortable life. Kakrebio. Me play me for the call 2070. I'm not a millionaire. Look at the fun. Pa yeni e won ni na no. You've seen will be no award even 50,000 pounds can I see this crowd. And so look at the happiness a winning penny. And also draw examples say obi with canopies, you know, come. Yes, abrofono millionaires they live a miserable life, they commit suicide. Okay. I'm say as I'm say kai they do draw na candia and yet do draw ni kumi ehunu. And very few no see the world fabulously rich, filthy rich, and then loneliness. Now we just say 100 million pounds or dollars. Now because we need back cry. Yes, yeah, dear. We buy what fast so we no cry no we just say no. We bet how many people be minim say what team I say the be me free banner. Abroad lifestyle are more miserable. The richer they are, they are lonely, they become. Here's Ghana, Kumasi Party, I'm a coy, Obiano, even 100 million cedis, $100. And so look at the fun, the face of the people, videos, the happiness. What we mean, your pictures now, none of them is thinking so committee suicide. No, we love life in our poverty.
Okay, all right. Now, you've also brought in something. They love life, right?
Comfortable
life. When someone loves life, what evidence would you see say this person loves life?
At least to me, until I'm illustrative with the party that I'm calling, maybe offer some party. That is the simplest way I respond to what question.
Okay.
That's how we see life. none of us will be an old party in be away million. Gammas Kawaii can yet Kwame just by Maho, Ibrahim Mahama, Maho. We are just ordinary people. Look at the fun. Pa, yeah, Kwame just by.
I see.
But we are not. We are well below Kwame. So.
It's yeah, G and yeah, boss, and then I just say we love life. Oh,
that is, yeah, because you see, minus what we did, once the Obi would scalping or shaky or loneliness, he deliberately, when you will be around to talk to nobody, he does not socialize, empty, if you are no one, cocaine. Yeah, so we have people who socialize in the community, so we don't veer into those. Suicidal tendencies. No, it's not in our construct. So we don't do that.
Okay. All right then. You offer.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Now can the officer can you eat?
Oh, Mr. You diabetes. And then we say before I went to the party, I could diabetes. Because me diabetes, we be me call patas. So bad. Fufu, fufu diabetes. Diabetes and penny category. You see, these are simple basic food. And then you dear ya straight. So, Ubi Wusika Pan, Ibrahim Mahama, Kwame Despite, so we say them all drink stress visa. So, no son, no whiskey, papa, vintage, no chassa, that will come no crowd. This may be diabetes, I don't know. Guinness back on, I'm in bed. Who's a partner said, we mistresses are. Abitian till the mistresses are. So, me Nika Preva.
You offer. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, we'll come back to you in the second round. You any ma yanko say Bogyae ho Bogyae ni ho Debbie Bogyae ni ho any yanko Sam Safo eso na Sam enso enkabi ansa na mako say bema bene wa eso ene nati bungo enti Sam say opeso okabi a ene yom yutu ho e mo akwa aba minia. So okay, no worries. That's it. We'll get back to you when you are less busy. Why? And yeah, me uncle Bema Benewa eswe. Na Bema Benewa and so emfa Nedia Emra. Just to set the record straight now. Say Enra Sam SNA invoice command Dr. Jingo trying invoice no, we trying come up and say Dr. Tria somewhere till January 2026 and Mema Benewa ono Europe there but was one triano euros wo triano there in pound sterling and one we triano there to November, right? The best also one ultimate metria 5 years ago and one so edin huni kama kakra yegusu aye pem so called abrantia ninti esakopeja asem we buy no we've been able to make a part payment of 1,000 Ghana cedis, although it is not completely out of a year kakra in Rusa, right? But we are still pushing on to be able to get there. I don't know what they are chassis the driving lessons, as we get more, we will just pay the balance, and then we make sure when he is done, if need be, for us to be able to support him as well to get a license and everything all together. And Bibia Kama, then to see who say, yeah. Benekwe can say, yeah, come up, Petron catch them, yeah, come and Trinity, you can't trees. Petron's Aben, you can't say. Petron Boame. Petron no. My lawyer pana, yeah, free we Nigeria Nibia also called in village now, also who spirit to honor friend or friend, me pastor. Now, our friend pastor is our pastor nympha. Pastor nympha, our friend is no sending the voice note. Pastor, please answer your call. I've seen some demons in my room. Please help me. Now, Pastor, I need a voice note, a reply, and I'll say, you are a Nigerian. Even the demons for Lagos, I cannot deal with them for you. And you go to your village, and you want me to come and interfere with your family matter. Hey, I am not. If you see demon, run away. run away, run away, run away. Patron Timinka, one yemi so, it ever fanasa, na yakuanim. Bema benewa, you to way, na also, and if ya day, ye dear show, woman uncle.
Papa.
Yet you.
And I as a beer in Hona.
And I be sending if you had a Bogyae into the dear show, Castle, na me ya call Mrs. Yamra. Why, Casa? Why? Casa.
Early abonin Papa, me a baga na kakra. I'm semi be home. I grow no, said the medical can be brino. Ghana, your mind be a DJ womb because of ignorance. In Grofono or more hano or more near ma a papa na we are singing na no ye will be. And I'm the yen in the use untino. Yet the musana ye bre a sop of every share for frobia, sabi in here. And so in the mother be I say yaniaje. You were need him because you need said the other part of the word no call. Intina de be a memagina hose. Gara no a meme hwehwɛ no nyɛ deɛ wa abrokyire no bi na mehwehwɛ ama Ghana. Mepɛ Ghana sɛ Ghana bɛyɛ sɛ Ghana. Ewiase no sɛ wohia biribi ɛba bia wote na wotumi make provision for that. Na wo nsa ka saa deɛ no bia. Okay. Wohia sɛ woyɛ sɛ obi foforɔ ansa na wa live better. The moment say at least ewiase nyina ɛkɔ na yɛ de wo to nsa ne so a yɛnso yɛ die ni. Unso modini. But over man no ye ni platform I gina so de ye bibia. Ye man no your mind bia. Ye ni bibia ye to be fan to hwe homa ni because en your mind ye streamline hwe ye nye hwe. Enti na se u frim po frim ma se wo de opese Ghana ye te se bruchiri and you are comparing Ghana to UK whatever me. Yeah, me no wasem. If you say that is your opinion, I know they are fine. Nemom, it is not about say ubina amana yes I ne ya dabi. Kana no say yache. Ye quiet ye maimu. Emma bruni timi fra bruchiri ebe fire the mumma ye. Son na ye to me a fight is look back. Ye freedom no and no so many yes. Until ye take his added way and brunino and I'm yelsa or de fire no mum no. Fa kwan bi so asa no mum no to wo ho enti ye na eze ye hu firim but ye nyanye sa adwene no bida ananto say ye be adwene say even say kwan na ye be yempo na say ye mfa bruni nye ye de bibifuo ya na be ye yade say de pese ye no ye yitimi ano no no kura poke ya ko ye nim chen say de ba da bia no hu se Ghana sa abanyo se ye bibi bi ase obi baba abekeka ho nsem so ade we aye say ye ne saa we wa no de ye wa no that is fine the amount boni bi be the president na ze ye beto aba na dwene ne say okay ye nto aba mame na menye ne se de o man no pe no na o man no men project o mo more than the betumi eno na ye problem no nti say kasa she ya dwene mu cha na ye to ya je de say obo obeye but projection wa dwene ye o say in terms of Akwantufuo time no yes o office o ba change Ghana mana ye say bruchira ye ntro wa office president Mahama ebe ye Ghana say bruchira enye sanity demo yes ye pese at least so fra kra bokuma ase ya anka okwan po ye side and side ba kokko ba ba nemo kwan no at least ya ye no kota nanka ye nam so a nke ye okay but ye ne no bi kwan no be du ba bi na mu bai ten America for kwan ba bi tu be ru no na ye one way say who say ye no ye to say itimi ye bridge in fact me dru poko say na me hwe bridge pa ya say sky ye ofa sa bridge no kra po no two governments ye first one or monya zikato ho mo anye na second government buy mo se bridge ni so o mo san ye bi ka ho na me dru na me hwe Bogyae interchange a sa interchange we ka bia nam so wutimi wo interchange ni si ho a chese it sound like na ye saa de kronkran we wo ho ye den bebre saa no aden how ezu de be boy who sa for you so ye na ye bi to aso we see me na me ye eti do na ma me ka kira wo say and people are very happy here omo ebia de me ka koyi no omo nya ho no omo dwene omo de interchange na esi ho na ye omo fa but so always interchange no why you crack beti ma ye interchange mienu ewo Accra ho ya ye be ye we no simple bi because can fa ho no so cars I fa area ho no kwa no nyenti no cars no fa he na kodru bridge no so etru you see ko da kinu maka kire o say ye come mo asema we are not comparing them to Europeans. Who compare Africa to Europe? No African country can compare to Europe. Europe no more hono. And yes, it be individual countries na or money atesa. Ne mum kakrebi ne ye no more the sign or more makano. Ntiama or more makano so be a yane de kakrobi to me. Two ko Italy ni Spain more. Who's in your neighborhood? But all cost of technology no homo. Nti o the technology bebra you say the aduane bebra at the end of the day no do see nyina ye man no please anya ba bi agina aye de na ye wo Africa ha no ye nkoye nim na ye ma yachi nti no said ye ya da bia ye tena ha ye fi say ye nim nyansa broso na ye sua de ye bibia mana kwana ye no ade na ye zupo ni ye mfa ye ho ko hye sa na ye manum na say ye fi say omo wo hwe na enye so a who are the next people why na see ya you see the mahama wo hwe odi mama mu Akwantufuo ne de say yetu no ba wo mia you say ontumi mu man nti ye mfa man kora nti who is the next person JJ Rawlings was one time a military man mo bona guto so ye pa bone for ma yetu ye no man ye ebe civilian and there's people are calling for that same military rule. Eti ya because ye ni ma de aye pe eti mo ma ye hwehwe de ye pe na ye hunu ansa na ya make a comment no because quiet is say no ye pe military man because Burkina Faso ni bi e bo modern o ye military man tia na no ada na ye o military man yes ye no no ye pe eti we as a Ghanaian ankasa no ye ni ma de aye pe ye nim ade poten pe nti say ye be hunu de ye pe ni ya hwehwe saa de na kira kwane de ya enka ye kasa si masinye no ya kasa obente na ye emfama no but we don't have that one there no na ma eto da bia na wantwi na ye dodo na ye sementime ho ase na we si me wo ha no the end of the day no Ghana intime na ho wo mra president ni the NDC nye MPP nya o man no betimi ada ho kwa na aso mo prefer ze country bi anama hu country bi wo wiase a wo why any president that's a boy be ne beba na one war fighting for Ghana no they di animu no this oti ba bi na se want me anye sa de no bi na won anya power na hu ze do mo ye no so e bi ye below better that's fine and na make us say omo na ye o man na ye ka ho asem Ghana ha do omo na ye Ghana nyansafo that is it because so the ade kro fast wo di nya tumi no sa de kro no wa also pese enu na ye nyansa ye de petumi wo ha yes ha no petumi a kwan ya ye fa so wa yetimi convince people to vote for you your wisdom untumi convince ni 30 million mo to abama se wonne nyansa entini that is their wisdom so munya wie so a o mind 30 million population no kwan ye fa so gigi sika ne agino ye friends ye fa so ye revenue ye raising a year no eno anso ye nti na ye kwa abonten koje bosia na omo koje bosia no so ba enam se omo no nimde no ba bi e ka no no na omo de agya no system no basa na ye basa enti no the wa wo nimde a wo de je power no enka nye the same person ne say wo nimde di manage sika na nso enam so ono na age ne power enti no ta ma wo ye wuju ntumi wa ye brebraje wie so a wo so mfa ma wo manage ne mpo no again confidence no wo musa usu ni manage enti oha that is how we are going yeah, we are kakra at the end of the day no eneno obehu se bibi kakra ye obi ba ye also free education na wa ye obi ba ye who so oh dollar cost kesema ye inflation no and do here manaba from these are governance continuous but any one way any one line nti baby points be a bedroom baby no ye that can hear na say na mo tia say Ghana ha ye dum kan me ba Ghana ha me say me 2 weeks ye num kan ada at least I so be ye bibi nti ama na ma bi konani enti no edro baby anye da bia na sese ye criticize omo da bi wo ho nso a ye mfa ye nimdie a ye nso ye wo ma omo ne kwan ya ye fa so a na da bia me ka se so person mo bi fa wo advice atem ne mimi je udi matem kan sem kire me a me bubefu no matter how good it is me mfa da no forget na mom ebia me fa ebeboa wo nso a wutu me fo no na ma mfa ebetima affect o enti ni so kan no kwan papa so na me fa ya ebeboa ye nyina na se unim se minim na mom de wasua unim wo gidie se unim a adenti na won deliver no kwan papa so evat bible say yenye ma won se ne pese wo munye man no mum hwan ne pese nka ye ka asem agire na ye de atem bedidi no hwan ne pese obi ka asem pa agire no de atem beka satia rough enti no so peso ka asem na ni pa fa de a wa ko sua bibi na woni de wo ho bia no patum from let your point making no enya de na ozi ni pa we mi mo beka asem agire me ka chere se mi ni nyansa mentumi nya and ye wasem na o kan agire ma ye de because what can you declare me say me stupid me ni answer okay me ni answer me so na pa we wo me nsam na Ghana fo nyina so na ato ama me akire say Ghana fo ni nyina no wo mu ni answer nti no mo de omo power ama obi wo ni answer that's what they want na ma mo ye answer fo isu yesu nti no ss ye fo kwan bia so ne ye fa nyansa na ye wo ye mu no yetimi manipulating nyansa no yetimi convert it to overpower and kwase avono omudi yeso so that ibiti maje power na from ho in the near future aye dia ye Ghana yi enya atem na enye gidi etoda bia yesi obi didi atem ba bi yeso ye ba platform we so a sama ye kan wo ha no na obi ka bi kire ona wo ka bi tia no a na koye say iti ha na de me de maka papa mo tie me a me obetima di president bi atem wa that fine enye me akasa no wa no to me de a me kama adwena kire me kire de me so mempe aka de se me udi matem na me hu so you bi a opeso correct sa de no peso be kasa tie me bi wa that fine as me hu so why and one why and two next time I reply we matu sala kura I don't care and visit eno no mama aduane ni me gina hoyi bo me fie ha na no banko a matue nipa beyese nipa me instrukura nipa beyese 8 matue omoka matue sika from 2 weeks here madino okrumai ma boka wo fie ha nko more than 600 million enye sika keto ama mesa e bia wo de wo more than that me ana me de me ho edi no matter what no matter who you are so ne me kasa ka wasem se de open can say the open enya me na de o kan wasem but the me who say deliberately no tene won sa wo me so kama asem na wan kan ye dia forget about it me age enya me hweda me age have nothing to do with my life me
all right
unyina obi usal so utimi wo mo a enra plate omogu ye papa Ghana nya omo na ye mpanifo but omo awu enti no the only ye kasa kan ye ne ye hwe abam firim at all pese e kono rofo papa we will go it. Give it as
all right a few things I picked from a conversation so o say obi ejitu mu say nanado ba besisa o my Ghana ama yakoye nimu pa yentro ana
ayesa bruchira
okay all right then ana obi nso jitu mu say obi owura mahama ba be ye
Ghana
tisa abrochire no so yentro right Misrew Misrew o hwa edi benti ana ye to aba ema these respective leaders no o hwa adi enti ye to aba no ma wo
And no, me key point if you say, ye per se, people like me, somebody like me, no, maybe per se Ghana, yes, a Ghana. If you say, begin where your friend Alex, Papa Smiley, from Papa Smiley. The anytime I maybe me who say me person me yes a woman. A bear thing. If you say identity, any said it's identify any pan. It depended by be any pan free year what drew baby or one who ya often. But say me who's a car. At the time, me pe car, but and yen is ready means that me pe car no be. Yeah, no here. Because car no ne purpose on say, ye did nante. Ti me party a means ready me bedroom tem. Tis a median a bobo ya crumpuna means a suswa. It's a me go for a bobo ya. Rather than say, me best fight.
The question is, a DNT Anna yet to Abama leaders. Them busy no. That is the question.
Yeah, to Obama more for development.
For development, Papa. Right?
So, yes.
Not for mediocrity, yes, sir.
Well, mediocrity, mean chirimu because yet to Obama obia or Gana Nibia per se, ye but to Aba a nipana ye de power na man. Obey writing a be money pan or moto manu or monya access to where they want to go. Say soon or mopers or munumbenya suanum, say light here, umbenya access to light, the sukua, umbenya access to school. Name one papa. Ghana war or munchusu how quality the school supposed to be. And another I'm not making Sebia as a senior ultramodern school hano said a mede procreation interchange example. Papa, mimi drew home a interchange no issue honoa. Now where come and some pen and nam so na interchange krongrane issue honoa. It means unze adwene ye de yes your friend is no architectural design no ne friend ye o mo fekeke but ne purpose so say ye de emiti
okay
enti ne ma 17 ma bia o mo yes because me hwe say so chain and purpose no ade no so chain the purpose that means the betima ka take cost to binuma e betima aboa ye ma ye timi develop faster than the ye no.
Okay, all right, now let's stick to the mediocrity now and you are yeah now all the time no they are on the case of our leaders no.
Yeah.
Would you say those people are trying to fight the spirit of mediocrity in leadership, Anna? Would you say that?
Sometimes yes, sometimes you know or more fighting for the spirit of mediocrity, yes. But sometimes so or more points we will make here it doesn't make any any contribution to the SSA or Mokano. And until I'm bida question say Seneno, a case Mahama, and I say NDC ni MPP nya. Who is the next? Bien an anwan na ye Ghanaians. And na ye ball military government awuto. JJ Rawlings was once going to farms on an equipia bohu won kraya singing. But you see, military government in ye we Ghanaians. And no was say, sometimes no ye free military government ye person will be made kunan kuntua by no niswa. It means that a honor than any say be all fighting for mediocrity. It seems they won't name their open. Well, Yamao Kokwa Upetum, Yamo Fubuzwa, Ope, Akokosra there. I think say Edian Ope. Okay. This identity. All right. They can fight, but the Antoquano or Monsagu.
Okay. All right. Now, in as much as we don't want to entertain mediocrity, and we want to set our kind of development, what should be our benchmark? No, you're the better to who say, Masa, Adia, Oyama, we mediocrity, and we are not happy with it. What should be our benchmark?
I don't want to mark your benchmark, your benchmark, young Ghanaians. If you say, and sir, I know. Say who can control my dear the koyanum no the uncertainty try no an kowanum and you know sometimes and that's would do any to more than enough tigana no ade a benchmark and say Accra Kumasi road kwan ya car timi koba kama nyesi bia ye pese ye fe bro so sede ebia be yet is a brute radio ne mum akra kumasi road no ne mpo no say ya adenti na ese de koma China ni ne yemfa magana fo ankasa mason fo na carpenter fo no omonye ye kwan se ne omo ahode city ne omo nim de tie that's our benchmark eno na ye wo enti say ye ne saa chenso mpo a enam say yankasa ye ya de no ye betima nya nimdie afri mu but here is the case ebedru ba bi no obi beba betena ha ka say ene no ukwohwe de ya ye no wo Paris ya enu bi na nke ese ye no Ghana enu na ama ya ye pokua se interchange kronkran ene sofo line interchange ya ka miensa ne namso na through interchange no age asase kese pa so wo hwe abola na etugu ase enti midimu se ye no ye lake so many friends saying ye lake knowledge bebre ewo that sector
okay
na omo nimi ye no so so mo pe se mo koboa and yes, I can we are more fast so they can they fight it some mediocre no because I think say wura because your kasa no not advising people. It seems like you try say you be kasa man I say you di more and then actually say ye in answer for me and no na ya me can answer papa
okay
the
all right
mediocre no you can fight
you
but if fight one fighting you are fighting in vain.
okay now Sam person will busa question be into my man busa na busa our last question before I let you go. Sam busa question why
Yeah, rather for the same.
Oh yo Sam
Yeah, and then you mean so I could pay Ghana. Now the
yo
meet you, Okasa Bebre, and Osia the Ghana, yeah Ghana, and one, the Kasa, Okasa Mintiasi, I don't know, you be Ghana, yeah Ghana, I know you're one, and the second, Uchurch moves along the way, and I think so Okasa. I guess the point is this. Nti yɛkasa yɛpɛ akwan a one of
that's
the
right.
biggest akwan a mede mɛpɛke baako pɛ deɛ ɛyɛ example nti yɛbɛka sɛ nti Accra Kumasi akwan no yɛbɛka kyerɛ sɛ nti yɛpɛ sɛ Ghana nyɛ Ghana nti ɛno yɛ enough for us ɛno na ɛtɔ so
David.
second like mehwɛ wei second I have me follow bus boys no ɛmo ndwuma na ɔmo yɛ wɔ Ghana no like
That's right.
gutters na mu esisi ne gutters nketenkete ne gutters na ɛso ebiebie no ɛno na yɛpɛ sɛ yɛnyɛ Ghana like is it enough for Ghana and nkwalaa da so kɔ school wɔ Nduase or bra like ɛno yɛ enough for Ghana and the toss so ebi so akɔ Ghana na yɛndum kanea da which I'm very grateful to hear say nneɛma akɔ so saa ɛno yɛ ade pa by nkurɔfoɔ bebree wɔ hɔ a like one person started cold store for so long anyway no are we rest assured say like electricity like if person started some kind of business because sorry, I'm on your brow. Like I'm here, you're sure so called Ghana. When we say boys to be sorry. No one in them areas, I can get almost sure baby potty almost call. And only Ghana na na. I mean, itself. I don't know. What Ghana, may Ghana. I mean, say because what I'm witnessing, it's like we have to have a benchmark. And I mean, say if I want to two or my being I see a PC and do then what are we working towards? So I thought so.
Yeah. Sam. I don't know. No one work on na onim. Enra me hu se na why so yi se na high hot nti. Ono de ya na me pese mekasa ma wa heat no na ye kese ma. But for
yeah, I mean, before I ban say no. Before I ban say no, what they no ban no. Like
yeah,
you say, yeah, you know, sometimes you heat as well.
that's
The
right.
moment of heat, it go like you can't send the braces why we don't
Correct.
mean it. And to say yeah, heat is sometimes you better see just to hang up, your
Oh, I did
picture,
a make us a we na makasa obi a makasa ti anu bi o
yeah,
me. That's all.
oh there,
Right.
so they answer
Dina ma.
question on it, but that's what I say, so man.
Yeah. Me answer to that and then say Ghana no dey me pese ye Ghana na me ka say ye no. In any case steps be no started with 1 foot. Inti ana kwantintin be na started with 1 foot. Yes, they nya starting point. Anya sa dey I say ye upside down approach because this time so we school down be me am ban kura na sha yes e blocks no. Then na yɛhwɛ nkwalaa bi te nnua bi ase sua adeɛ deɛ ɛne na bi blocks no adɛn na nka sika yɛde sii ne kronkran bebrebe no yɛmfa nsi basic burdens. Emma obi enya bi ntremansa. Na obi enya dan. Because there are some projects bi no mo Ghana ha. Ohwa ne kese ne ne tenten. Nti ne ma mediocre no ba no. Because how ye pagana no. Ya ho de ntesa. Ntinka ye pese ye si National Cathedral. Na ye an Independence Square na wo hoi. Ye nyina ye kusia ho a eyeye. Enti no say ye be bibi foforo bi mpa. Inyasi ye kukuru ne kese a ye bosika ne di e bedru billions of cedis and as a millions of dollars. As I say ya die bia apatase na ye nyina ye pese yihia sensu to emoye no na ye nyina ye wase. That is what we Ghanaians we deserve at point of time. Time be wo I don't na ye ya ho de sunti no na ye deserve. But ye pese ye nya sa de no. But sa de no say ye pese ye nya no. Ye pese ye ne kese a man ye ultramodern me kwa no enkwala tidua se sua de na mpese meka no nti se Ghana yi nkonwa enua ase edan na atena no firi ho no o build basic buildings ama sa nkwala ne nyina na obedru senior level so no na eho no so no enye so much complex na mom ye betima chesika ne de mani nyina pepepa. That is Ghana I want. And here they be to say UK ne because UK for o man start ne almost 30 yache. Enti nipa wadi kan na mo adi kan ne to ye to na. Enti no won start from somewhere. You build your basic things that you can afford. And now some na make no but the hano yenye kwan no papa ntino. Na ya to Land Cruiser na yeti. Enti eno asem na ye kan o ha. Na eno asem na ye kan no. E na make say pese ye se Ghanaians dia. Na ye pese ye bibia yenye ti se Ghana fo. Kantanka wo Ghana ha. Adenti mpuna ne kai yenkwo no ho na kantanka onye cash emma Ghana mpanimfo nyina na se ne car no ntia pompo a enam se kwan ne ye kakra no wonam so a car no betim de wakwa aba sasem na meka ne de bia ho no montem ase se me se ye pese Ghana yes Ghana me who say Ghana for no they are trying to make Ghana like an projection to Ghana say omo pese omo ye omo ho te say advanced country yeah ha no ye ne sa nim de no a omo de advances ana anything America say yemfa basic knowledge I want and build your my way and no to me in the nearest future biano you be to me I I build it on no
Papa Smiley.
I'm pessimistic
Yo, one second, Abby. All right.
I want to add
1 second. I just say, we don't also be so busana no busawi ansana. Mako Abby so. I just say, Anna, and you just send me message. You say, what was it? Was a question? I just say you, Anna.
Yeah, personally.
Was our question.
Yeah, my question, you know. I want to meet you. I hope say when you when you be my course. Now, the question here, you know. Now, sir, Adrian, would say and they. Now, no 7 months ago, yeah, now we are Adrian, and I said, now we need that. You talk to me, you know. I'm saying, me share my say. Me share into Juma by between 1981 to 1992. Far better and cheaper than what we've witnessed for the past 33 years. So me say me should be by to say Juma no my support. Also, over come way, over to way. We are reference to that. Maybe I don't always respond to an answer. It just only be a punoma. I don't get it.
I got down him. What's up now? Can you want to walk on my team? But also, what reply, what can our hand? So, now, one of Ghana will be including over Kwame and over Kwame Debia or Bo Gaula Basu or Burkina Faso. That means also I prefer some military government. It is not about say one waka, but also who standing on that. Don't forget to say NJB na one and namu pay your friend saying civilian government instead of military government.
Opposite to it in a year, more saying, why no wine?
More Ghana for you now. including of Akwantufuo who MPP ni pen. MPP for was advocating say JJ Rawlings as for oppressive Ghanaian. If say omupe hunu say na the ntina na all suppress omosa because of say ye adwuma. This all the law enforcement agency ye adwuma. Enti no sabre no ano ye sa nyina no. Eno na ma akwan na wo ka se na ekoso no because obi di sika na sika gu ne mpaase a ka jeje wuro no on te ase. Eno so na MPP for any omo ye Ghanaians omo fi say JJ Rawlings take everything no more kwan mo nye de omo pe. It is a nano if we are calling for
Alex, when you require a fast so you do you draw 1992 constitution. And MPP. Oh, they are okay, listen. Young people like this our constitution way. I say Ghana for call.
No, menka constitution at the moment. Menka constitution at the moment. Say almost calling for civilian rule.
They never call for that. Listen, they never call for that.
Why they never call for that?
Yeah, they never call for that. Maybe I don't know. Share votes NDC up to 2000. NDC was massive support. The BBN were just say, "Miss Ubu money the opinion we agree, and opinions, ideas, and other stuff." So it is an opinion. Abana soja bana yadwea utimi mfani ina nkase Ghana for na wo de obi so kase mo yina o yes statement na anyway wadwe no there okay na say adwen so a wafa say Ghana for yen ya de say Ghana for ye be enko kakra say immediately whatever now no 7 months here no wanya na say the past 4 years so now what the same opinion
said the whole kase me ba ha na uni ha no me ba ha na maka be bre say ye Ghanaians we want to be like Ghanaians we have to be like Ghanaians me ade ba ko obeto me ha na me ta kana me ko Akufo do ati ta na say me ma hu Akufo do agi loan akodo bia bi but omo bra bia and that amount of money no e betumi aye den constitute so many rules no baba ka kire yen so waye more than 10,000 rules na ye hwe pom na bibia ni ho and na me hu say no ye entrofo aban onya aban ya oka nokre eno no nti na me no igina na efon so enti no saa adwen we a ubisa me na ewo meti ma che me ba ha nyina maka na bebre it is not ene obi a owotie me ha bia nim se maka saa se me bebre say we Ghanaians say ye ade te say Ghana for and say ye try say ye pese kukuru niema kronkran in fact my first of all lie interchange pen na na anu ada so ma fa ayi saa interchange e wo pokuasi the be our hey akwan ye no baby make sense ba akokora me wa no baby e senka ye ni na nipa fa so nya koba no yitimi ye no na ye ka te ye ba akonso a na ye ni se kronkran ye no no atimi se ne ma bepe eno asem na me ka ti agonta ye ne na ma fa ta e wo mi ti ma
e bia na ma mebio e bia na ma mebio na dia me chele se ye wa African baby a o eye fe kwa chen akochire there will be everyone Nigeria
Victoria.
Okay, Timmy. Your friend baby Victoria Island or Nigeria on Victoria Island. I hope say in the Nigeria to tap on some Kabaka visit. Your friend baby Ikeja or Lagos State. I hope say Kabaka visit. Near west part to be so and so Africa the same way. But Adiba American make them be a member only say Ghana was cleaner in the 70s and 80s than today. And it has nothing to do with that. Ghana was cleaner.
That's right.
Cleaner.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Better than today. And it has nothing to do with that. So we are retrogressive. We are progressive.
You all right then? Okay.
Papa, 1 minute. Now me ko. The entire me ka say enye no crash and say all the all akonteka say or say Africa be a fetching. Your friend is saying abruchiri. And until na me used to say no. But so make it one particular crew be dia ebia. And there. know the one particular crew being Kuadia, but Africa, the Okas Africa country there, and then Anambia main tiati. But listen, ye no aye can Africa hano. Baby, my nyina South Africa is one of the reference points. Obetim dia to for abrutire ho. Morocco kura no du Casablanca ohwe ho a timuzo tim de compare brutiri ba Morocco no enye Casablanca nko na ye Morocco no South Africa nye Pretoria nko na ye South Africa ba bi wo ho at this time nyina no moda so sansuo wo bucket tim e de kodware wo dware me wa no ko brutiri hu bi wo ho sa ba bi ani ho a ye sansuo wo bucket tim na nza na ye kodware dabi ba bi ani ho a this ene nyina ye da so kane a wo Ghana ha ba bi ntino abrochire ne die different way anka ye no niema bi a ya ye no kronkran se ye tete so na ye streamline ne yi a ibetumi a ye man nyina ma ba bi enya kane a na ye nya kane a no so a enkogina one point bi ne mumu bi ebenya kakra na aboa ama ye koye ni me no na ye Ghana no ameme hwehwe no it is not about say ye me pese ye yes abrochire no because ye be bre ansa na ye duru ho ne mum se ye sha ase dia ye koye kono ano na ye maintain kakra na ye wono ye betima du sa epo no di papa ere manu be si ha anta makasa ache.
Okay, all right.
Pastor, would you let me
Abi,
ask?
yes, Abi, put a question. Why?
You know what?
Abe
I hope you enjoy in Ghana. You know
we
what?
buy we have more and quiet enough mama.
Okay, enjoy it. That is the weather I like in Ghana.
Yes
Biniwa,
right. Abe
you say you want Ghana to be Ghana.
yes only Ghana to be like Ghana.
Okay. When you were living Ghana, was Ghana the Ghana you wanted?
I don't tell be free ha.
Exactly.
Na Ghana na me peno. Ni tell me free.
Exactly. So I thought by the time you left, Ghana was Ghana. But
No,
the Ghana is not what it was or you
no,
wanted. It has never been anything and you left. Oh no, let me finish. Okay. And your last point you were just saying, you made mention of people going to fetch water and so on. And we don't want, and outside, they don't do that. These are basic things we want to have ourselves. This one, you see this one as we want to be like Akwantufuo.
No, we don't want to be like them.
Exactly. And the third, Biniwa, I've always been telling you people here, and you and Kwabna, these party people, instead of you people coming here to come and argue with us like this, why don't you tell your people that please send me Biniwa, send Basintele, send them to go to programs like this and go and listen and get ideas or get the people involved because we don't know how we get involved. We don't know how we can get involved. Do you understand? That is why we come here and talk about our minds. So if you people think we are insulting you, oh, this boy making two no cry, let me come and bring him and come and disgrace him. If he can't make any change, he can't make any contribution. But you Biniwa, you told us that monkey they do what? That thing they do. Monkey they work, baboon, monkey don't go work, baboon go chop.
Yeah, happened that. Not even
what do you expect us to do?
No, Abe, I know the ideologies in the boom mind. So we are seeing the ideas in the boom mind. So what ideas? Any obia or pay to me ideas in your power. The end of the day, no, or no, I can't boom say. In fact, oh, NDC that way, no money and now we NDC for Binum free by Binny room. MPP for no money and MPP for almost 30 party no. Binum free by video more ideas, be party no. Now, that party no, and I can't boom the kwaji to me. For more kwaji to me, we dear, or money we are a bit dependent on more. And the be adi be omo yo who say enko ye no mo pe outside person amana be wurama bomo. And don't forget to say that party see omo timi kofa education minister dutrum efri America mane beboa enkrofo bebre fifira brochire eba beboa Ghana e kire say ɔmo agye ɔmo tumi awie na mmom baabi bi wɔ hɔ ɔmo hu sɛ simasi na before a ɔmo bɛhu na ɔmo bɛte waseɛ no ɛnyɛ this way because some people feel say said your workers and what's them even they don't have or need that confidence and as a proof or a say one our workers and the work can be my yampa na channel baby who higher fast you and you know the old kind of hane yeah people are listening to you but it will be the old can and the mono so yeah and the omu free so bit my no and yet the same and you know it better say so say all the ideas a bomb one channel bi no ma obetimi afa so but apart from that no
so what are the channels tell us
oh I don't know the ha na meka na be ha na meka
okay Abi now so ubusa question back obusa wi
that's a question
okay all right
my way papa
now before you run away who can sim be say you to abama leaders na oh does it mean say they are wiser than us?
Asem na wabisande Davi nazo ane papa nipa bi e tusu yapa platform we su ha no ye tusu obi say na nze uze na ye mene abemu wo committee bi in fact ye wo nkrofo a ye de omo ye bibia nti say ye nyina hia platform we su Akwantufuo ha na ye ubie wa no afre nkrofo bi say oh mume ya de bi mame na wo tusu asimasi a enye wise asset na mum eye knowledge a wo fi say omo wo ho nimde so ho enti ahaze you know say ba ne nimde say ye pe obi a obetumi edis aye yesika sem ho adwuma obehu say anya hwi nipa mienu amiensa bi bebu abedin wo ha say pe obi a odi medical instructions am we hu bibia knowledge bia ye be frɛ Dr. Jingo anameboa wo pe obi ma na kire wo ba se na wo frɛ papa be jeze wa ante na waje wo frontia kire se obi a ne position ndi no matter what Ghana fo nyina be hunu se simasi na ye nyina ya to aba ma ne de e kire se wa kan sem bia ma ya tese no wo ade ne hunim de so wo hu na wo ne nim de so ntimi kire mu sa ma ni pa ne nko mu adwene mu enko mu tim bebre enti se ye de mo a kire se ye hunu so omo better than us in terms of leadership and they are prepared, they are ready for leadership and no more buy a horse and farm. In fact, Ghana ni be answering co-crum to occupy leaders or mayor president. A president if we are any politician and a backroom back country and say, ye perceive ye demon him ye Ghana see any see and no Emma and nama friends I could do and any pair or more pay to the way now one and then a mayor tomorrow. And not just say, no, I'm one alone. And India or more, and I say, or more, I can't say. You know, more was a meeting with your mind. So, at the moment, you know, somehow, no, or more, or one in Yansantia, because the every Yansan say, or more Jimmy, Eden at the beer tomorrow.
Okay, all right.
They are ahead of us.
Okay, it's Semetwasi ya ochechire mu say ye nyina no obia e wo no field and obia wo no capabilities right enti obia e wo the knowledge background bia when need be for us to get something done we know who to follow maybe what okay enti leaders no more knowledge no e wo de ho
was the leadership ankasa no ye nko school nemum and I say president die ye nini school of presidency sebia okowie pe eno timi ye nemum omonim de omo ne say omo pa manyosem enti omanya nimde a ye di yo amanyosem a omo ba wonten a they will let you understand the say enka Ghana hai for instance enche bia NDC for ka kire kuku akua for say aban no a owo ho no sika no ode to no otono aboofo based on the onyan international market no eno sa asem no se we kuku akua ni a wonim ho enso kua NDC ni no atima ko verify ya hu price e de to international market e de abekere wo ama waje de say anu hwehwe mu aso wo hu say the NDC ni no kan ya mpo de say aban yu bu ye kwase o nti ene NDC ni akyerɛ wɔ amamu sɛdeɛ ɛsesɛ asi kɔ waka asɛm akyerɛ wo nti no you are expecting NDC sɛ ɔba a ɔbɛto kokoo no mu ama wo nti no ama woto aba no ama no sisi a so wahu nti ɔmo nim deɛ ne sɛ amamuo no sɛdeɛ ɛsesɛ nka ɛkɔ no ɔmo ɛma wo te ateɛ sɛ sei na ɛsesɛ nka yɛyɛ no yɛba a yɛbɛyɛ ne saa ama wo nti ɛno ti ama yɛto ma ɔmo na nipa ɔwɔ nyansa etimi de kɔhwehwɛ na wa wade okoko kura wanti man ko verify price market price no ɛkyerɛ sɛ at least ɔyɛ ahead of you.
All right, now what say ɔmo deɛ ɔka sɛ politics ɔmo deɛ ɔmo politics ho nim deɛ nyɛ saa saa na ɔka no
amamuo ho nim deɛ amamuo
nti tumidie
deɛ ɔmo yɛ no kura deɛ nyɛ amamuo nim deɛ ɔmo tumidie ho nim deɛ ɔmo deɛ ne tumi na ɔmo di ɔmo
is it possible sɛ obi betumi agye tumi but the person may not know how to use that tumi no
yeah papa say JJ Rollins ye bi wɔ Ghana JJ Rollins J power no ɔde malimam because ohun sɛ ɔno no na onye capable of managing that affairs no so the malimam ba ɔkɔ tena agye no ohun sɛ bi a deɛ na ɔ expecting sɛ nka ɔnyɛ no mpo no wantimi anya nti na sɛ ɔso ɔno aso ɔbɛyɛ den ɔbɛtry ne best ɛno ne deɛ nneɛma yɛ hu yɛ no eti tumi no deɛ nyɛ obi a na gye a otumi onim amamu
ana tumi no ohwɛ a ne purpose ɛne sɛ yɛde bɛma development aba sɛ ne wɔyi ano meboa
yeah that's right
nti sɛ ohwɛ the scenarios that we've been through in Ghana now would you say the very ones who may have knowledge as to how to win power no they have commensurate knowledge as to how to bring to development
papa me say my eno ano krada da say so far no Ghana no omo di anim no omo ye below belt aka na hada dada nye na nkwa na meka omo di anim nyina no omo ye below belt but among them no na me ma choose say this one is better than this because me I'm not ready to lead Ghana but those ones are omo lead Ghana no there me ma choose size say this one is better than the other one. That is why me follow with na me ba no amede me reasons ba dintia and say me ba be gina ha say omu nyina nye no okay who is the next because say Ghana ye me mafu a na mahu sa apafo me no we nya enti afo no nda ho na nkranti ntwa mafu na na dabi say me penny pa the right thing and who is the right person how can you identify them say who di man ka kire na yina ye ni wachi that's not yeah, the answer say Brahim Traore about modern or Burkina Faso, no about modern or Ghana. And that is it.
Okay, all right. Ben Abenewa, you better say why. No, we see me with a question. I know them pa. Me just to hold them for now. Thank you. Niyanko Abe so. Na Abe so Nkebi. Natibongo, I come to you right after Abe. Get yourself ready. Enti Abe. Say oh dia yanko ozu yi dia shobo.
Baba Smiley, you threw in the tower early for Biniwao.
Why?
Because the guy deserves a lot of punches that Biniwa. If he's listening, one question I want to ask him is based on the incident which happened. I'm not talking about wider issues like how they are managing the economy and all those things. But based on what happened, I think they conducted the funeral and so on today. What does it think the government should take serious after this particular incident? Do you understand? It should come and tell us, based on this particular incident, what the government should take serious. Anyway, so Abasbali, Adrian Ketsi, what is the topic at stake today?
And then if you had that, why, Mr. O? And if you had that, into the show, and then why?
Yeah, I don't know whether Mr. Chun has addressed this issue already, but I learned Mama either he's trying or he has established a fund in response to the 8 people who died. Papa Smiley, when Major Muhammad died, was there any fund set up? As far as you know.
So omo something for ne mano. They did something to that effect.
No, but was there a fund set up?
I don't know if a dino na best sandia so, but I understand something to support the family was put up.
Okay.
Yeah.
When circle happened, was there a fund set up?
Circle dear no. I'm say every requirement is set. Abranti bi no waka say some sika bi ana wo senka aban promises or the bema wo na wo chase ne de. Me ti say obi can be bisa.
So it means there was no fund set up for those incidents.
Oh well, if you say it and you don't do it there, then there's no fund.
Yeah. So which means every incident which will happen, we need to set up a fund for that, right?
Him say I say committee structure na bibi ana ate committee ni bi.
So this is what Biniwa is telling us, that these people we are seeing, they are so good, they are better than all of us. So whatever they are doing, we should lie down and worship them. These people. Papa Smiley, setting up the fund is not the solution. You understand? Setting up a fund in response, in reaction to these things are not the solutions. Unless they want to tell us that this particular incident is going to be the last which will happen. It could happen that by the time they finish that 4 years, funds all over the place. Is this not a waste or misplaced priorities? Unfortunately, we misconstrue our government. What government is for governance. You understand? Governance is the result of what these people are achieving, what they are churning out for us. That is the governance. But that is not what we are getting. And people like Biniwa and Kwabna will come and say they've done well. You see, Biniwa is condemning the road. What do they call Pokwasi interchange? You understand? Biniwa is condemning it because it was not built by his government. But he will praise Circle, the one they call Dubai. And they will tell us that Mahama is infrastructure in. You see, when they were, by 2016, that was the problem I was telling them. That infrastructure for infrastructure's sake, to me, is rubbish. Maybe that is not what we need. The cost benefit do not add up. So we don't need to do it. But for political expediency, they think the people need physical structures. So they have to do it. Biniwa, you see, when we come and talk here, we are not saying they should come and NDC should come and take me. There are equally better Ghanaians somewhere who can do the job. Of course, if they come for me, I'll deliver my best. Because Ghanaians are performing better somewhere. But why is it that we cannot transfer or translate the same performance when we go home? Because those, you said these people are wise. Sam George was working here recently. Then Sam George has become minister. I say Sam George is so clever. Sam George. Or Kujetu. Or who? What is what you are mentioning, Biniwa? These people were just walking on the streets of Accra or Kumasi or somewhere. Then because we've put a different clothing on them, you think because of that they are so clever. Such that any decision they take should be sacrosanct. Biniwa, look, we are criticizing them for them to do better. If you're a good leader, if you're a good manager, you accept criticism and improve upon what you are doing. But because our part of the world, we value mediocrity. The more mediocre you are, the more people praise you. Simply because you have sycophants, you have what we call money cardless. They don't see anything wrong with what you do. Do you understand? But Biniwa is good, you have been able to identify. So you should know that all the so-called structures, you made mention of something, blogs. You see, all these things must be subject to scrutiny, cost-benefit analysis. And the cost-benefit analysis should not only be done by NDC people. But because you people don't want criticism, seasoned criticism, if it is MPP doing it, they only gather their MPP people because they do groupthink. Groupthink, nobody criticizes anything. You don't say anything negative about the thing. You all want to think the same. So whether at the point you do groupthink, you think the thing is over and the thing is perfect until somebody comes to say, "Oh, this thing is not." That is why. So that is what you are telling us now. Look, the whole thing is the country is not being well managed. The country is not being well managed. That is a problem. That is the problem. Look, if you go, we have NADMO. Okay. NADMO, this particular incident has raised a question about the effectiveness or even the efficiency of both NADMO and the military. It has raised a lot of question marks, a lot. It has shown how incapable. It's like our military is in a snooze mode all the time. They are in a snooze mode. It's like this is telling us what we should expect if somebody should attack us today. The same applies to NADMO. Does it mean NADMO is only operating in Accra? Or where are NADMO offices? Does it mean our military is only stationed in Accra? We hear, our military, they go to Achiasi and all those things. So they only used to molest us about these things or what? Because Ghana military is supposed to take over. It's supposed to own every territory of Ghana. I expect them to have established units across the country within certain radius. But hey, this is Ghana. Look, if I don't see any changes within the next 1 month to 2 months, then these people have died in vain. You understand? They've just died in vain. And the change should be far-reaching. But has Mama got the leadership will to do that? Has he got the people to do that? Because if a whole defense minister could just go like that, and they carry him like people who have killed some Kwesiebi and put it in the bag, hey, come on. Then all the government could do is set up a fund. If NADMO is there, NADMO should be having some of these things. We need, if there's a need for this, we need a national, maybe emergency fund or something. But you can't say every incident you set a fund for A, for B, for C, for come on. What kind of management is this? So what about the 15 or 16 children who died? Why don't we have funds for them then? So Biniwa, when we are talking, I don't believe in governance as building physical structures. So the physical structures are basic. They are basic things we should not even think about. Biniwa, you are telling us since you came to Ghana, there is no light out. So to you, it's an achievement. Something that if you are in Spain, it doesn't even, you don't even think of it 1 minute. You are in Ghana, and because it's there, it's an achievement to the government of the day. These things are supposed to be basic things that we should not worry about. Road network, transport network, energy, these are things which are supposed to be, if Ghana is being well managed. What we should be doing or be worried about is how to improve employment rate, maximizing revenue to do things we cannot. These are the things we should be thinking about, though. Not you make one road, Akwantufuo, make Obechembilamte circle, then making swagger. Come on, then they are calling him another guy, then that's it. Anyway, you want us to be doing the same to Mama. Some of us will not do that too. Do you understand? So when we say Ghana is not being well managed, we are not talking about the physical structures. The physical structures are supposed to be basic. It is the physical structures that they go and use our names to take loans, mountains of loans. They manage by debt, imposing debt on us. Do you understand? There shouldn't be, but the point is the loans become loans and problem because they don't even use the loan for what it's supposed to. They share the money among themselves. That's a problem. That is a problem. You are telling us we should cut our coat according to our sizes. So then we don't need to go for huge loans then. You understand? But the people you are following, just go and take the loan and share it among themselves and do something. Oh, these people, let me do something for them and, silence them. They go and take the loan and share among themselves. Then this one, you say we should not talk. You say we should not talk? Look, me, Rollins, from day one, I never bought into him. I never supported him. Look, most of the problems we are going through started from Rollins didn't lay good foundation. He didn't lay good foundation for us. I've always been citing this example. When Rollins came to power, I think about 3 months. I think whether the AFRC time or his 1982, 81 thing. When a similar incident to what has happened, that incident was a smoking gun for Rollins to streamline our building construction sector. 16 children fell into a manhole. That was a smoking gun to say, hey, come on, the way we are constructing these are no good. Let's bring in standards. No, but he used that occasion to make himself like a hero. He's tried to go into the pit, go and rescue the people. That is not a solution we need. That was not a solution. Biniwa, look, this particular incident which happened, which killed these 8 people, two questions. The government need to address emergency response to incidents. This particular aspect, emergency response systems. Do we even have emergency response systems, early warning signs? Baba Smiley, you know here, this, I don't know whether this is last week or this week. They've tapped all our mobile phones here. And they are going to send, I think, less than 5-second message to every resident in UK on your phone, just to test their emergency response systems. That in case there's nuclear thing or in case there's anything, everybody, the message they will send across, everybody will hear it. This is Uibu. I understand Biniwa when Biniwa says we have not reached this level. But we don't have to do it on this scale. So the government should review our emergency response systems, if we have any. If we don't have, how can they implement something of the sort? We have the institution, NADMO and all these co-mininis around. Then two, our approach or our attitude towards risk management, including health and safety. We should review these things. And these are things which can, enhance the standards of living of the people. These things I'm mentioning, they are not physical structures, but these things contribute more improved living standards than the buildings. Because if the buildings are there and you cannot enjoy it or you cannot benefit from it to its fullest, it's useless. We claim to have bought a helicopter. You see what the helicopter has done to us? Because we downplay health and safety, response, emergency response, it's nil. Our attitude towards risk management, and it's a serious. When I go to Ghana and I see people gathering, I worry. You see, when the Accra Stadium, sports stadium thing happened, we didn't do anything. We didn't do anything. So, well, Papa Swal is unfortunate. We have a long way to go. We have a very, very long way to go. Unfortunately, most of our people, when you people try to cover for these so-called, I don't see any politician in Ghana. They are not politicians, they are liars. Because we see politics as who can lie the most, who can, outwit the other the most. This is not politics. Politics is not about lying. It's not about manipulating people. It's not about, stealing things. You understand? Then people like Biniwa will say, oh, because they are the cleverest we have. These people we are seeing, Sam George is clever than who? Okujetu Ablakwa is clever than who? Or who again? Because we all cannot go there. That is okay, you people should go and do it. But that doesn't mean they are above reproach. Well, some of us, we don't want to boast. So we don't. Biniwa, I think some of the people, when they talk, because they are not leading your party, you write us off. But I don't need to express confidence to people like you.
Okay, Abe, NFSC, why? NFSC. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
we've given like you a free run.
Because, when MPP was on, I used to tell you, Kwabra and his people, that it's not you. I want to sit down with Kenu Foriata. I want to sit down with Baumia and talk sense to him. Do you understand? It is the people at the helm we want to deal with, not you, foot soldiers. No, me, I want to deal with your so-called big guys. What made Ovorata big? What made Baumia big? What made Sam George big? Even your mama, what made him big? Eh? Mama was just a clerk at Japanese embassy. Then you come here and tell me Mama is sensible? We all cannot occupy the post, so we should do it. So that doesn't mean you should come and run short over us. But as well, let somebody come.
Okay, all right then. Abi, ewie ni deɛ. Nati bongo wɔ hɔ.
Yeah, Papa.
Nati.
Ade. Papa.
Ɛno nso mete sɛ wo nso woacharge paa nyɛ asɛm ketewa. Wo nso woacharge.
Yeah, Papa. Yeah, but I say member ene nya boma so.
And there be ene if you had a Bogyae nti no ye di ahye mu.
But so na yeah, it will be yeah. Papa, the entire make charge say your Ministry of Gender Education, Mamimfa, and then I'm say omo tutorial no. Say you join when in fact, Papa. I was watching Dr. Manibwama Nemano tribute and Papa, I told him
Yeah, to nka so.
say nipa regardless of your political affiliations. Say do baby pass and I'm shame crano. And the bad boy in the UC Gina or chef for no share no opportunity. Come on, and it's for I don't know, me you be a mayor weeks, but I'm young who maybe any so free by me, and then it's so free when I say, but then I have to wipe it off. I don't know. I mean, any part. I mean, not minima the corner say ni so at time. But by the way, any party there, BB says here, won't say we want to come qua dear BB Sana and but Papa, me honum na. Binti I make many abre and run and say, Johanna and crabby, almost 70 yemi, because I'm chroma copy. And see, Papa, I say, the ama abbey, any amount for Bahano Mokas system no is not working. It's not by far. Me no me Papa, me first time free baby. Yes, sir, I sorry be now more call and Panama Pine said in Ghana. Your ma kwanya ne kwa sorry me this your call camp meeting. Not your call. Na your kwa you could switch your name be brilliant. And cry your mama kwanya. So according to our sorry no and granny drew certain age be a call church or money may be with the new most maybe sorry no free say Sani say your mom. Papa, I caught the entire accident in the band. You should also send bound. You can't one year Jan Hogot and there was a say him. Because one, the question is say, according to sources, no, apart from driver not in Chronicle, only pay movie our car and Chronicle. Our Omdomoko come meeting. First, the name was Sunday school teachers are your class, sorry, Omukaya. It is a driver and a speedy crown. I'm saying pay Mutika and Mutino. I would be catch them and say, Master, and crowd okay him slow down. And I said, driver, can I know? Chili and Kragu can him. But according to Miss sources, no, a young cranning qua and a never can him. Now, young can accident in particular. Do you think that Cromwa, your qua, sorry, it drew come apostolic church, your qua? Then Cranberry qua, your fat bass and one, a double ties. For transit, double ties. Near the Crana Gum near the Omako. One was Sunday school, Madame Eka. Ube say a Crano or more Munonian Eka. When your Corbanian penny 4 and Pastor Elder won't fed 4 Eka. And Papa, I shouldn't see none of this as soon as me can not a can cry. And also the nature of car no car needs to go now. Papa, I don't think airbags be crowd woman and I say. If you sense be or can cry, if you say can't cry, be I have flat type. Just none of this. By the way, we have accident in France to see any day. And yes, see Eddie. Now, your Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection. And over honum. My question I make can say social media for the attempts, especially TikTokers, you the attempt and sana. Yeah, mammy, Dr. Agnes, now, Momo let anybody who said no, I say to me, you should say anything, nasi. Now, again, and a some ministry way, and what the man, sir, and quite our for. Are they providing them with counsel? They said you better cancel my phone because anything on World Health Organization say Ghana for being yes on for more. Because Mammy be Mama Kuma and Sam actually right now, case now we all have channel our energy to and a year cost only penny for you. It's Papa, Mammy, no, I'm going to general. A woo every I didn't say and find me no a call because you need social a UBA a council and Mammy for you. And one church how will make my recover. And this idea among for Baha no dear can be prepared because young net America, young net UK, young net abroad. Why would you say a sad way if you abroad? The government will support these parents. They will make sure some back council to make sure say on bet my bomb with a demo. Provide them with anything. I bet my mom money even though and crown maybe. And then they see Ghana nana. Papa, there be. It's a me who says, I know me who say, Mr. Baby, I'm etino. Says, I never cost one of me boo ya food. I didn't think I want that ministry. Next time ministry way is not providing anything, and we all have channeled our energy to one, you can say a state or more anyway. It's okay. We will be yeah, like I said, it will be yeah. But crown no idea. I'm very much concerned about it because you see the 2 man the amount crying Chima and Chimanos and cry. So I say, and he best Ghana no I president na yon cost no. These are the things I more my own. I broach here. Near Casa broach and anything who would just be when I had an accident, that accident at Ghana Cabadis and Papa coming through common fact. I come from me through Baku. When I had an accident with my Alfa Romeo, if I send you the picture of Alfa Romeo near the car will be surviving you won't believe it. Papa wouldn't marry because road no a tree bakunam ha. When Connie went here, Anna Quani ya baby. It told me now, it told me Sano. Say a commercial one, Cabadis, I'll be a bass in Tewu. Because I Caribbean went to know. I was a Tommy course, and then me name it, I'm not in the Indian who baby and 5 remember baby. When I had an accident, Papa, within 5 minutes, 5 ambulance, 10 police cars. Me as you no man do for me to send me Tiano. They were there to save, so make sure say best save me life. Do you think Ghana's anibisi? Ghana obianya accident to hono. Because we don't have ambulance, and I said that system now. Everything the other day, no accident to be ambulance. If you gonna be an accident here, now we say Timamufuo now walk on and crash, and we walk around Papa. Only the basics, that general basics. Let's say obi accident here. Nena yesona ha ye chana hand ye enough. It won't say obi walk around now can accident in buy no on but because of lack of knowledge now. And for we don't provide them with this basic knowledge. Because Papa, when that accident happened, no, me who said, me pay and who said, cars be break down on beside you okay? Are you okay? Me see that none of these people don't better touch me because what you fear can from my same see and also be to fear to me found something you unless you call or more authorized to come and do the investigations. Papa, these are the things that are more my own mind. And your mind is said, down this local cuckoo. Bank of Ghana hospitals, local cuckoo, who just look like ma. You. So, my concern this year, because Papa, this accident, a bit mad to me. Yeah, you call Ghana, said you, yes, I call for, yes, I trust us, I call it there. You, because, see, I'm here. Near for your own to system, no, I need you message in yet. Na enkra obu konya accident wo you can say Ghana over ambulance no obi dey twibidi obi dey twibode papa you good office of abrochi be pan na so okay o wiase we mu a ye de ambulance e twebode police car SM petrol no we hwe na e ditwi da ni ditwi eja papa it is so brony people kromo na so you say na ekosi abrofo nim dim no omu abrofo o magimi ba wo say o magim o ye nkrasefo agimi chen ya bi before kra anything na system no ubedru highway na highway patrol wa hye no hom some one do wa hye no kama asale carbon check no gina ho we are ya no do ati wo no ati am 250 no start the call record for now insurance e kosoro ti so insurance 200 we hwe na 280 the next time we drive problem say hey baby and we need starting be to o mo hwe na ya suspend all licenses you can't drive again so and then my system yes system na system say na ya sam kapa and ayi omo ye no we ye cap sika man for back send ho VAT be pie mo ho a eno nko asa atwe Ghana kwa tiri ayi brochi anka boko hwe ayi ase ne do mu a ha mo hwe ne fe bon se boko dede bia ni boko ayi we didn't say 2 3 no ye call ye djuma ye na ya spend the whole day atotum over the cool say no say system is not working. When the system is not working, it's not about say network you do and I say yes Ghana yes ye ku ye nka bet the baby is saying kiyan kwano we dey compare na ma ye dey na cancel amote ho me papa ma me te o me bi so mu bi wo mu ka bi kire ye omutimi ka bi kire so dey compare papa Ghana ye ku ye chi kwa so bi sam panimfo a omu kwame nkroma mamuo ene panimfo na mamuo omo ye dey compare ye ku ye chi ena nimdia ba ye na nanom no mu ni mobile phone ena mobile phone papa hwe ba a wo hwe ba bi obi afiri bi no wan se so Ghana me meti wo ha yo ha of atwum wo tema we wo ha etima be sia one platform e kasa first na bi no was that but they were able to use that nyamenyan sana odiam omo no nimdia na ohun say we red and we second me the come inside moja beba no they omu use that common sense no and they were able to live so I didn't think me and now bet meja wallet do bibia go phone so and then me na ma ngita wallet be first na wallet kakraka na go
Agozi.
Adenesi.
Agozi oh.
yeah papa me you know yasemo
I did lie.
I'm for friend me see man be say me na me be born tough na me ko
Okay, all right. I want to find out. Yeah, me near change my jahen.
yo eti papa de me kan nyina ne say ye best re se ye kekere o man di ma enchiri ma enu nti na papa abrochire enkura ho won faso nye so mo won faso chen ye omu ye nipa chen ye o but omu ye asset to the state nti say ukoja oba ofie na usu upie kota ade aba quick na akra ne su na ni neighbor fusa akra bi su obopru obi ambie na ofre police you go to court you be fa akra ne de ne ko you look you be say bisa question na antasu mu a wawo ba wanyem no nan ma wato uhuni bi nti na oba o ha yo ha enkra pa gwegu ha no ko fa sta ko ma unya bi krampo I can't say we don't to me tell between control was 3 4 not the call based on your income papa your best friend say better to your mind there and your best friend and kwana wo Ghana now through Ghana be papa ne I'm not saying say I will for more responsibility anything emra wo no so I say anything emra wo no but the cost enya no bi na me hu no we so na me de ma no si no papa 30 seconds pe na no ade si me ade bi ko so anya me de kwan e fa so di bottle sisters. I don't want to repeat myself again. Where you know come back to Ghana soldiers, you see training or more far because I think say any concept had Obia Cradin and Saka. Obia a honum should have been crime scene. That's any crime scene. Crime was the police. As them sister was police no more yellow bia there's a to be cockra. Unless I train a mom wouldn't him dear or signing when baby. But oh yeah, yeah, also American only at time me partner to bottom. Me kra me hu video mfise bi obi na kwa afumu akotwa bank akotu bank bi ejo de ko ne fufu bi adi and answer na me te say next na say what oh papa these are the things that o maye tie ka say amanfo bu anu amanfo bu afu a o mu di bufu because yen na tia broche tia majority of us tia broche and you all know how the system works instead interest ye di enwu achinje so now when you move fast in the chest and I'm saying where you wake up call at the Ghana say Ghana and man say with this and Nema air course so these days they are papa then I don't know so where you are your wake up call and from my soldiers the way see training soldiers and the soldiers not the BI soldiers for Guram no more real and can't not memory not soldiers for them for a sim near Domo yet Nina is part of the training but I say Jamashia bebrebe na Domo real and can't I want for your bro Kwabranya ye B2 ya say or case of bad Ghana say ya be spray Ghana or ye probably near to win and can't wuram jamari and candia Ibrahim Traore na no be military equipment pa akwana package ko he said Burkina Ghana yes that's man no ye little mistake no jemba ko men na ne Ghana nyina free ho near to we na helicopter nya accident bepo men ne yen say dan huni fare by papa bia yen hu bibia say ye say ah there be yes akoko ko school kan wo abrochie me ye doctor me ye we kan wa say me Ghana de mani me di kan me say me wu a yen ma ya papa wo kese me wu a pompum sie ma ha because they cost we pa wo Ghana ho we ni we na me say ko dance out there say me nya sumdwe o yi person wu we na me say me koka ni de e do mo fa me Springfield cemetery ya
okay yo that's it say asumdwe bia nso come at a cost me boa nti ye do be hye ho de batem say hozu ya na boarding kakra nti no prepare for that one as well yo akwasi metie wo nsem na nso kama emu ohwam say de mebusa ye be ma bene wa no ono agi to mu say the knowledge to win power is not the same as the knowledge to govern. And sometimes someone may have the money to buy a car, but that person may not have the knowledge to drive the car. Into a fast driver, not driver netrino. And as what talker, but without the knowledge to drive, or say, Massa Jennifer, it is there. Na so we ya mamu no na de toto said ye free omo the reason why we put them in places of authority now you can simply say they have the knowledge said your kind to win power but then the knowledge to govern India it is out of the window. It is simply out of the window. And some of the basic things that you think say it should be done in our country, you realize you say and you may sit back and then you watch them and then you may say they are doing something pretending to work or as if they are nah that is not how things work. And say uti akwasi nsem a wo kan ahomete I don't know life just took me through a certain video just a while ago. Now how children are being transported to events and what have you know. Na me hu America omo car na e fankola no. Utimu se car na ye formidable ankasa. na ɛno akyi no car no bɛgyina na nkwadaa no bɛsi a mehu sɛ baa bi abie wɔ anim hɔnom a stretch to the front of the car, the track no friend track. Mehu front deɛ no mehu akyire deɛ no. Now I think say just off head the reason why mehu ne saa ne say driver no say bia akwadaa bi esi na ɔpɛ sɛ bia ɔfa car n'anim a that bar no wouldn't allow akwadaa to do that. And it stops akwadaa to come and stand in the blind spot of the driver. Which is also a good thing. It stopped the children from just crossing the road straight away, and so wonderful, amazing. It say we share how we carry our children, especially school children, also back home, and also another concern. I have been me call Ghana me who how these private schools carry the kids from home to school. I watch it and I ask myself so many questions. Once me call here me jina school bi mu na who said amanfo edo omo me be school no omo sanso do on 2 occasions. I saw them coming to pick their kids, and one time I went there in the morning and I saw them bringing their children. You see, child safety on our routes, especially when we are carrying these children, no, it's just not there. There was one time I was taking the family somewhere, and for some reason, Akwantufuo frɛ me, egyina me, na ɔmo gyina me no, ɔmo hwɛ nkwadaa mmiɛnsa na ɔmo te car anim no, na by law no, right? By law, all me and nyinaa should be in child seat. All of them. In fact, it was it took us about 45 minutes, and sana omo hear conversation among themselves. Omo say okay. They are just allowing me to go and get the appropriate child seat for those girls in the car, because say if they had not come to that an agreement, they would have given me some points and fined me on top as well. And see, the child safety, no, they don't. And see, okoye my Ghana mua school for na yede omo private schools no omo do omo cars ko form no hardly ana abehu ne say sa van na se for no omo fa the right capacity, the right number of children. I was say will be atna ka ni unya bidda. Back in time, I remember I know of a school we mudi na omo the pickup truck and kulani go etete pickup nechi ene fan kola. Yes, ene na omo the fan kola pickup en kulani tete pickup nechi. Eja henu wo ho.
Eja henu.
Eja henu ne am my adwuma che, right? Na ansana wo beba no me moya we say o na o Christian, but me person ka ma bombardie no wo ahene champon akasa na omu wia na onso wasum fefefe na afi no waka de na wadada adwumadi no amaye fefefe enso amaye why.
But he said some won't.
Some so
no ambassador and offer but once maybe can buy
of a wedding so yes of a wedding so yeah of a wedding so that's right
Dr. Jingo
so about that's right so so some
can buy
Dr. Jingo the can buy okay Dr. Jingo over to Nianamana. Over to Dr. Jingo. Okay, that one is settled. But I think Sir Prince they can buy, and yes, it should be Prince Dr. Jingo, or Wahine, and then it follows in that order of a wedding zoo intino. Mohwɛ ne sa.
Got it.
Why?
Got it.
Why? Okay. All right then. Enti sɛ Bombardier bɛyɛ ready dia on kan deɛ na yɛnto aso mfiri hɔ. Why? Bombardier.
One lady machi.
The odi wachi Dr. Jingo. Sɛ saa na meka no, yeah. Dr. Jingo. Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Jingo.
Dr. Jingo. Ɔnkɔ ana?
Okay, manum bra na maba.
Okay. All right then, Dr. Jingo. Yo.
Yo.
Doc, yanko. What? Yanko. Na nso yi de ɛhyɛ obo ene day. Akwasi nsɛm a ɔkae no, one of the things that we may have to run over here and document what would make our roads safer. What would make our roads safer? And we have documented. You see, I established the power, the knowledge to win power. It's not the same as the knowledge to govern. We will support them with the knowledge to govern. I say, never bit my improve. Kama, ama ya. Yo, enti, Dr. Jingo, and so, and yeah, Doctor, how can I say? I'm Dr. Jingo soon you're ready. Enti, any or why champion? I told last so no memoaba na okay bi a eja he no why he offer body and then it carries on from there. Why? Into Karachi, so ultimate can on mute home. And if you ada brother be the shop boy on come o dey na etie.
Kilentia.
Kilentia oh. Back we dey killer one try you be fra azuli. What do I say?
Azuli. Make him with that.
You have Azuli.
Make him with that.
Because killer we there. I was said there. You can't. The five is the number campaign. Killer would you have five Ghana deal. You have Joe Abutiri 5 there. What do I say? Killer Utia de I am Frazuli. One Tia de I Frazuli.
All there. Oko so if you job oko job na. Oko for banki.
That's right.
E money boy budo job.
They no omu here Azuli kura omu abo no kama on say no quite seven they say hit woman him so
yes
hit na woman him say ja unya credit kakra bia na dia o dia ahwehwe sa na man we bia na dia to hot so kada che to aso boy come
hit waves there e be quite be back to be pure control radio and I would just yes sir.
Eno ana kada chi eno ana
buffer Ghana celebrate your control radio na edu ho no papa me chiao
me je so pa nti se say the address eja hanu ene samsafo na monto aso why
me address eja hanu ofa kwa me aha ne din no
nti who yi de shop no na wa address no
Eja 200.
Eja ahenu, yes, ahenu, yeah.
Yo.
Yeah.
Okay. Eja, yo, let's just say.
Adumo. Enra de emse oko dai sumia chinyu adwini.
Efa, debi me see me na me my mama jemadi. Majimadi. This way be. Emo convince me. Because they say, if I say, party time no, party time no, they say no. Abase, I was see a dinner no one mona. One me ako to abamomo. Debi ani e tujum. Mama, yeah, bibi. And me who say Akwantufuo radio no oh my Ghana no yeah and this is a now you who be away never see a cacono and I'm say MPP Abidia Bloko and Tishana NDC baby a yina ya see yano and then the corner or mamma yam becase or man sham yam beca now I say I didn't see that your basha see idiot or mom home because it's a can see near castle or mountain. Said the air cannon, ye can say Omusha no mountain. Na and you say you be see Beguso Ako and when him and when he no a dos or yaw no a windy parkumo of a dos to do and you soon and not who said a brand to Black Sheriff Ako Kulebu Hospital. I think said maternity ward. And a ma or ma wa or mun to a bill. Or could train per bear and you do a ma one more. I just say, a year did you see a Kulebu Honomo.
Oh,
Anka or Maya, Anka a good year and a Japadia, the Maya city, and I call a good year be a good year to do swans and cause and cobano, Oko wa. And once we shall come on. Yes, this is our no man. You need side in it. Incident here, see, now I could see come once to me. And then we shall be, and man, she be so one more because one more no almost she and none come more expect to say, Anka. At one we had no many gloves. No money, no money, almost some of the bare hands and everything. As I said, and we are over the most share about 2 months. I just say, after a more year, said money in our house. Woman to say, I'm from cry, I don't must send a BBC. No, Queen say, you know, ye. Money in a year, area who papa. Now, 1 month, dear, say, more 4 months ago, can't get to a bit. Now, I'm on friend in also in Finland and Cassia, don't the aye, and then the aye, and then the aye. Almost I will come here, papa. Over. Almost a baby, noise be what deeper ground, and mammy break. Noise be, are they? Hello?
If you're Jahan, home, you never know. Or the Casa will be, why?
Aha, but that's the people, papa. Disturbing before. 80 Omani, baby, the more your man of Chum. I can't comedian come in my bam buffet, come in Momo. Say, I say, your mom, Quanka Cromonia Jumana, as I came on with Macadian Cabusme, and then you in the day. Oh, now I did about quite major Uncle Korea, ya can't swear. Galam say, now wasn't get me wait because once I did be a noble move for and I want dear to the movie bring 10. Because we could see backyard now, we share singing in an one say at the end, and Nippona can't say. Abandon them went to me and you went to my young baby. And John Conu by wait ye, and then say, when ya say, and then a free nail corner near who say, I didn't want to swing, can you swing in a Kenyati? But they say, cry, yes, they say, cry, the other corner do so quiet, the corner after the month for 2 days. It's a mommy go for ye. Look at me, because we move for a move for ye, because you share idea this idea about my dad here. Me say go for him people in this for nobody in you, papa. Omani in you, more to do. Omo tono way beyond say obi a president call America and say obi a president for Europe. Baby, presidency go. Omo did that do. Omo to do. Omo nya hwi. Hwe Kumasi Accra road is some stretchy. And then I may say it's what town no mama. Oh, kwa wo mo ko no mo ba nyina. Traffic jinemusa. Oh, money. Omayi omadi no ko tena eyi ase and the suni is obi nka se mo bi su bibi die but said ye no pa and no man NCN and the ye o 20 bibi to no asa to sa no die oh esa na the AC sara ho kra na won se na wo no won be so be fa ho na bibi sha oh won fe so be fa ho e di no mo ye sara papa wo drive you wo nam kwamu che se funtum bibia bafra mbuso nson bosome nson because oh no cre omo ko ma se o ma no wontimi nti omu bia we kan ase an de bosome nson ni de ene bosome nson de eyembre akosi fa court is o de wana e de wo djuma wo do no mo yo mo si 24 hours mo fo bi ko court no ni asem na man ko ti ko gogun ne nji sika maye papa du ko en se wo be kan asem na mintimi ma capture asem yi aha wo ka se ase ye wo adwene etim da dankofo de be di win election but nyansa eni ni die di buma ni die papa na mi shiraw be peke asem ni ye pa wo mu ni bi akase sem ni hantan sem ni die fu mu ko amamwo ni nye classroom die o amamwo ni ebo enye nyina practical susu ya ka ho papa if nyansa ni kwan e faso di tuo na mo e ka ho akwagwa ese wako tena class wako business o vo se bia wako business o school tro vo se business bia oba between unim dia una o ko tena class no be dia be business bi sa na enti sa o mo nam ground no mo ye kakaka no no mo transit se business a me do overtake you on me share business one dey ko ye business o school buy ya wo so be business o ko se ma wa so si dia kwa ko du yin fa enye grassroots ya ene ko ye sa and the be almost say they can say there are people make my establishment job na so yet creative be establish what mo to me na omo from president mo nyina the politics musa ko no die nyina no mo ne musa na e bi ba ministers the prime minister dia ba president e yes ko do mo fa mu a enti no nim die fa say this chira die e di so for pem e ma di timi ni pati benefits ade no omo nya bi da omo de ne se kwan bi be fa so bi wianko a no mo nyimo and ye decide the way to for 30 something years you go to follow that trend you follow that trend now because when why you be that and we say no watch home and we say the way and what can I say it one no there be and this ye ka gana semana to are osem kan gana to semana to on mana as 7 or da ho no kuli si woni si okwa panyi bia ni panyimfo se ke buo mutio ma se me be ka so one man ko famba mu ya de obono mu panyini ohene wo ya de obono no wa ko fa santi hin asem hin history babam e dia betum okura nka ye nke ye dwuna ku ye nim ye hweku ni ye ti se ye pe bibi nya sa ohene panyini a wo so tumi ka bibi ma e kroma no hunu se na wo ko fa history ni nsem be gugum de bia ani ye kasem ma ye di hatred ma yanka se ye ho ne sa ye kasem yanka ye ka yes mienka so na me chano yanka se he kura ye mpuntu obakra yanka se ye wiwi ho de bia no na ye pisi yanka se ye kun ho sa ni speak on your positions ni side way a na no so kokko say ndc MPP for ni ya boy ndc for ni so ye yi but do ko ba be nyina ye platform it na ye nyina ye assess for over 30 something years no ye ko to ba me de me ka se me mu de mintimi di line bi line no eni ma me mintimi di line bi e dum be so one no to about what I want no to about what o ba me de no me bu ho no a pe se am si be hu no man Ghana fo no ye timi sisa ya de ye timi sisa ho ye nim se ye timi take bold decision etimi te exercise ba ye nim yo anything be ye gina no and it's a papa in a baby in a journey, yintimi the Buddhist, like I say, 2 parties to my high. Yintimi, you say the other one, you neglect to say, no, you knew yet, and to say, saving one way to me in an house, my mom was money in an house, if you wait by maybe when you're why was there good at that side. The Bible said, no platform, you saw platform, one builder said, the Bianca and Becky come near Becky can somewhere go car for over 12, 10, 13 years. You go some quick, you can you go so. One build the platforms and this platform say. Who build the platforms and Kiamba can be a true Caribbean those in government and commerce with your money ye. Nanka or money to me ye, nay to me who yet musi yako yen. Won't build in the sa. But what him say? We ya koko to abane we aba na some na ye can free 13, 14 years, 50 years no. Then one year because 2 political parties they do much. car yen see and tiasie. And to papa, the platform media one building is idea, but the Abba and Abba because he impends. I'm telling you, BKM because third party substantive vision and I say at the end manifesto be another be ma and my team chicken of what a million gonna force when you way forward. It's the word when they way forward. I don't say a word when they way forward and I say the one more buy a mono yam perceive who say and your foot and your papa. One more than a year for say and your papa. Anywhere, ye baby, ye, one year. It would add a papa my yana. Don't say kind of and see me be high a cacra. When one a papa my yana, when one say you be a whole team, a coconia playing crash near the bottom, never was a woman, and a papa say a whole country. Ne young crying, young monkey to your man, monkey to a coconia accident. Near queer mass bury and eat me, you who say, oh, how cry yes, ceremony, then ye be my one home. Ye be BBS, Yakataka almost, and you will be easy. Papa, no will be easy anymore. Baby, no, Yakataka, and I buy to any more. Say ye boom, the other party boom, this is 2028 now. Omo boom did not say boom, say, when we feel home one name. Sir, the other one of Conway, no, and no yard of Koyo, if you boom didn't say one of those Ambra. Papa, Mr. Yeah, more boy, oh, and you put 35, 36, but if you 30 and you're correct, about 40 something million people. No, are you warm, man? You remember two parties, but hijack country, no, at the piano. Yes, just two political parties. And I hijack who will say it now on more. So I knew when I walk away. I name said, don't we know a queen spirit, a queen when you are a say be initially, and me what is it? I deal with say, and let me function money, but you need almost free medical health, free medical course a day, NHA, at the same, maybe some say at the same. I mean, we're going to hold, but me at the same. Ambulance, and then back ambulance. A year democracy from what we say at the police station, police for military, no, at the same, just at the same. A kuno bola, and somebody of course, no, can next. This is what you know. That the inflation, Nina at political parties, Nina, no, not at the same. And so Sniba could talk about 2028. Emma could forward to our platform with no. Yet me beginning as one as a two political parties say, and the Baba defended the other one. Papa, and I know my boy on my just say, hey, yeah, I would know, but say, yeah, one more bay, you never come food be. Madam, they say grace period, then I made it say the member who's a grace period. Grace period, they need to rise up and do something better for 3.5 years now. And yes, and that's how I said that Omodebia, Omo far west means be now. I say, Omodebia in the star, Omo father in the star. I'm not who's no be in the star, and that's because Omo father that Omo to prosecute Mubia, and also most of the time we go to about 2027 or 2026, 2027. One almost as a prosecutor said, "You be in the favor." Mama said, "Ekofunya chicho money, chicho said the Yamaba political grounds business about Obama." Ghana says, "I'm calling away no." So when Timmy and Yamantini and young Fena Muku, you didn't that must have mistakes to be. Muye mistakes to do one and get to the latter part. No, must uncle Tunko Fedunko Goom say, or maybe yes, you can know any idea. That damn lifestyle of woody, you couldn't, papa. I could feel Muya more that for so many years. Me, some before it is a mama or me time. Only a type of time. And it and can do what you say provisions to cry a Toman Crable Fiama provisions with your probably 500,000 Ghana cedis, and 500,000 said also, if you be a 200 cedis be
500,000, yeah, 500 cities in America. Sorry, $500,000, 500 cities. But me 200, maybe 200. Be now be a one crab. You be now call provision shop. Maybe a winner provisions 1 or 2. And I say, and no, I manufacture kumaka crowd to say we be finance crane. Be inside now. Now careful, Papa. You take kumwe and crab breed and grab provision shop da and crab breed and no end didn't no more market da and crab breed. She said, yeah, also. You deprive a crew from a normal baby. I bet because some who meet me any papa, that's no more into governance. So, Mukuna, to they'll have the vision, even the brain to see through. Say, we need to do this because the comedy was that. What do we say? At any certain kind of a level be no put me back more. I'm telling you, their minds are not clear because Nyan said, I was watching get clear not to the book. Or what you clear? I don't know chrono. Or from A to Z, your chrono in the crown. Quite been a bit 20%, 30% free. Said, yeah, at New Crono, may some project to 30% of what could you see? Aha. The next project is a percentage, minimum percentage, and one of the Ukraine, you teach more. Ya pray, Papa, ya pray. They say, Ghana, I see. With me when you are train, man, it was as a parent, with me when you are train, with me when you are train, Navia. On the mission said, Okuna be due, say Garni be now be due. Say, be a by between this Kakoto by for Bishop Fujinas or Kanation, why in a cracker, and also book room, maybe a body of Kusa, and as a by there Kusa, and I book not on China some moment, a friends and I would know you again, no, friendly be fear. That's why it's away in a cracker. So I'm mentioning. You soon are one uncle whom they dear so. Now, I buy a motion ye my because a woman money pound some pay their promises. No, a woman get angry, a little angrier, almost about it. A woman pay a little angrier. Oh, said the other one in the day, over say, I'm for the Angana, and before say, Omunya Gidema one, as you say, Omunya Gidema Bakon, Papa, Omuma Gidema Bakon, the Bakon be deceived. And no matter what's our baby. One of them say, oh, Honorable Crown, at least we be cranking the month when you pay the voting into when you high voltage, no move voting. Did you take a one and it was back? It is a woman, she no more money and a no man to no year. 3.5 years, Papa, and any year. Mutter but you're a mobile be to move through with him. Because you're in town. Uncle for my Papa, that's all you know. Oh, my yes, I'm actually. Yes, I do actually. I cannot and I will not continue to support Adia. Put him say, Emfa, moi, said the Omano, do not know about that beam. Debbie, minim police the Omodie, doctors, minim the Omodie, minim the military no Omodie, minim, she said. And Kufu will teachers 2,000, 3,000. Busumini Nara 2,000, 3,000 Busumini Nara. Who show class schools more teachers need to say they are and some of the extra classes no. And on the make sure say Ombedi, Omu be survive kakra. Just imagine the crew with Papa. So wash a car by qua. Pay the car type of washing. The go between 12 cities. Pay saloon cannabis visa. A 4x4 it's about maybe 20 something and 18, 20 something, 20 cities. Because I said, Bono car, send a munya pay car. Or more, West no way soon. Send a munya pay car. Go munya 3 cities crowd. Or Kaba, couldn't mean 3 cities or Kaba quality. West no, just a full car bed or pay D. Pay how many times 5 days or 7 days, pay the days you work now. Pay the whole week now. Now, seeking now, 10 years. Say, tip now. A month for the corner be at the 5 cities, 3 cities, 2 cities, 5 cities, and 1 man. Just say, when I'm having a sound or when you will be back, I will be back so by Jimmy phone and Kunum. I'm a ding and some food. And you could school people beyond on the Nemuno. No, almost some of the beginning. No one in the most Bomusa, crass. Now, so some mechanic, wɔn nso de ka kɔma na no wɔ sɛ wɔ ka ma baba mɛnyɛ no nkasa bi wa mɛnyɛ no nkasa
yo Bapa we dey na mentu aso
hey hey akra okay okay
Yes.
Papa menko
Na asem no said o se ali no be no hope no
Omari yako na msa jaha no kasa yente ko ai
kasa meti dey ba ye be German yo ene e beda enwan nyina ase ja eno opa kwa me da ase ene enwan nyina na nse dey no amikan ene ye Bogyae na yasa akɔgye ahome na nyame boy benada yaba na papa sɛ de be ba na metete nsen ne bia kama abisa ne wa menim sɛ ne wa kɔ Ghana na ze ne kɔdia sɛ eno ano no we che sɛ we de ya baby otibia no Ghana ne de 99% of your family de omo ho ka ya kasa de nke bia nke ye better off there but once I umbilical cord na linking to them na ntina na yesu ema omo no enye se bibia entia oboni o kan family a na kan ire ne man ne kraman na bia aboski akuraba ku bi na no na ba ye de ndie o se extended family o papa o kura nim no nti kwasa nti no na ma yasem na ye asem no ka yen kwa de nka ye better of cra senka e woskapa nenso no to de be na enipa de to de be se nipa na order no so timi ye bonwono ema nipa na yen ko ni papa de di kan ye ka koko ho asem koko ne World Bank for de abetu dwa se Ghana koko mo de ka na mo woni cocoa boys about omo mountain debt no threat cocoa sector no uze papa ye cocoa enye ne bro over be 150 years in fact first time Ghana export cocoa na 2 bags be because that time was an experimentation ya tetakwashe di free Fernando Po asisi FN biako ewo Equatorial Guinea no after na say shasi enti first time etimi edua cocoa say commercial ne de na 2 bags netimi export here that time na Ecuador na the largest producer of cocoa ninem sa na Ghana so benya nyini nti Ecuador so yare etisi cocoa no mu na ma Ecuador lose title no na ba Ghana so lady ya ko say Ivory Coast so betu ye since Ecuador for so apage omumu a project nche se de Ghana no ye de no enche Ecuador so be betu Ghana ko second na wa target Ivory Coast ko sisi no mu no omosua no mapi because the work no so won hu se mo betima se sisi no yes so many ways that we could be resistant to disease in the into so many varieties cocoa no betima resistance anomaly nyina sisi almost enya de jute bags no be do carry cocoa no sisi no o ma kasa se de en kanten mo funu ba be wi a ye good ne ye bo amu no o mo ye train ne wagons no o mo so de wagons cocoa farms no ntenya de se obi di cocoa e be good bottle na yi na se do na ate na to wagon na anti e be reduce time na motimi e free cocoa farm no de call processing nti omoni abre nti na obusa se cocoa board no de na omo ye ana som de afibia no cocoa dim no cocoa farmers dim no ye ba kwaji cocoa syndicated loan akase dwumbe bu oga na de sin bibia cocoa board ene isi adwuma yisin 4 years bia no ye active na kai o ma papa bia ye to abawie December na ye beto omo offices no mu yeso obi an kopa adwuma ye eni se jemense na ma ye di soldiers for nyina na se kra na yes soldiers ne di police for protect ni nyina ye ka America yet to about say November, say whatever. Maintain say Connecticut, you say, Obida so easy office was a for year juma. All over copy Walmart be a jumaye. Anytime say betray say what was 2028. Ye ban we are yes a be. And so ka omo kran komo simulation kra for idea ye told about 2000, 2004, 2008 eba kran Kenya ya omo to say ye 28 yomoka. No sa yomo business. Tika kokoi yen times a year 2 times in a year your major season a slow season and so much it will into World Bank say a car cocoa board then affect a production or see a cocoa production every week also and no maybe why a interrelated a year where your cocoa board a week a one enemy galamsey and now best say may you already your problems in physical industry but your weather climate change, and then soon to say the soon say a tunnel. So, and then you could go on so or pay you will go on so one pay because your varieties of cocoa. So that's it. And then yes, I will cocoa yadium, swollen shoot viral disease. And no a virus said the yadian unya HIV and when you drew. Sana virus here, ubet me to but there's no cure. Swollen shooting, there's no cure. And yaka cocoa na also training in a virus. Or sour Arabia friend of black paw disease. Own problems are cocoa farmers FAC. So na ope Ghana a World Bank for say. Despite record high global cocoa price, Ghana's cocoa production remains weak, while cocoa board owns significant amount to its suppliers. Now World Bank say we monitor cocoa board say mandate yedia man na enye no na woye. So onhwe cocoa akuafo na onhwe say purchase clerks no omo weighing scale no ye manipulate na cocoa farmers ehun atono no cocoa board onye sa na mom obakoye investment outside the cocoa arena. And the World Bank noted that cocoa board involvement in activities beyond its core mandate, known as quasi-fiscal operations, has further heightened financial risk. It says net workers for pension, partial pensions for not what they could see dying, nay, that will be on top. Now, pension, I know, we're losing the sicker. Oh, because some of course, yes, Senate that be brave, why useless, obedient team, and obey me crying while trying for 4. Even in the pensioners for 1 hour to home. So that's it. Sana cocoa body you are dear no mandate no. Bema will mandate so very you will see there be back or you will be it. And now Marco Faku don't care home. Why is what free sir? Or mandate no man you call mandate no. Enti slave queen no. Obeto brisine obeto ntoma emo Holland wax na ma no na oyire no oda susi wono. Enti kakra na so do hwe oyire no wachi mienu na odi bi hwe slave queen na why adwa ya mire na ya mepna abusi na waba kokrantem oda wonda we twon ba esa sisi kan nye cocoa board ye ntie no de opa bia no pese ode ye o twa cocoa farm cities no akoton na Dallas na wo si cocoa clinics a was on the Wajimi Bebia in Bebia cocoa farmers or Ashanti region, Western region, no, was on see cocoa clinics or basic cocoa clinics or crack any commerce. Me who will be a cocoa farmer or say, Meshada, I just said you'll be a cocoa investor. Now, Mina now, share was our Western region, no, or Yadia and on Paka, a quan becuno, acquire a cocoa, acquire or the Baba Crabecuno, and some will do commerce work. Now about Kumasi server share yadi na wasapa ka now the conform to cocoa Kumasi no mun cocoa da no clinic ni yom dia so the ekoso we yadi say cocoa board ehwe last year cocoa board board say omum sapa de omutimi fan type omum nya keyboard ba ku bia keyboard bia na 15,000 cedis na 4,506 times 15 and no me calculation about 70,000. Won kofosika yedi cocoa farmers can yedi no cocoa farmers can yedi mewa yenhwe adeɛ baako a ɛma cocoa farmers ɛde ka kuro bi wɔ yɛfrɛ no bonsu yɛn kɔhwɛ adeɛ esi hɔ no bonsu yɛ meka yi ɛho asɛm ade ato wɔ saa ba me deɛ mepɛ empirical evidence bonsu ɛwɔ western region yɛn hwɛ adeɛ esi yi Cocoa Board has said it has lost 4.8 billion cedis. Cocoa Board has said it has lost 4.8 billion cedis worth of investment in 35 hectares of cocoa farms to galamsey activities at Bonsu in the western region. The investment covered the planting of new cocoa trees and plantain suckers, compensation to landowners and farmers, extension service, among other activities it was undertaking to scale up the country's cocoa production. Executive Director of our Cocoa Health and Extension Division said, in a recent visit to the area, saw that all the cocoa trees they planted had been cut down for galamsey. Enti say ebane eke galamsey wan sema na government ni who say galamsey ni na eye executive threat. There's nothing to be threatened. There's nothing to be threatened. So that's it. Galamsey nkwao ye mo kocha cocoa saplings ni seedlings ni na nwotwa ni nyina gu emu body emu banchi ye twa ni nyina gu se cocoa farmer wo prince galamsey for say ye twa gu e de kotu gu 4.8 billion 4.8 billion no na wo wie so wie an wasa ma oyade aka ho what I say kama any pen consumer surplus so that's it 4.8 billion cedis a Akwantufuo sika for almost 4.8 billion investment ye training in galamsey for try what is say obi ye nchi obi enyo musika and then when news CEO by or say hey jute bags no cocoa for crab be go mu here so must akokra millions of dollars so that's it enti adien I say who here to pay is still anom to pay and as who here to pay so 2 be go e go farmers was also still make to pay na ye bi ni wo enso ye kohwe na bi wo store room kra say enti say carriage craft na sa wo de wo se kohwe wo nanabe wo bia obeku nanabe wo fo kwa ne ya chewo onye benfuo na make o mo asem no ye ka which is just a destructive spirit. Now when you destructive spirit and to be BS in everything comes to the central mechanism I'm saying. Now some because you coco shoot too many in Kuma or be say on TS and human right. What kind of human right? Obi or pretty human wrongs, so what's human rights? What could check cocoa in Negu? Obi cocoa farm why for bear 150 years. If in na so one the other and this is all render family now eternal what do I call eternal poverty? Wosi sako galamsey no or human rights nti mam yenko no enso okunkofo de bi e bechi galamsey ni bia na etosha no ho na se sebi una so unum nyansa wo se unum tuo no unum pencil ade no ma fa pencil na nkokwa yimo ade no ma fa can say water pencil na nkokwa no umkuta pump action e ya tre ye didi mo ye foka ye de wo prekodremu wo de koku nipa saa nkofo wudifo we omo se nkofo bi so mo human rights mam ye nku omo e no mo so ku ye until say that konso be kokwa yemu na koko galamsey na shoot no happy na obetina Akwantufuo say any ya bom tu na me only regret to say I don't have that power no say me na more corridors of power de me ye ni me say enye boni wo nyankopon ni so na ye na it would be a psychological problem I don't say you nyankopon nature kan bible wo kunkofo bebre wo environment ho so oni mu a oni na ye na ade wo say no koko no nyankopon na di koko basa so because who can Genesis chapter 1 obonwe nyina koko ye dua what is only pe bia ye koko eyidia de bia obefa koko no ne cells bi ne no or da koye no or ye ne GMOs but originator ne de nyankopon na ma ye source no ene na ye original species na ye de ye bibia ensuo what is obi abonsuo da What me monsu? What is so be a bonsu say be the macol laboratory makeken no ubit me suya the molecules and atoms of water. Said the molecule of water 2 atoms of hydrogen and 1 atom of oxygen and one and no the Yankopon and one chemist or can no but won't me create water. Nankan is called the go was as so. What is obia your mojada? Added to the Ghana a black a bank or I coach moja. Me say me blood type is 0. Oh, they be because me universal donor. My chimoja man go vosa. Second me create moja. And second ni pebu. Say onipa timi moja. Na second bebu. E dro keke kra nipa no kra na diabetes e dro kra na onipa dasini ingredients nyina en cost be $50 and so no ton be $1,000. Enye ke nyina bebu. Onipa na ye moja. Ye nyina bebu. Banyakopo ma ye hu say the life of the animal is in the blood. And ne moja ukolaba a bit more prevent so benya cancer. So ya been moja no. But then Yakupa yin dada. $4.8 billion. CKE Nankebit Media call polyclinics. You see polyclinics and near Mikesi Kolebu and Ma Kolebu is the largest hospital in Ghana and one of the largest West African. Obekona ma maternity ward and ne yawa could be futurely the or the form. We hear incubator. Meet so one you can say, oh, will be a maybe will be some minutes and no within baby or so coach. Hey, oh, I hear and bear 5 years ago. Me year group. Ye be a 20th year of leaving school, no, Achimota. Jai ma awa. I'm saying, first them to say. Mothers have been detained in hospital and then detained there. And then they say, hey, police station, confirm you detained or back or war or so didn't the baby fee. Nobody could see any say Kafra, why are dear, work from womb or banny detained in a hospital. 10 minutes hospital cry a police station. No copana or bapa, the handcuff at Tunis, was where you will be Johnny. You detained no more. No, wait. About time walk on by your detained psychologist can look for quarantine to me. The banner question my meaning was I'm about wrong country. And quadra me preterm, your war below 9 months, or did the incubators, or or say a war more antibiotics. Antibiotics will ne put it against a cancer, a bacteria. Incubator now a shortage. Yet the cry question crack near channel, yet the way crack question incubator and so never anything. Incubator say penny backers on road draws now what you bet my to incubator bedtime. So that's here. Me see what the whoopa da uko Ghana men who sorry co men call polyclinics so ebini ko major hospital now so who say bini what not just ebini baby and ko we see polyclinics and polyclinics in here a mogu ko major referral hospital say Kolebu Komponoche Greater Accra Rich Hospital no. Na kwhwe woni so ade wo kona se bi ni ho a hwe ne wan ko ha ho menhia polyclinic e bi ni ho na Kolebu kra bi ni wan na yi no enkra ne deda fo mi enkra deda fo utie ye no wanya ginya mi bi aba o kwa wo no o hospital no de yade o ne da akra na enche na 3 months no wu cause the immune system no and shut down developing ye strong ye kra yin kwa ye kase mo ye di na yade preku ye akoda the immune system na developing. The white blood cells not developing intimate disease be obewu ti ma medical o mi ko jari pabam o pagate no odwane na akwoja ne ba ho ma bebre ti fia o musu cause o moja o moma ho era ho o maka che omukum sa krankra ewu obu a ne kunu se ne yire eja kran cause ne kunu ni ska obakotwia sa awo no ni sa ehu bills medical bills won't mean to not as in TDB no musu so omako makra say akranka bi on nemu ana obi so obi akofa na 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 onu kra da kokro be faka kra otum sha kra di akra di em say me ba pa o nso ntimi nka. These are the things going on in Ghana hospitals. Me say 5 years here ko ye twa be almost 20,000 season May Susan will be a be say almost 6 months was it was some 6 months was she would be Fufone a banquine a bedroom no turkey berries no na was she no was white no codenia miase on in the benina than a detaining ya detaining akoda and ya detaining mammy. You detain more hospital. Hey, and yes, I'm in the boat. Missy call Google Nekobo detained mothers in Ghana hospital. The first time he said it me detaining mammy. Hospital. Me them say you detain will be the ABO or a bonny be next mammy with me chia neikao. Timmy Chiaka. Nina say 4.8 billion cities of our money, no. Galam say for engineer training in says can cabit my be before. But Yanchi will be a and you'll be a responsibility. And then I galam say for course our site or Kochi. So on the echo, anti and you want cocoa farmers a trouble you. Was one child, you have a say no. And your cocoa farmer be the person or Tony Cocoa 30 times reason. But the all know, or better know ye the excavated to cocoa farmers be brave Western one was a hole. Obeko from the son say, Hano, Namo, see you to him, Tama, what them. What them no was a cobano crack on, obey him and I do not know. Na and more be so hard, no almost no we be a fine. And so open pacing and so now flooding to top level and cranny and crocodile no one could move. Women is so more human rights. Now me busa say every time I yes to bias as so benyan and what is said or coy no obien and you will be. Ukuna uku galam say better no sorry. Sorry. Woman say a mom a mass barrier a young 16 now. Accident to move, you know, only because your mom mass barrier also be that ni grave I can say a pit mu and crisis thing could be 17 ye come na bomusen and trinam ye dear mother can egu a pit back when Yakobo Munina. Na the okoye galam say ewo or was or lunch legal galam say or mane abo ma even ya mo bia or no proper or monam crashing no. Yedi Jude back causes some coin, Yamo be individual a casket. I obias Yeben, the Bakusin come a year danke see and Namashi, the Nipanamashi, Yebe danke says John, then become a come. Yedin Kunya come and flowers and an annual bia no Yebeko Honona, Yakovich kebab names, the arins and bias. Why are dear? But Encrania Momo Masberia. Yamomo Basberia or Margaret. Radio will be any. Auntie, when you on my ear chichile, what does it? When you on my ear chichile, auntie, and Yama say cocoa farms be brave. Well, see a tregu because Omonia solution season. A barrel saying you. Auntie, like a haunting, what bags the cocoa production a couple ma a year multifaceted of problems. Galamsin the demohine about solution disease. Number black pot disease and sana climate change, you know. A real weather pattern and sana about smuggling. You can say Africa is the largest producer of cocoa, and yes, or more input to Ghana for the Ensuka home. So, Mamma to border town a year, a Donya, a Quantani, a Western region border and a Quabicus, no. Oh, yeah, I know what Quatra is, you know, no, the Comavicus for no or Jilska. It's because they be number one because Ghana the Ensuka home. What is that because what's smuggled cocoa about Ghana? Yeah, price in it. Into a more baby a price near higher. Now almost walk on a Maga and Nagam is walk or Dallas no or the CC Abidjani Yamusuku ye. Even though smuggling a year against the law, no. But something they drive is adino and Makoyes adiano. May say in command and no answer. Or so about cocoa farmers won't buy because that time no. Kwabna Bonnie Moon Sata Momoye or money awam for no African West Association of West African Merchants for no awam sa when the pre one no European merchants for no omne woni UTC ni sa and normal from cartel omne control price no and then ni boni sorry 1948 and then the Lydia anyway so the same time na ex for no veterans for no also protester calling Imri issue 2 no one and Kuma Satan Kwame Kuma 1948 no CPP abana ye no sisi or be protected cocoa. Sa cocoa skin or coin invest with UK in America na Ghana for dying or UK. We Ghana no UK maybe better than on your problem kwada hotel be ye why dying. And no bina the former or Godfrey ye case or UK who so crowd the catch judges obey Zoom meeting. One Zoom meeting and a judge in a Danima. Say trapa one for no grana. Ye Diane Kuma Coco scan of the CEO. You will corner be Abe Mudia Mon landed the moon side. was he been so America or to talk and come to talk down baby and a gun for be it's Sata Moon, you know, say, because will be, hey, would then we again for them a cuckoo's can of the year. It will know the idea and say, or protective farmers, no more guaranteed price, say, hey, in commercial cocoa near prices, so young friend, I can't say a friend, the other one, yes, I say a food crop, you find cash crop. Tedino, your food crop your banche, by millet, cocoa, ye cash crop. Cash is sika, Ti mumamba bread. It's name kuma mom guarantee price, say, cocoa ne best say you, and say you, would you moon carry cocoa in your bitramka. That was the idea until that. Satam name for the cocoa board. New would be West African wine cocoa in the Koya CMB cocoa marketing board, none of the better than cocoa board. Nyansanini we no near flippino. We a cash crop there, hey, farmer, Jan baby, yeah, yenim cocoa, see the Sibo cocoa, no, ye be this canamum, once Adane. Adane. Bands Goma town, they're not cocoa from nobody. And you almost say that a die, I'll send baby was up no. Now you say you didn't, me nana. Okwa asa for moonlight Kumasi ne bro said to us so be say 8 afibia omu carry cocoa no free dunkra o free be kwa ko dunkra e be say 5 miles dunkra no akọ you free the janso no ko dunkra na so akọ ade to ampaha no mo nsuo no the busu 24 villages like ho me na na see asa for moonlight B878 e dan to so 7 cause omu twa cocoa e bi ye bia no misika no ko normal sisi and the sad won't mean see sad and cocoa farm it means see abonsano into kwasa for abonsan kwa na wo ko de chemsu crew from ay cocoa e dan e disisi ye satam na ye can say Togo for no atakpa me almost atakpa me no business dan ni Nigeria for no share and no cocoa farm me na betime see boys quarters what do mean see won't mean see enti no say kasi cocoa and the bone of the economy and just say and then go the betuno but cocoa no consistently no yes say okonfobonia watra yere for ma konfobaba to yenyinimu anything the be premium cocoa no even though say cocoa season the second foreign exchange for Ghana go the betuno but cocoa consistently since 1897 you exported your first 2 bags of cocoa avoid sir but one a produce at the friend the brown gold cocoa ni didn't know your friend the brown gold omu ye here for share cocoa board see you can you can cabe 70,000 cedis or no cocoa you know month be only 70,000 cedis do you cocoa no so Clark and crisis you almost it papa these are the things I air cost and so what is a cocoa farm be a crime there because cocoa no you will probably be plant protection law. Your pastor say as a cocoa ni cash and in the only any coffee I think say cocoa ni coffee pe and a fall under side they say one kasa won't mean tongue and then cocoa just the duty cocoa farmer won't mean to you now by man it was a good intention say be protective farmers by no cocoa board ACC conference meaning makase or say a liberalize cocoa industry no yeah man cocoa industry any food crop me chem cocoa mama koto ma de me boka ma because cocoa board is no longer a friend of the cocoa farmer. He's now the number one enemy of cocoa farmer. Incidentally, now say me enemy ebe me say price na menton so on the echo ain't na sasa
Bogyae
yeah maybe
me pesa me kama adwene kakra fa cocoa board ho cocoa board no say wo ho a you seek the interests of farmers and the governing body no board of directors ni womo area ni cocoa board no they should be at least 50 or 60% representation from the farmers. I know they bet me who say yes. They are there for the welfare. Now, sa woman administrative worker, sabi a from crowd woman called that no. No, I was almost static because Yakotra barbering shop wa check. Emi a ye bonia and kasa. Oh, Obieba, they take us for granted. No matter ye boni, haircut, and in the no ma from wedding. Until stamp say Ghana for year one no kasa. Yo, Baba conclude
You made that and say, oh, Mammy Quinty, maybe some 30 seconds or say. World Bank also called for Cocoa Board to focus squarely on its primary business of sustaining cocoa production while streamlining its operations to improve efficiencies and financial health. Because Makaya say, "Omo permanent no, omo free home, omo dane cartel, omo si cocoa farmers can emma omo musisi adan no na cocoa farmer de bia na areas wom into World Bank say onu kwapa cocoa no kranke omo kase nyu no dwa no odwene cocoa farmers no say mumma cocoa board de ntie no farmer no dwene farmer ho wo ye parent adwene wo ba ho ansan akodwene obi ba ho wo kodwene obi ba ho a wati the income of Biden in the anti World Bank cocoa board say or moon focus to square you can square on the square with the same equal size, equal angle, equal sign, or move focusing mainly almost sorry on a part. I do also more you cocoa, Mamma could sit down, Mamma for your investment, yeah, no more cocoa clinics in
Yo, Mama dear. Power to the farmers. Friend is saying, cocoa farmer, cocoa board, no. Meet me who one abandon it is our cocoa board, no. Can you see you? Minima bank crop, petty cocoa board, what they party for remusa near if we and a woman pharmacy, sir. Oh, then tia, Graham say no cry, I strong organ, they say, cocoa farmer or share revenue win ya. That's what we
Also, a share with a West African Produce Control Board from 1940 to 1946, and the core Cocoa Marketing Board, no CMB now 1947 to 1979. And yes, JJ time no and a military no one.
colonial administration, no, na foremost CMB no.
Colonial no say 1947. Say Kuruma ko Nkrumah say 47 no. Now you must say you more what's money Governor Benz mono and 1949 50 you must say cause 152 na Nkrumah be mo say Nkrumah leader of government business 5152 and it a cover Nkrumah na by IK champion and sana 79 79 na ku ni bae nti na ndi ajeje na ndi na say for no PND for na ndi
cocoa board no
ajeje 79
so okay
nti na awo abesi samri
jeje mom nanka o form institution aya na ye fake akra I don't know why I trace ama pharmacy wo munya fair deal na friend is saying also pharmacy no to me kasa na make am say asem no enam say omo revenue no enye comment omo de omo income no compare agriculture still ya omo fee say they are cheated and na friend is saying na sase no say obi kasa wasase me ba be hwe good also na make me a propose say ya mawa o checking on one or checking in fee aka also okay no accept deal no wagi ni sikebum say dan no person this year odi akosi say aware no de be ware na aka bi no de be to no de ato na no ho ato no afi wakotena ni krum no wagi na home enso hwe koko no e free say China for ebe hu chocolate die say cocoa price e gira so sa ma agreement akufo adore we ya o agriculture here as major producers pushing cocoa price cost pa and the demand also stays there. I think for
cocoa price na question say because a supply na low say yenya cocoa no say make say all these problems in West Africa Ghana na because control 60% production and as say yare esi muntin because cocoa no kakra beans kakra bi na wo it one say I can say demand exceed the supply in the price no down and na my price ni na I dey no akosoro no world market no
chocolate the coche maybe I almost 7 million what was the chocolate can in there for a butcher, but say, almost cocoa content, no, any of their price.
Cocoa you did a butcher and just 2% cocoa, Nina artificial brown, but cocoa me koto a 78% cocoa, and a golden chocolate or one of the highest cocoa content. Antina health in the golden tree and I say golden tree needing back here and then one of the best cocoas here the end into Asia from the almost yago cry so cause cocoa is a bitter and you can say it would the cocoa say a sweeter and your cocoa say additives in a switching dose saying cocoa but cocoa papa pandy a dark and brown to say I'll say a bitter num no pokra no cocoa seed no onyam kra se blend o de yakotoyo ne benyam kra na otum segu numa enya dia obenya cardiovascular disease a lover of the heart any veins any arteries any capillary no so sa nti unse cocoa farm to we no mabo no mankasa adibia gomanu nti na debia makoma no de no na emom ni yenya de processing ye kai na koto richoko ni chokolim ne bombita ne de ne no ano na wakoma ne de esiche na ye feed no ti aka kraba ko e wo no yo ti ne one esa baby na
Make us Swiss company I friend link. And I say one more the formula bar and to your cocoa fresh noir, Nesichre no more. Ubet me, you have enough sugar to produce chocolate. Yo, Yahoo say of a Kwesibuachi Walande, Edem Walande, of a body so bobot. Now of a body being on the of a body bow, baby a bow. So I ready. Hey, you baby and crofwaka. And of a body, I don't know, Mike no mamma. Like I say, we are Nafi, I say, you be man of a watching so I can be of a watch. Ati of a body, and I am talking NDC for more papa.
Ada I didn't see Nora.
Enra, I couldn't a friend is a Minoa. And over the attempt, Enra, and I'm out for Sony Moo. Hey, sa, Mama. I mean, you're walking in a yacht of Didi. Ye Kenyans are somewhat, ye guinea a quania, ye birdie or mine. Say, baby, she overbody make us a back nothing, Major Yama.
Meet you.
Say, Sikamino, a area be a minimantamo pa. Na, no, what's my soldier penny? What's my soldier? No soldier penny or where there was a mine. We don't want me to say. You big Ghana, or mining in action as a one town office. Na say, if for Baba attacking near. Book of Wayne or Marky KS or more beer so. What me I shakwania ube operate ya. No one risk coming. Then Mitty and so I say, Papa Biso or no so or Mamma Jumaso. Oh, a new fear or a not or no West Aniabase or no so ever so over correct as it has some so. The NDC no chess and what they go do no chess dear Akufado no bay and maybe na more better as you. Yes, no, and when you have raised a more baby, somewhere not good word on when you go. Oh, now more quay crown and sabi mean crash if we won't be to papa no more. Most up presents you not count. So, environmental destroyers. Okay, Brian, that means the overcome.
Of Kwame, what's a mouse starting? Manti the okay no move back across you. We'll say, and NDC for much romo. Na
Ah,
edale
ne
bebi
wa bre wa
atem.
ko chire no. Ne ho chire no. Enu onu adwane koe, odi atem no odwane koe. When see platform no so biem.
Uwie ya so na ati sika man o sehin fa man na jawde e don so ebe bubu mti waka bom saa ma na ye se
Na
aye
se mo wayi o wa he ne kai se abebi o waba. Yenim so o experience. O ba be hwe me man kama. No, obi a wayi ni se wo hwe Ghana Armed Forces so. What's that man will say? Won't free in the office and quote Sikamai. Sikamai baby, I no kani Udu Kojon Quantanza and Wapaya Aqua Sikamayo. They Timaquine, and then the minimum said yes, Aquay. Now, he say,
wa kasakra no e dede mate ofa wa ne de se me penasa man kasa menim se oli se unse ono no ne de na kwete se ade bi e wo ho aha ono et sem frama no ba na che se ebo ekọ ha na okọ ha but all the same no me na me pe saa nkrofo no wo ya ade no ma no na ohu a na nije ekom de ne kakra na tia ayete so oba so de ade na kwen no wo wale wo yire ana se wo be wo de hwe na obi ko to chibum ofa kwa be de se wo nyin ti unim chibum otoma no to aso mienu pe wo di agro a ona ne be kwa akoda because of say wo no amani chibum wato telephone ama no ato chip ama no bito credit mienu gu so ma no pe o na ne betimi akoda na sana ade na akoye but ade na yo fa kwa mesiri
enye Ghana for man am esre o.
baby o wa ene ho asem na eken enti no ono no beti na se e wo no ma bebre ho e na o transo se de wa bo papa na ba so no eno ma ko ya se ono so beji eyini bi aha wo se kwasi Yesu oba toda na no ma ko ya no abo o ma ba so anko Yesu anu atia no aka sana nipa de me hu se wo ye ye wo ayin but the ese ye nyina ye hu ne se 7 months na ye wo mu na 8 months no ye mama ma oba akra se one ne na na even though ne hu nsuo no kura ne nsam kura na okoja agu a anka onya enwo enti no obi a owo sika ma yetimi wia $1 million sani pano onhunu ye wia kopi $1 million sana adwen kura ba se obi twetwe ne sika frem sani pano ntimi end 5 me the 3 days de no kotom all over the world na me ana me tie be mu ana masrsa onya kai o se friends bring wa se oko Ghana no ana sumu danti no ono Spain no ote no sansam no esi wo ho ensi wo ho because Spain no eye Spain Ghana ye Ghana gine dikan Ghana no yesika na yesidi Ghana ye trade cocoa raw materials ene de ye no ma Spain so entredi ewo bibia Spain o ma ba ko asem kram no obia country bia anhye dan kodi ne so Spain onka obikasa sa no ma wo nyina se odi tuto na ohunu o wadwane Afri Ghana beta UK me madwane abeta Spain we adwane atra ha France we adwane tra ha ye tumrika gidigidi dwane Afri Ghana eba bedi pa abrofo no se no omukọ Ghana ho okokra akọ bi na adwuma majority so ne de ka asem enti no omu no motwemu sa no ma ne deda saa ka kwan ene eyi a wo se wono de physical infrastructure ehia no UK ho no ote no physical infrastructure na ye de adwuma ma ne light gina so no physical infrastructure enti na okọ eyi a onya train etram because train me nya sure say train no betimi to na wiem na lupre na wiem na ka na wiem ya ye physical infrastructure ye road physical infrastructure ye railway dan ne normal kese wo ho nsu a ba ni nyina ya dika physical infrastructure no eti omo no akwakoto enum ye ba ye ne ya ba betom a ye hu sa abranti Ghana na ye wo wontimi mfa akora wo wia ento obi a ono wanyina wo sua ball a obobo te se masi no enye possible so ya dintim eti ye de no even though you expect say enkrofo a ye de tumi ahye o monsa no be ye noma amaye but esi ehunu noma a ese o moye maye wo Mr. Abia wo ye a finance expert accountant wo ba ha na wo ka finance monsa a unim wa ya adwuma wo mu enti se ebi a obi a afi na ono wo kwa akosua accounting no wo primary school wo pese ono onye pe a megiri se na ni nipa na ni yi ebi okwa me anyini sine Mr. Abedie ana ono wo nyina yi tipen but say eba accounting mu a because of say ye o failed and as wo ye acheninti no somehow de begu no Mr. Kwame ohun eno nkyere se bi a ono wa money bre ya na wagimi because of say onni sa failed no o ba say Ghana ye ne abrofu ye mfa se kan no aso muntimi ne ye no wo ye tie no ye nko wuram ko tete nro fa mesa muntimi ne ye enye but omu no ba bi a ye wo no matra ho kodidadidadida omu mpanyimfo ne lidi ye ena enkrofo a ombeto no so ti se Kwame Nkrumah ba ya na nka challenge no krofo jama omo ti se wo fa Kwame no fa twum no mo so musa eye da perform mo lidi mu ekojae mo kra de mo na mo se ne kra ye ka Ghana problem ana mo de akwahye NDC mo na MPP ana no mba yi mo so mo na mo se ne kra because mo ntime sustain eno ma Kwame Nkrumah go akwan mu no ena mo ma abrofo ni san team mu over be first no mo lidi be 100 years ena mo mo fa Kwame mo team ko over be 1500 years ena ye tam no so ye de kra ye for so ye capture kakra ba anye yi enen so de ne de because of say ye nsheda ni foundation papa bia ni tie so de o masa timbe 2 million years because ade bi on be ya bra ye no de ehun ni mfa so de atogu so ko TikTok so a ye gusu ye o say ye ntumrika abifo na etumrika ye ready ye mo box ye before na ekun abibifo be kire say oh we no enye Kristo so bebre nsam na Kristo na be say na science approve a kire say ye no omo an ko Harvard ye no omo an ko Weiba because na nsen na amanfo ye asum dede say akwa bi free Akufo-Addo SHS we free one of the villages ni do aba any rasta mine na omo pam na achemota for a discipline na yampre no almost science what so the whole world don't watch the whole world don't why but ne mate na ono kwa science no omuntwa ono di on first no sa mates no beba be watch aye TV omo wi wo class wo no mba be TV aye watch no no so watwa ya boni din o Ghana sa ya hepo no battery kura nsuo ntimi nye yes science ya adwumo yensu ye no mu na sua science no ye koba doctor mane bo amamo ye bo mu din ne yi mu nyina ano gise abrofo no invert ana say omo de ade na ba na omo akwa copy ye de ato obi ahwe so na kan bi na ye copy etisi ye ba na say pese ye ni abrofo no mo nyina ye pepepe di short time na sometimes ya na mesre esi ye trace ye sua bribi kakra fi omo ho but the moment wo be ma o wira fi ukrom hina asa no ukrom hina ben no no ayera ene abifo ye problem pa o but ye nyintum ye ya na ye de blame akoma we na ahemfo na oh asofo ɛna mehu sɛ yɛde ɛyi abaa bɛsɔ bi kɔn sɛ kwasɔre da no ɛyɛ waa firi pe but yɛbɔ communal labor na sɛ yɛde toɔ ba na sɛ yɛtua toɔ no a e-levy baeɛ no woyɛ dɛ wobɛtua enti yɛka deɛ take decision ma affect wo life a sɔfoɔ ogya bɔ sɛ sɔfoɔ ayi a ɔno ɔte baabi a ɔka ne nsɛm deɛ wobɛtumi abu ne sɛ nkwasɛsɛm te sɛ medeɛ mɛtumi abu ne sɛ nkwasɛsɛm but any impact bi a wɔn life mu any impact because willingly ɛna me ankasa mɛyɛ rum wɔho eti sɛ yɛba na yɛka nsɛm no a in as much sɛ yɛhia nneɛma ɛwɔ ayi hɔ no mom yɛnyɛ ayi yɛnka nɔkorɛ yɛmfa nɔkorɛ nto hɔ sɛ mmerɛ no yɛde ɛma papa no adwuma a wɔyɛ no aba bio ɔsɛ ɔfata anaasɛ ɔmfata sɛnea meka nsɛm bebree nneɛma bebree wɔ hɔ a me na ɔmoyɛ ne me ne ɔmo nya adwen yɛ sɛ naano ayi na ɔmoyɛ ayi ɔmo kyerɛ sɛ heroes ɛne ayi me kura na me se me ba na me se me bisa sɛ wɔn a wɔte borɔfo no yɛka sɛ obi yɛ hero a ɛne deɛ hero no na nse kyerɛ sɛ eti sɛ obi nya accident na owu na so yɛ hero deɛ a amente ase minim sɛ nka bi a te sɛ yɛka yɛ asanto amo ne wei no mu ɔkɔko ɛma Ghana ɔkɔbɔɔbɔ na ɔkɔtu mmirika ma Ghana ɛna nipa ne nyina te sɛ nneɛma bebree ɛwɔ but utu kwan ukura deɛ wopɛ sɛ ɔyɛ comfortable na ɔkɔfa awiem ɛna nyame amfa saa ma ɛyɛ deɛ owuo ne deɛ to be frank woka sɛ akwanhyia wuo bi akwantufuo wuo deɛ ɛyɛ eti aboye nyina puse bi nsi da ba wopɛ ɔyɛ comfortable na ɔkɔfa awiem na play no fofia anto ata no wo ne hero no ne sɛ ebi ana yɛnte aseɛ yɛnti saa na ɔma no nka ɔmo kyerɛkyerɛ mu yi a mɛmɛte aseɛ menhu ne hero sɛm ayɛ ebetumi aba sɛ ama no wobɔ futuo bi ama ɔmo asɛ NDC foɔ ne ehu sɛ bi a yɛde yɛn ho badwen party no yɛwu yɛn ho kwa yakɔ yi a yɛbɔ ne namu tuo ayawa so ogyina sɛ ɔno mbɛko ɔno yɛ friend hero ɔbase ni ano ne sojafoɔ kɔ sɛ memprema mu nwiem ne yɛbɔ no saa nkurɔfoɔ ne yɛ friend sɛ me madwem ne mu sɛ hero wɔn deɛ mekyere baaka ɔhɔ mutala yi madamfo yi wɔtwa detective kura wie ɛna onya play chance ɛna ɔkɔforo yɛ sɛ ɛkɔba sɛ yɛkeka nsɛm bi sɛ wobɛhu sɛ na ama obi ɛde ɛkyerɛkyerɛ nsɛm mu a wobɛka sɛ woyɛ pabɔni because also wobɛka nsɛm no wopɛ sɛ wokyerɛkyerɛ mu yie ɔfa kwa ma ɛkɔba saa wobɛba abɛyɛ nipa bɔni wɔn because adufudi adeɛ koraa deɛ yɛn mpanyinfoɔ no aka sɛ ɛbɔ kwase aka in as much sɛ wuo na ɛya no moma yɛma nneɛma mu nna hɔ ɛyɛ kama yɛbɔ ɔmo di yɛyɛ wei ɛyɛ party na aba ɛ fine but sɛnea ɛyɛ na nkurɔfoɔ bi ka no ɛte sɛ sɛnea ɛbɛ mu nya mahama asɛm a ɔmo ka ne ha no papa no nneɛma bebree ɔyɛ but me sɛ wei wode bɛto kwan mu na wokyerɛkyerɛ m sɛ saa deɛ wei na ɔyɛ nti no megye di sɛ ka ɛmmoa na sesei ne deɛ ɛmfa kwan mu na at least yɛn nyinaa yɛn sɔpɔtɔ kokoofoɔ yɛ a ɔmo kokoo yɛtwa gu yi amanfoɔ kɔ wia ɔmo kokoo amanfoɔ sɛ ɔmo kokoo galamseefoɔ ebi kora kɔ fight galamsee deɛ kono amɛsoale o defend ɔman no ɛna obi ɛbɔ ntuo kun no ɔmo nyinaa ɛyɛ heroes so deɛ mekyere but wote play mu na sɛ wo deɛ comfortable na nyame amoa na nkoa na one day no kɔ a sɛdeɛ mo ka nkora bi nkora nso kɔ mo akɔnya ɔmo so kɔ wu ɛyɛ yɛn hyehyɛ a bi a yɛn hyɛ da nhyehyɛ yɛ kwan ɛne aburokyire kora deɛ accident si bibia ɛyɛ normal bia timi si but sometimes no sɛ nyɛ sɛ ebi asoma si deɛ mempɛ na asɛm na de ba ku akwan mu bia no ɛnyɛ mema ayi nanado me bɔ na ba so wɔ bebre o start
one agenda 111 initiatives is be support by ukofa cathedral be siwa now person men so to na obi abeta sa Kristo free na say support nyansa nim o man na etimu no oba anyam o oda eyi oda kwan ho de bobo ya na fa oba ensuo kura intimi ntwa enti saa o man no pese nyame aboa na ye light agina so eyi friend say 6 days na nipa na council manenka enti o man mu na eduru ba bi kura be 1 week ni enya light enti yentimi mfa ye ho nkoto UK for say papa wo me sitem bia yentimi mfa ho nkoto Canada Japan because oska obetimato plant apa wa ne fie enti ye man no moma yenhwe ne a ye benya wo papa ye kaya ye ni na se hu se daspa ba etwi bukati na so se chenchina ye sem papa e man bukati ni bia e na pese wo kire ye nu UK de but normally bebre wo ho a ye de aban ba ye abanda dan no na sika na ojeje no no sa chama no krofo ye ni tua no mu wia ye gidigidi o ka na o mu ensan di watam eno bi na ba mu se o ya te se asumasi awia asa asumasi ese enro se metise na mo for stay tamai yamin aba galamse mu as na mo ka no enimba bia ni ho a bia na eto safre yamin no so wonko na otu galamse ono kra ne de ne case na ba ense omo so ono at task force omojeje amanfo sika obia ni ho ka se yamin tu galamse report ba bonten enti na meka se e ba se platform iso no yenya foto bi ne etimi ya di platform na ebeboa obi ba na otu foto agu ani so ben sententem na omoyi aba no enti say ne provide esa misinformation no ya adoso fa kwame mere obesi ya obi so aso ofa kwame sitting odidi
Dabi minute one ka
3+1
okay ofa buachi sisi de ya kwa mountain so be o mic no now so atiki over
yo abujafo bi da mi ya mase ntina ono so de wa adwen kese no na etoda mi nua no mo ka se e pese ya abrofa na state mi nya abrofo na ya na madi ya opa ya na me ya why can't we identity me yet abroche no na ya adwuma me I don't know adwuma obi oba ba kroma ma ba manager for almost about 25 years with Ghana me O level student and then I'm me hande omo etimi high omo your interview you busa me nua it's about your mindset bro din chain
srawa this all phone yes I did any bad do
obi de enya me side Indiana and Yamo Casa and a media pass. Why would you think mediocrity? Yet to me, you said despite, but not just mean to me to an among said the despite it too. No, I was also put one fear. You go coast me, what you audacious, you don't know what you got. We name the work, and I said, maybe I best super history. Tamana Europeans, coming out from Second World War depression. Ghana, Coco, and farm more mobosia. You don't know your history. I think say anything I know I say enkwala tumu for amuntie. When you because as say office say yeah war me find so obeka we say baby boomers na Ghana say that be from rolling star na Ghana say from 81 that's when Ghana started drifting down the drain. And yes 60s or 70s no rolling the companies and Krumadia nyina. Then we have catch a champion on Fabosia move Ghana. And so Ghana was one of the best countries in those times. Why can't we do it? Obia yababu 37 mini about kubidi kabasa da nana bene wano. Say ujune saw your Ghana it's okay. You can think big dreams. E didn't need kwa nebe se koto down this Lagos winters. Yeah, it had na one ya no person who down the cross.
This is Marco because one who know might be big. Think big. And I catch you say, I didn't know the only to top V8, V10, V6, whatever one they want to buy and sit in. Have you, mom, you say, who's our question? No. Anything I can say, when we think of naivety, there, I normally be there be mom will say, yeah, inexperienced, they can tell us whatever we can believe and we follow them. Me tia bro ni bi anche me o ma betra ni krom so anche me won se ofa be kai mre bi abesin ko ye ya ni okumase no ya dwene ye sala tafo ni nyansa ye tie ni no magi 18 mu ho nyina afa mebo a omna na eton phone line ni tema phone line nyina
Ifo Igbo fo ya no mo
ebo
okay.
phone no me be tweet tax for this na me who say I love Nigeria for more courage kind for ye for timid. Now, yes, I do remember. Say me treat taxi. You forget. Me can say you mum see that be me be ground so dey no movie. Ya have dey wo mu. Now the other time na go transfer condition far ho na o man instruction a umpe. Enu tin ya ne nka say you bet myself breaking for Dubai by da ben. Dubai, there be am the Dubai example. Dubai by da ben. Uni mo research na ni mo history then you any mo ba ma enti no mo dey here no. India na mo fanatics no yenu no be be fan omo tra NDC MPP sans Mahama kura no no na o de secretary to Dubai no man ka say the Dubai ba Ghana na me boa ya na kan ye because we who say 777 nipa na omo bu omo no omo nwini no man koyechi ene ho na menu mienu ene yesi edan wa kra ni kumasi a ye hwitem yan for water crosses na shame nti abebe ka say infrastructure a common basic thing a wo krobie mu a eni say ebo ensuo hwe ya tena ho ama omo dada ya ma na wusi dey and this all the water tank is so how basic water and abra also obi anya bi ena ana meka artificial man make the largest artificial man-made lake in this world. It was built by a black man. It was initiated by Nkrumah. It took a trouble saying to me, they say, Bruno, and it is a service, man, no crying, no sumuna. Not just a one cast on you only. How can't you be like, they want to be like us, we want to be like them. And yes, I will be a white minister will color now, but your mindset is all make the difference. I didn't also control V8 and call for them to be them. I brought in Sago Chibroni be an yes, and you think I need a rare. Omubano Benam, this normal bubble show I remember. This is quite who portals in the Biasuni maintain. They see all these things, but they don't want to do it, and that's why we are so angry. Rwanda president comes Ubusami say Ukro Nisika Wanya or Ukro Sika no actual hospitals. Kusibu afoko Rwanda. Oba oba catcher Kufadu me say me call Rwanda omo ni say fabas. Ene kwa ejuma. Omo hospitals omo nkura si bia hospital ni ambulance 3 si ho. And so ultimately be translate ya dey Magana. This is the problem we are telling them say mo mo ade no mo nye enye sika ni ho. It's there. Bomba babechirem say ya to ya yedua koko we free na besi na ye de bokoko bosia 7 na chese nyansa be na das ankrofo evotu omutirima obitim be ka kire say onu nyansa sen abreso ka kire om say koko no mo ma ye kwan ka na fi senke ama ye kwan ka ye kwa fon ke beton koko na ma banwe ya de fa kwa africos me off first no now say smuggler na bim koko libo koton. And as I say, Bono man farmer, no be cocoa Ghana, ye tonnage, because ye never said they are from running. I'm serious. Oh, and to no mabu or I now fire, you say be a million no more. Ye be high in Nimia. We are experiencing it, we are living it. Today be a because no Jahin or the also Jahin on Sat, and so yeah, I mean, you have been made to machine a ticket in Ghana, I'm Dobeco. And when you see it, you believe it and figure, say, oh, say, Papa, we almost, yeah, David no more can. Nana, Ghana say yeah time 1981 Rollins be cool na Ghana started say follow. That was when everybody started want to find a way. First now bisa of money na na first now ba brocha uko hia visa. Brocha take charter flight we be do on Britain. Oh, enti na mo enye se bia ye de yaw na kasa se aden na de we nyina ye nim ne ta kwa mo befa so on se me your mind submission mani age on so what can hero asem say that is right. This is a patriot. Nipa te me ni wudi command mani age. Obi tu kwa na play cotton hwia on say wa NDC company for no mo friend say on but we criticizing it constructively. You know say nipa we ne ya argument a we school free na nye omo obeka dia na de omugina na omugina de omugina na omugina o say omi nu o NDC ni ba wakase da bia de wo omo ye nyame and that is why we are all talking about until you say bia na criticize mahama wa beye bi fe ekodada me say passion of the Chelsea Supreme Court no so the sa passion ni Chelsea Accra Kumasi Road or the Chelsea Galamsey he will be one of the top best presidents but some year yeah say me mpese obi be ye etia brochira hwan na oba brochira mpese obekwa akosi na Ghana hwan na mpese obekwa obetoka akodem na nu chese why say broni but what be hu ade bia efe a kono obabi into pese wo de ko krum ebusu afo we ya boni adenti ni ntimi nyese omo take fo bia koko Baupa check your chocolate industry. Take you for Muntua cocoa. Check your chocolate industry. Omuto cocoa ni free him for. And he said, be the penny for me. I can't golden tree more Jimmy. Mon package, I buy hang toko. I am marketing. Just and you say to me, you buy a more and who say a bonfiana, yet to me to sab. I didn't just send me to Sabro. Dubai for open your catch on say be American will be Disney World or no more be ko mo to mo twetwe ho and then why and then the whole world will be a Dubai. Nanka Ghana the center of the world. And you go the ya contract or be back or you know just say yeah corruption didi we are born so bad to the point say Jenny say intimi yes abrof no because asem kra na me boaf me ma bakrom ha be abroni ni ama broni ahyemase aye adwuma ndia no bi kasa asem na me boaf kra na makoma asore Jenny just say intimi yes broni no chen e kwa mezo ya ba nya 1% bi pe no ma ye ne no mu nyina na ni nam krom ha engineer no money address beat me by my office because you say motherfucker like you for Africa office a crew ya odia no I'm say of course me buy I know how the system works and operate and I'm not bragging upa baba junior buso bia kwesi bo ache fiscal but can is much I'll tell you because omo nchen and then at times omo ma no me na ho na omo say ya ma no sini tonto wa na go baby Bruni onam on the moja red, red, or chow kwa beso. Bombard your nyansta away. Abe nyansa just say, Brian Becassa or so Michel de Mai. A dear Bruni nyansa ben or the channel. Banam say your boy and wabum fia, you want the pioneer fair. You want the panana and ye fair, and on a shamable, a bit before your cramp pad the pa, and I told you trim. Nti ya baba bi ni nua bi sha atade kura hu na nifa ko busa ne sha atade emi nua efe me ka oja hene ne kan o se copy e ma de yiyi me ran fida hu obi ade na hu yes umpe o copy no na hu sa ade we phone omu ye enye no ka na ye na ye kura phones first na cell phone kura na enye yi I say free phone yeah, what take it out. And India for now, American high tech for Ache. Yet they say chew and porn, yet one and a Chinese for now, bachelor machine, the wolf. With the near movie, and him say, oh, yeah, well, be on a talent, na ched, we have to push them. But until say a mentally, no, ye big G, ya free, or say brony, and you brony, no. Massa, Kuro ne teacher. Also for Ghana na sa onu omo kasa na can be do experiences abenya abrochire no omo come so kwa ye tu no. Who is on kwa akwa abrochire aba. I don't know some momo tibia o kan sem patron se minua ebi enwura we mfa nto ade we ye ni sia na be yi. Odim ka sa de wo kwa na wo the office wa kwa abrochire aba. How? Ma kwa abrochire ma hu sa ade bi ye. Me de be chiro minua no. Ene ye ba abrochire himfa na omu si dan a omo tale omo fie anim ho nyina tiles. Me ne mu nyina busa doctor ye nyina ye ofie wa abrochire. Hwana ni fie wato tiles wa anim. I cover any muhonyina. Hey, alone, common sense you tell you say so only thought they should have a place to go. And before you atra, we named all this our concept and about opposite into you sit down, you intrago takran to anymore. And it's a bruni number you see the intrago. Take the whole yoke, that mean in Swata Euro. One who's a Kumasi Swata me. Tete hɔfoɔ no nomunum nyansa sen nti sɛ munim a nɛ namafoɔ no ane bi mu ka kyerɛ sɛ yɛ nkɔkorafoɔ no nti ne yɛni abere no because ɛnɛ namafoɔ a moba no mo sɛe no ɔmo a yɛde gyaeɛ no Rollins ne woka kyerɛ me sɛ Ghana yɛne ɛsɛ na argue with you Rollins time ɔbɔ ɔbɛyɛ NDC from 1981 ɛna ɔtɔn factories ne fa nyinaa ɛbɛwia sɛ nyɛ ɔne ne yere nana akɔ adu adwuma Rollins na nsɛmɔmfoɔ koraa na ɔmo twe manso bɛsi na 31st December Women's Movement sɛ meboa mo nkasa kwakyɛ ansa woboa na nantie me deɛ ɛtɔ da yɛbɛka ba me deɛ I would never accept the fact sɛ MPP NDC no ɔmo yɛ bi but yɛ ɔmo yɛ no sɛ ɔmo sɛte ɔmo priorities ɔmo de nneɛma bi to n'akwam sɛ na yɛaba ma adeɛ baako nsi ani so oh say Accra Kumasi road yɛ pɛ sɛ yɛyɛ ne dua carriageway muma yɛnyɛ yɛngya party nsɛm ne sɛ party we ne wie dabi ɛnyɛ Ghana agenda maybe NDC for by accommodium kɔ Mahama oba no I said the government should be inclusive ɔmo kɔyɛ ade nyina ɔmo de two people so ade adwuma na ɛyɛ na name ɔmo nto a name rim yɛ de bobu sɛ na yɛ to kokɔ de ana mitimi sɛ Ghana ɛnyɛ yɛ bi no I Debbie said name rim still yɛ bobu sɛ na yɛ ɔmo yɛ ɔmo Cocoa Syndicate meanwhile smo tete Accra office hɔ ɛna bomba de akama a ɛkyerɛ yi wote Accra office hɔ ɛdi adwuma na ɔmo yɛ CMB Cocoa yɛ de makra akɔ ne nana mokɔ scholarship wonya bi na sɛ we na me bɔ Mahama akyi na me bɔ Akufo Addo akyi na sɛ ɔso tame a wompɛ mo asɛm a ɛyɛ wogyegerege yes sɛ me kan we na sɛ ɔde me kwase a ɛyɛ wogyegerege because people ɔmo pɛ sɛ ɔbɛka no korɛ na kyerɛ no oso yɔnko a no town ebi ni ɛka kyerɛ ɔmo yɛti we hwɛ sɛ ɔbɛkɔ ɔfa kaa bi wɔ hɔ a na yɛduro no ɔsi yɛ yi free road ɛnso ɛyɛ trɔtrɔ hɔ a emission no sɛ kuro no meanwhile mo asa deɛ na ɛkɔn sɛ kura dɔnkɔ te ase ɔsi mi deɛ kama aburokyirifo no nyinaa mo de cars na ba ɛdeɛ na ɔmo sɛ ɔmo ma ɛkɔn sɛ yɛ ɛnyɛ so over age cars so mo ma ebi aka up to 15 years sɛ yɛn famra Ghana 15 years ka de bɛba Ghana no emire bi a egu mu sɛ plain face so for America at that time 1970s no time na yɛ fa mo kɔ Germany no ɛnyɛ no na ebe boa kwame yi mu DPRT for mo nya plain face no bɔ watɔ nkyɛn ama transportation yɛ easy wɔ Ghana mo ni story no ba mo nyɛ mo ano bɔkɔ ne nkyɛn mo ɛno mo problem and then I'm a no baby with sharp teeth from fi so munum nyansa mu gya ekwan na mu san ho enti e kan mu hu enye ne say Ghana of ampacho mo Rollins no ana mu di na chinu me ne na te nya ni ba ne yiri kwa dua dom me ne papa ya boa e ne frantoa me mi tumira no ma kire so we live there at nya ni ba with them and know what I'm freaking talking about. Nti e ka no kra ne kyerem na munti a munni o mo chi saa no mo nsɛ ye kuro no sɛ saa na panyi ye bo ambeto Ghana nka o mo ambetena nkan amanka ne bana menya Rollins ne be sɛ kuro no 1981 obewi achi abacha 5 million bi ode ma na ebedi obi na no ode chi kwako ba ko ni kwasi prat mu kotum sɛ o ma kɔbɔso eden na mba ni be wi ha na o mo ko school Maryland Oh, until another story, no, Ubeka say we don't know her. No, Ubeka say I better broach 30, 40 years in this, you know, I am a stress, I am a stress. At times, you just laugh because tear free aside. Don't feel say we always want to criticize the government. We want to criticize the government. There be Obi say just say busa sagle manure. Edama kuma so edana kuma so. Obi say mahama say una koji ska no. Ekufu adu abedi 8 years o manye. Forget about them. Your project. Ye bibi wo ho na faji within. And then this time and age, common water. See, Abasa also will be a 2 borehole. No be a sheda. A bare policy. And now to Kumasi Cross, so 2 borehole. A day. Galam say, bedroom baby, not for any so. Now, first, in the United States, so there, we suck up. You did near culture bar with Uber corner, changing a did cross pollination, and so near Yarini move, and now we're gone too soon because someone tear food when we tell them. The also yet to your no money ya omunjindi. And I mean, the can say until somebody on my being so bit 7 cocra 34 no na chiro mu no mapani eja kru na mo mu no matene mo ani no na no njire say me babro chi na be hu ade pa bi na ye na me call Ghana na me nye Ghana ni. I'm a faithful Ghanaian person, but me ko hu ade bi na ye said the broni ni so ba me krom no hu ade pa o de ba ne krom no eye ba brofo no omo nche ya okwan bi amyansam adi o oli say adwene no ne mfa nya adwuma ye beto ensu to ye no na ye hu na ade chi ye no formal force ye hu over ye hu nti enu afọ mma ye nka ye gusu ka ye gogo mu ye dada no ba bi ada chi bi no na anya ye penso kra na ye nchirima na ada bia yesuma wo mu no na nka sabi ye ti he ya je life insurance say life insurance akoji aka tro say owu a ochirifo ne bedi nti enso say ya jimi say aje but you just to say that bibi sina ni ho na unchirima no monya bibi, and that is why we are crying for Madagana. And you say bibi entre over yenye ekro no ye dono ya ye nyuma wo mu ye sika ne ye japade wo ye nchi ye ntimi nyina wa ha onse panyi chumo twa hu twa ne no akotra Ghana owo ahi no be dandan ho ne no akotra Ghana ebe ne no akọ Ghana mi say next month me ko ye ho ni efire so na ho ni efire nti esrem a mum ye nya kro ye na ye mo ye chi ni ye ma party ni equalization ba ya mu dia kro no omo hu se sa ade no ena edi nya ena ebo omo tuntun omo masa ade ne nko da until say be realize say omo bu ekwasiafo ache no it will be the same thing. Aha Congress and America Obama ba o free White House or retire ko obi a hwe ni bio protection kakra ni de ma no enso Ghana MP no announce president ni wia protection ni no man ni sika don bi ni so omo di agi landry allowance how and I heard some gem fee Cocoa board for executive me hwe na monuments ni adam say hey even a cocoa board na ma ya ne cocoa kura bobusi and bezu baby gold no so bobusi and na me da say mo bi nkasa
Oh what answer
eja we dey na dey wa frame me wa bomidin pa
una de shada ke mu pie na ja e farmer so mu you are Ghana for 2 types of Ghanaians so you Ghana can do for na wo so a wo mfu se kwesi bronia na wo so ochichire Ghana man so nanka wo bia wo tu kwa ya ba brochire de ka kwesi broni ni bibia ni workshop ni bibia e wo brochire ha wa be hunu ibi kwa na adwumada na still ya wo free se kwesi broni ya mire mi eni ma me de kofie no yese me de mani kotuga ayi bu obi aso emfidie die ye se de be ya ebe save ya ho odin enti wo benye efidie a wo betumi de ayi odwuma de be wo ho odin betumi a
usua say the si repair no na obenyu obi a service na ma ho a service. Now we go into production.
Production. Oh, na yeah can we head new plan. So can new plan for time omo ka ba German for omo dem fit magazine for be group. Just say e no maybe why sisi why bit man to aso.
Ah, na he say na Ghana for ya na the building bodies.
Ah, nanka tanka car sisi ya the beef in America ha Toyota ne Ford no ma ye na say ni nyina no me pass no. Pass ni free nkro bebre ni abe asambo ha.
Na master, the only engine ya, okoto engine. Unim body ya. Okoto engine na dia besi so. Enu eni una okono. Why another manufacturer? Ah, me who say Kawasaki, womu moto, enkrofo pi the ye machines a ye de donom ni de. Enti unim say maminka awe who say me Ghana me copy so. Town hall. Ena take for ni magazine for ba be exhibition ho na take for
Na me tie.
One the breaks aba one break or take ene ni makakra o me ho o ba expose na break no eno kra wo so mu anyame apata ebitumi atwa ho apo e wo ho mo ye breaks magazine for so ube na China for ni ma no ma fe ya frem ene no magazine Nigeria ni bi ade dade a engine ne port na a break no wotumi ya na wotumi a join a che se be se bubie mu a enye baby a ono repair no
Now offer him who can we VW German for there no mechanic be papa body say no Kumasi magazine. Oh yeah, the 4 doors. My German for no crab but say I didn't know TV or no to creative VW or more any 2 doors, no any 4. Shaft to burn or the two so near the idea. You see, talent in our hobby with all the needs to be pushed. Oh, but you see, I don't quite say, we ever can say, hey. Interchange ben ya 3 cars fast will be me complain say a broye so. Yeah, and I'm saying him the usage, the importance of normal boy a brabo mutino. Bibiki to be be na so any. And you say be a baby can't say I because common electricity coming chroma time. I'm telling you, if you have a the population no be back on you yes I say you increase your output.
Mekoto oven homemade Germany. Nam se we be trotro. Me de come magazine. Say master. O ka no untumi use no ho. Si anya modification ama wa oboa untumi use ro Ghana ha. E wo so mo change yi. The friend is saying, you change springs no. Yes I change radiator said there no.
Na say no o mutimi change you transmission automatic come manual. E nyansa e wo ho. Se bronya in the car transmission my.
Me wo ye bi me de konti mo ma me fa kwayi mransa. Na me fu kai. Me fa kai. He bump kakra bi na otira kopem soro. Wo mu ye wie smooth. Cause bronies no use ni kromo. Ah say sa effects no nye bi. But they do African technicians.
Oh yeah.
To our system.
No, say first who can say first Ghana weather no na first the car about the car fabric but ni ehun ti dey na overheating. But the change who say thermostat no say din so ogum enye coolant no ni anti-freezer no say abedru another weather mu. Enti obi na hu nya say mini thermostat ni free ho keke. Omu yi Africa bi an say o Ghana bi o ga bi an overheating. Somebody have to take a risk. I'm going to say, and yes, I dream in the hole by any animal.
Now, I didn't know the own.
Asama, I just watch it. Kebesi eno krepa. Hey, obi ye me bitu misana mentiasi. Obi ye na, obi ye afechi overheat bi ni baby epi. Hey,
Hwɛ me so owo ahe uhu kokompe ene magazine da ho no. Engineers o. Also na ayeye nuanom anu omu ko school na seven na akọ ese nchroye no ne ade na bi mmoa. Ba na omo adwene mu do. Enom so mutimi take risk. Intimi say ya German satam no. Me nua bi the bluebird, samoka ni san bluebird.
Design.
Odi by me fra kra me kokumazia can engine baby bedroom go corner fit because oh massa pa na wa me nto ade e ho the first time who so massa bra o ko gina o hwe ready time o hwe o yi temo start ni fi modi o draining eye wo mu nyina anti freeze ni ade ni nyina coolant no hwe nso ni go mu can na run smooth because we cry den ka akobọ engine because temperate zone no afri baby ni awo ni ade enti ya na sebe enye sebi adibi but e say ye mum na ye person enti na ya na ye ka che enkwala ni say mum ye kan bia na mum support so na mu baby enye no tinitine ye tiase o enye say ye ntimo de na se ye tiase pa but o ma kan de bi atumutiri mu a o be dwene sebi bi ni minu na asem we kan na mani age pa but so caste ye tetifo no baby boomers ne ma Ghana said ya na say onim Ghana history. Ghana started deteriorating under Rawlings 19 freaking rule no, they were 2 years so military rule no. And I'm actually obi abufu say sorry nyina ne say ade na mwaye because obaye no a omo be o de fani say we go force mu be ye bi ni ade MTN no omo tonton ni say any Ghana for ya no omo do mo run business no. Look at it. Compare PNT or Muton and Ghana for Yana to one or de run. It's about leadership. I near Cano.
Woman any Ghana for no. Woman a bibia naka nayeka sa to ho asemu. To ho asemu. Enka yetumi ya senya esa bitumi bi free mu. Obi ba yes debi. Ye the bema party for normal crack.
Na jahin who can say Sata send Cromania oil in 2 yo and so who nyansa ye guy.
Oh.
None who says Sata near or might be Mankwaze farms. Mr. Okani and in what tema. Korea for Papa no was shifting trolleys almost about 20 something.
Wow.
Missy who because a Ghana go say any guno. Rollins never go here. Offer problem and more calculators in watching my dress house. Ya no become no Ghana history and area. What Pamo when I could grab because you need Alata. Now you don't tell you the history. I want to hold a catch and say, yeah, best say Ghana. Urafi said, NDC penny na about the time, Sion, near or Tata Brewery. Again, another Ghana penny for you.
Messi, yes, Ike, millionaires are burden in a time, no. Millionaires, Ghana entrepreneurship. Emma, and coffee big go.
Nana Dako Farms was the biggest poultry farm in the whole of West Africa.
No, maybe no, so close crop for bear enterprise. Any money mundo.
Any or the careful bet 2 years so my ban fan amachi de no question of omunyina first na ankasata man na omuka say omoye uni musa say sa concept from kofa bank omu 24-hour economy no anka be ye adwuma menye uni musa say Ghana was running on a 24-hour shift udu anyumra ukọ Apollo Theater tipto ukọ Lido ukọ Kumasi a Subina Club, buying bar to 3 a.m. into a bit to Adriania, or more to Adriani, normal, Kosiana buying bar 3 o'clock. Most of you I started or more council. You see, Barolins buy or person or bear Ghana for no mumun in any time, but good Sebi, I can fool you men in any time. Why can you? So the Nisi I can phone so. Oh, now you're so when you story, we know now if you did not leave it now. On say na etimi ka obi a wo omo after 80s no munim sa de we yo It was almost a pair kwambi suma ye history chire Ghana say. On they say entry history of Ghana.
You. You.
Obenya tumi or tibe bi all than history no. It's because we brainy. When you tibe bi all than history because we brainy. One percent. It's what to go so sa no ma di onu ni. One percent.
Why me say no nyame ye madoma me nyini free political area. Enna ye tia hemboa no na ye nananom na ye so adwafo no mo so asante hina konwa na me hwehwe ansem ntimi ni masante akonwa ne amamre pa ansa na politically so no na my stepfather ye buzi adamfo no de ba atema nti ever smash aboachi say no be di mutu o me ma me nsem otema every Sunday. Oh, and I was saying, Nipas, we Munyansan, Penford income, I was several man. We grew up, and Tema, those days, coming chroma too many. We see Temanet to say, there's no way I broach, will be or Tema behind the 70s, no person. Missing Korea for no Japan for, engineer from Japan for, almost Ghana for my Gua Jantra for, almost go crop for Lisa. Tema was thriving Meridian Hotel, and the dynamic country Alex. Who knew history no me country. Don't blame it on us, but baby a free but almost say my dream, and no more year free books in the mountain say can't move a distorted no. But
you fear Ghana city ya what deconstructing for no
Oh, but the bed is almost all my bedroom a common tino, also my comedy patch afe no, woman we can credit the work can be a no do it. That's the system now. Oma cripple crophobe bray into no mania nipa video much aka chrome nyadi no says okay. Into no afanisa ana. That's a can him ye mu pa the Ghana they started after 79 cool no Rollins or tempty or the Mali mine. The man maybe was able 2 or more 81. That was it.
You are teaching woman or be what time and a teacher. The quite best.
Missing and the careful ni pamo. Na bosses I had that one ever want to have a tardy.
You do a tiny edge through my a better no mine.
Entrepreneurs are no gun. Now, me say, but Seki so a name in one who Seki ho. Now, with the number of Fabesi supermarket, that was going to be the first mall and papa ni bechichiro ho. Omo di ni time e pamo papa buache e chini tumu. Na apia mi nkamu nyina no na say apino soup. Lever brothers wo horo na apino soup Ghana or jebi wo Kumasi e challenge wo mo. Enso wo nyina there's a own freeway party na ya sheda gu adwuma saa na omo didi ma be si na ma MPP for ba na omo gu NDC for there NDC for so ba na omo gu MPP for there enti yanko ye ni mu da
Asante memu pokufama oba me kufota na me koye ku me call Ghana pokufama ono na chese wo supply sa generate TB from insurance almost friend is a health insurance if we on buy a big good no my who good entrepreneurs but you build a nation yo Adam say so also now person kasa ibi jayama
Na won so omo ti o mani so no mu gu ni pa djuma omo gu djuma omo ti sa asante no mo hwe asante ne be go sa djuma ni sa anka ze Ghana ke o millionaires be
me see owa hini na Rothman's the great apino soap wache mattress house anka ne China for na abaji di sa no ma we ko woni panyision Tata Brewery na ye ABC Beer Club
yo Mama me fa mic no.
You can't. Over. You can't man from person account. Absolutely, the cleaning and saying the cleaning and how they get on. Oh, we now
And
can say
fat is Mrs. Hoya can I say, oh, Park,
no cry
over.
Messi,
because it's a can't on my Ghana. It's on my Ghana. Not the Kono or mine on the some any JD Epicoswa. Some for no, but
could transport to me. Some articulators in normal Makogu Africa, normal Bubu factories, Proco processing, Felicia Pokumina, Honomako.
They say, you can't. They say, you can't come just right. Yes, two was, but to know, second number four, no man cry.
Debbie. No, sister, no more apology, no ton or ton cassette. So you call school soon.
That's right. Low start.
SAT opposite to Hono. Now, Podi, not one in chair, why a team ho. No, so and the penny for waiting on now more good than near and collab, but no power and Miss Sorry, I'm a graphic, because see, Kaditi, I'm a free data graphic, also a free stars, or rather basic Kaditi, a zoo, or no, the 1 person, so 2 person will be student. Oh, Yahoo, and oh, Yahoo brepen, any who said they never chronis equal. It Rollins buy no bet say no many now. To me, the Rollins there be a me catch will be I say or you kung fu dumfo.
Nedum no saying.
What from me say today your face you know one disease. That I want an uncle to my dear so forever.
Debut, na say oh hand over to Kufuo no. Now was it okay Kufuo say tell me how you are going to run your government.
None says external pressures and a demand. Who they go off the line? They wanted to really get rid of this man, but posterity will judge him. Also, we are not making friends because I catch them off. I said, "Me can't say no already." So I'm going to he said that you will can't. Come on, Minister of Security no go forward with himself and this opoko. Also, maybe on a champion time, me uncle na na we MI4 penny. It Rollins in that besi the soon or chasing a map papa ni Johnny no be Britain. And a Britain for fun Scotland Yard. Said they are Kufa Bopam Dom Levono. The same thing. And the Rollins there he came to kill that what no. The same trend in there why it was said normally BDM before no motion. Sana na MPP for no so by no more the NDC for us now yet na ma bontin ti hu omu chase NDC for no pa ba NDC for no o ba omu found so omu be tun said di anopa ye di ye hu ni wi a say nwumre du na say won ye se odi abeto so na ye mbechiwa omu mfa ho beba
pero my ba na ye ntumi ntimu enkitiro my no ye di ba ye
so you do me, I do you. And I beca, yan movie soon, tears, woman, yako, being your mochi, dear more. Oh, there be I no more consa, cocoa, the air politics, son, I galam say, the air politics, son, I will tear ne.
No, your mamma knows me in Casa. Sabi, or Peso Casa. Baby, Sabotna, Edam or Casa, we are now fi wabawang.
Edam will be a man, I'm in Casa.
Oh, yeah, for yay.
And then they were also started good as you said, it was one Casa. For Papa. I said, unless you say me offer having. I thought that's sanity. If you do better, two said it.
Oh, media, a political discourse, and she said, and ask your mind, and you know, and I nti obia wɔ ne opinion ɔde na obia wɔ ne nti no for me me pa so me ba nti no me I am not perturbed. The only thing is we agree to disagree. At the end of the day, your ideology is different from my ideology, and so what you believe in, yeah, I don't believe in that. And at the end of the day, what do we do for the betterment of Ghana? And let me say, me papa no kasa,
Yeah, that's the
wakasa
truth. Yeah.
bibi, ena
Wow, very progress in Ghana there, and no the fine juma. Yeah, peg one more bema Ghana trianamon.
no problem, no problem. Wakasa no we di inti mame so be no the Rollins. And so let me also go in defense of Rollins.
Are you
No problem. That is his opinion. He can say anything. He can say anything about Rollins. That is his opinion. I don't have any problem. That is his opinions about Rollins. And Rollins being the destroyer doing this. But at first, yeah, funny say, what was the reason Rollins by corruption? Corruption, one. What was the inflation as at then when Rollins took over as a president? It was almost 113%. What was the inflation when Rollins was giving? These are the things. And Rollins was the one who came and built these secondary schools. In fact, it is a Sena Abrocheno, your secondary schools. Apart from that, Rollins build a regional integration. Apart from that, Rollins extend the electricity to so many your friend is a Krasi Ghana. In fact,
send on your friend in rural electrification,
Rollins
exactly.
Electrification to meet your man. No one, no two ways.
Me pass in fact, most of your electricity, your consumption in the cities, Accra, Cape Coast, Kumasi, any Abia home, but who called the north for Honoma that there was no electricity. Rollins did all those things. In fact, Rollins built a university for Ghana. Rollins yes, info wɔ nipa ho, but who can say Rollins pen a tongue Ghana nyoma nyinaa. Who can about President for about the FNS and PNT. In fact, before in 2024, cry a saying interview, no, see he would even sell more if he had the opportunity. Ghana Telecom pen before a ton before ton AGC. In fact, he came and then the diversity program, he wanted to even make it a law. He felt that being at the time at somewhere in 2004, 2000, when he wanted to the diversity program, they wanted to even no more Shemukin. It who can say Rollins in I disagree with that. That is one thing I disagree. In fact, Rollins said free abem. There is one thing that I always say is there, but before I'm a banner,
connection problem. Ten on kakra, maybe aye yama.
Oriented. I say studio. Last me supposed to be. The guidance. Of how me can say who share your history, who share your history book both from the school, primary schools, called university. In fact, the changing of our histories is being done by people like Professor Michael Eniomo, Professor Odwe Gajepomo. In fact, when you sit in their class and they are teaching, the only thing they teach is to tell lies. When you take the Ordeal in Africa, written by the whites, you see that it is contrary to what they are telling us. And when you take the books, the real books, before, was JHS secondary schools again. I don't know almost is this year. Almost is he speak ill about Ukcha, especially the history books, speaking ill about the some political party and before and after independence. It was a deliberate attempt from people led by this group led by Professor Michael Kwemu to change. Inti uka the curriculum say yenchire we yenchire history. The history books in your money curriculum was changed by ye papa Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. That is one thing. So the history books, almost sisa curriculum. In fact, the teachers are saying that they want to go back to their curriculum. You will criticize Rollins, but the Rollins JHS na JSS na or the buy na JHS as JSS as that time what they were doing is they embed technical skills. Say na abroche no mu ye no they embed technical skills. Into no more weaving, no more basket, no more mason. In fact, I learned how to even do bricklaying at school. Omo was in the curriculum. Or even be life skills. Life skills, even was and people who becomes like caterers and all those things. So you learn yes, who shares and your money now was our level. Who school now? I quite remember say my classmate be today is a millionaire. After school, he never had opportunity to go to the university to the secondary school. But because of carpentry, JSS or Sediano, and one of policy, and then he's now a professional. In fact, he's one of or a furniture shop in a very big one. He's a very fully loaded. And see, you can't curriculum now. The curriculum was recently changed and led by even though me praising with the infusion the over your friend is the STEM school, he led the changing of the curriculum. I had Dr. Educhum. It's almost a curriculum. Exactly, almost a curriculum to a new curriculum for the past, I think, 5 or 6 years. So they are now trying, the teachers are saying that they want to go back to, the teachers are not even using the new curriculum to teach. They are using the old curriculum, which is confusing the children. That is why there is a problem. That is why there's a problem of textbooks. So many years, public schools have textbooks. This is one of the reasons.
You see, also them who can say, no, this is what we want to educate us. Also, because most of them can't so,
okay.
Yeah,
So for example, I have been one person who have been praising Dr. Duchum introducing the STEM school because of my educational background. But at the same time, changing the curriculum at the basic level to the secondary school level, it is rather when now when and as I be university as then na say nipa ne bet now when na say we in the interview you realize when we in university and as well secondary school. But let's look at people who went for the form 4, the middle school. Those people are more intelligent than people who are graduates today. In fact, you check more intelligence into 100. In Kwano school and then to me 5 in 20%. That is one thing. And so
start 7 time or no. Any middle school living certificate so another boy them.
And one Americano.
Na me ba ko person o che say ye titifo no na ye control of English no ye better na say dey na e wo say ye better che present system.
No me the idea to idea me patch they say the form 4 and 7 students no mu years and 7 form 4 no. And then and form 5. And now the first batch up to 2000, up to 99 or 2000, let's say 2000 And I say met me aka say before first time before season we know. Those people who the omusu ene in Kolana omuko school omu ye JHS or say JSS or D&D no omu university no who the san 7 year wa comedy school ebe si ho na say who the ono a o say oye graduate etu ho that person cannot match the 7% in any way. In any way. So it means there is a problem now at the basic level. That is what we are saying. Say, had it not been the change of the curriculum, the student would have been at least first curriculum now, no more year now. At least nipa akwalani we school plan say onim hwea. Akwani betumi aye bibi and as ono ankasa betumi aye bibi. That is number one. It is not wholly on one person say no yes, there were so many diversity under Rollins. That is the fact. That is true. Almost about 96 state-owned company. I have forgotten about 96 or 56 state-owned companies. But President Kufuor equally also sold state-owned companies. And so we shouldn't blame Rollins for only selling state-owned companies. Even President Kufuor even attest to it. He said on your opportunity.
We need education Honda say what's our jump no until bet me a focus on
no.
Oh, there be to places is maintenance.
And that is another level. I feel me back. You see Rollins make what he has done, and so the person who came also built on rural electrification. I remember the President Mills, President Mahama in Akwantufuo. In fact, President Mills also started, he started a school under or remove a school under trees in his animal construction of roads as infrastructure. In fact, one thing I've forgotten to say about him is that Rollins started this building of SNIT. One era. SNIT Adenta, SNIT Tema, I think SNIT Dansoma, which was housing both civil servants, any military, any immigration, is animal. In fact, so we were even benefit because my said now it's not Adenta Kakra. And in those days, it really helped a lot of people. So Rollins was also doing something. I was also expecting, say, President Kufuor and we could continue from there, but also a constructing need different. Affordable housing. Rollins started his own 1 year. 1 year was far. Again, the last 3 presidents, President Mills, President Akufo-Addo, President Mahama, maybe almost so. President Mills started TDB. But unfortunately, when to me and Vienna President Mahama, continue bringing the tablets. President Mahama continue. In fact, President Mahama buy now Adenta the tablets. Adenta so many years Adenta Adenta Teshi Nungwa those places not in what he did at Teshi area in Nungwa area is desalination project. So that it will feed Teshi any Nungani environment. So the water issue, will be solved for them. And so, as a president who sit down and realize that no, these people have been suffering for a very long time. He said, the Germans are now say other countries say almost a into the normal water for people to consume. President Mahama in fact, for the first time, water started flowing around in Adenta, those areas that are sort of Madina and Nisa area, they have a constant water supply. Mahama Bay, one of the major problems, papa, the first president, Oji Fahuma, President Nkrumah, the electricity project. The population then was a little over 5 million or about 5 million. You see, your generational capacity, as time goes on, it grows. Fine. Whilst Rollins was also extending rural electrification, the generational capacity was growing. So when Mahama, so you could see that the protracted energy sector problem has been there for a very long time. In fact, President Ibiba, ono deɛ no ɔfa asɔfo afiri apedwa tɔlɔn ne ɛdeɛ sɛ ɔmo nkɔbɔ mpaeɛ ma nsuo na so that we will get. But President Mahama baeɛ he realized that we have a little of over 700 megawatts of power. So what could we do? And I said, what is he going to do? Say we have more generational capacity. Because the problem then was a generational capacity, which we could not meet the demand. The population now could not meet them because we have jumped from 5 million to almost about 30 million by then. So he brought in the car power, he brought in the same power, he brought in Ameri, he brought in so many. To the extent he said, in the first budget of the MPP in 2016, announced the energy minister then, Dr. Martin Opoku Prempeh, acknowledged, he said, we even have excessive generational capacity, which we don't need them. But today, as we speak today, that excessive generational capacity, now you should need over 3,000 megawatts of power. And even the vice president acknowledged that he deserves no credit for solving doing so because as a president, that is his job. You are to solve problem when the problem arises. So when people say President Mahama did not solve or did not do anything about the energy sector, I found problem a little bit problem. That was a problem that persisted during those days. In fact, Omudi America a car power every Dubai airban, a 3 billion. But moving the same plants every Takradi, Eko Kumasi, Eko Ghana 30 billion. So if we are saying people recklessly, and I say it's recklessly, I say I didn't but no Eko 3 billion. But every Takradi, Eko Kumasi, because Kumasi was suffering. They had nothing about it. Kumasi was suffering then. They had no clue, but they have to move the car power to Kumasi to station the car power to supply because the generational capacity in Kumasi was also a problem. So they have to move it. Again, as we speak today, people will chastise that say, oh, Mahama idea or the energy sector levy by the energy sector levy was supposed to get an amount of 5 billion, 30 billion in 5 years. In fact, NPP by before then they criticized and say it was a draconian tax, it was DN. But when they came, they increased the year from 5 years to 15 years, and then used the money for mortgage and took a loan for it. And so the energy sector debt that was about 5 billion Ghana cedis, has now jumped from 5 billion Ghana cedis to over 60 billion. Now, the over 60 billion out of the energy sector, the ESLA, almost about the 60 billion, almost the IPPs. But the energy sector levy is now about 9 billion. The energy sector levy, but IPPs needs your money in idea in account. Yes, see the 30 billion CDs now, because if they had not used that money for a mortgage, we could have gotten that money to service the energy sector levy of the 5 billion that Mahama left behind. Again, before Mahama left a GET fund of 200. That is a Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund of $250 million. Mahama left stabilization fund of 250, and all this I am saying, Miami Kenny Yinano, our appendix and our 2017 budget of Kenokuria, he acknowledged all this money in the 2017 budget, the first budget of Kenokuriata. Mahama Esan or their sinking fund in case of any problem, or their sinking fund of 250 million, or their Exim Bank. Now, I was talking about the energy sector levy. Now, Osanjaye, the National Buffer Stock Company, the Millennium Challenge Compact. Now, the Millennium Challenge Compact was started by President Akwantufuo. and then to President Mills, then President Mahama. So these things were left. Now there were another investment because oil was discovered by Rollins in a commercial quantity by President Kufuor. President Kufuor had one oil field. Mahama Ekono or President Akufo-Addo 3 oil field, not one. Before he left, 3 oil field was, but when President Mahama was in power, it was 1 oil field. But before he left, it was about 3 oil field. Now, by then, we have a debt to gross domestic product that is of 57%. 57%, which was less than the international accepted. The one, because when you cross the threshold of 60%, it means that you are at a risk. It went as far as 110 or 104 or so. It means that debt now we are still have a liability to pay because we couldn't pay pretty much. It has decreased anyway. Prior to NDC leaving power, inflation then was 15.5%. Inflation went as high as 54%. Before he came back again, inflation was 24%. Today, inflation is about 13%. Now, when we talk about inflation, I've always been saying, people think when they say inflation, it means that a drastic reduction of prices of goods and services. No, inflation simply means the rate at which the prices of goods and services are being increased. That is the meaning of inflation. See, a kind of inflation, it doesn't mean say the thing has drastically gone down. It is the rate at which it's been increased. That is what. Now, in fact, yeah, can't way na boma. Me can't say there were no shortfalls, and I said there are certain things. Maybe it says Saglime, because for me, Saglime issue, I've been one person who has been very critical about it. Me can't say those things are, or I said nyama biya and I need na ko ye e wo President Mahama Abasu. But you see, governance is continuous. So one thing I love about President Mahama is or see the enough of the complaint. He has taken over. Whether the problem was created by President Akufo-Addo or whoever it is, he is now in charge. And so he is now saying that let us solve the problem. The problem, however, cannot be solved just waking up one day. No one can say this solve the problem. It is drastically. How do you solve it? And people have been accused of so many things, holding on to money they are not paying. In fact, I was reading kind from some ministries. All ministries allocation has been given to them. So there is no ministries or can say, yeah, allocated man. In fact, MMDC, another DC, this is a common fund. From the NPP, Omwankasa, Omu Caucus, see, the money has gone. So the only problem that persisted under Akufo-Addo was we were spending money on things that would not yield any result, and then we were over borrowing. We were using our taxes and I said yes, small money will generate here, like the jet fund, the ESLA, those things. Now you can't pay bimu. Now they bimu akoji collateral for loans. Those were some of the problems that put pressure on us, and then the depreciation of the cedi also went high. And we say now what I can about, and I said what I will also be kind about the increase in cocoa price in the world market. Now the cedi is now doing well. Now when the cedi is doing well and cocoa price echo high, it means you have to go and sell in cedi. You have to go and sell in dollars. When you come, you have to convert the money to cedi and pay your people. So if the cedi were to be around, let's say 17 or 16, it means we will get 17,000. Let's say $1,000 to 17,000. Today, say the same quantity of cocoa. Now, maybe $1,000. We'll get 10,000. So definitely, there's going to be a reduction. You cannot get that money, even though the price has gone high. But the appreciation of the cedi is also affecting. It's also affecting. That is one thing. And the problem I'm having is People say cocoa. It's one of, and I say Ghana is the second, and I say the one of the leading producers of cocoa, which we should not be suffering. If cocoa were to be grown, and I say Yenfan is a abrochi baby na baby na cocoa, yes, yeah, they wouldn't have been doing this. But always have been saying, say yes, we'll put every blame at the doorstep of every president. So today, if there is any problem, we'll blame President Mahama. But my problem always is President Mahama has given some people some job to do. That is his work as the executive president. He cannot do every job. So he designates people to go and do. The problem I always have from every successive government is that they fail to crack the whip on their own. President Mahama started from Abuga Pele, in fact, started with those kind of Jida in if we can have other presidents, and I say president get me yes, we will see a drastic change in our attitude as a Ghanaian, because our attitude is also causing a problem in Ghana. The attitude of the Ghanaian man is also causing a problem. So if we can also change, whilst we are demanding 100% or 100 and more percent from the government, we the citizens must also change our attitude towards. We must be more patriotic and do the work and not to be greedy. If we want to be greedy and be rich overnight, this is a problem we are having in Ghana. And again, people criticize Sami near monuments. In fact, I was listening to Namitie, your friend is Nanabi. No, Kasa, Sami Jenfi say, Sami Jenfi say. You see, politicians are very smart. Instead of coming to tell us the amount as Sami Jenfi, because Sami Jenfi's salary, he's a public servant, so his salary is not hidden. Instead of coming to tell us, Sami Jenfi say in a month. And so because of that, my head did this. Until echo yes, he will not come. And he said, Sami Jenfi Jessica say, boom, no I can't to Mone in Ayafa. But when you go inside, you realize that is not the fact. That is not the fact.
O distribute continue.
You know my position on that. I criticize him very well. Unim say me trouble no
and them said them criticize him really. Yeah.
And so I will not condone banting. I know him. Sami Jenfi, he's a small boy. I know him. He's a very young man. I know him personally. He's a good friend of mine. I know him. But the fact is, why Bonnie be any interest, I should condone the batting because he's my friend. He's a small boy. I knew him when so they never Emma Solomon cancer Accra Kitu. I mean minimum or he's just a small boy. He's about 38.
Okay.
Yes, or Kojobo so boy. Mube Kaya. There was a time they say Akolabi Eti Kumasi his communication and the Okasatia Otun for some time ago under Kojobo. Now he was the PRO for the mayor then. He was a PRO for Kumasi Mayor, Kumasi Metropolitan. Yes,
these are some of the things in our hands. I say, won't say history. I feel watching me so much. I feel the who baby aside any trip free. Okay.
He was a good. In fact, that time in Nanam penny for Kasa Efren Eco debate or no Efren Eco debate war. Through that, no, and who no Omudini Bra Accra, Omudini Mema Solomon Casa, then National Solone communication officer then.
Yes, officer when this is that time.
Yes, yeah. He broke through. When Atom Cubic assembly by let me say he has the opportunity to see the document, and so he argued on behalf of Eston Cubic, engineers and planet. And how now no, and on status or ye Jumamo.
In fact, he's a very lawyer too. That's why he's very smart guy.
Exactly. Yeah. Canada Japan cry a presino with his argument because that Canada Japan cry not auntie as so he was then accusing Ibrahim Mahama say or no bar or making sure say Ibrahim Mahama. But when he saw the explanation or so now he didn't know say this was what was going on. So he was even supporting Ibrahim Muhammad. Say, can say he was even thriving under NDC. So he doesn't see the reason why the MPP will come and collapse Ibrahim Muhammad the project. So that was how he started working. So for all these years, he was working for engineers and planners. That is where he got his money from. He didn't get his money from NDC. It is not about. Let us look at what the young man and his team is doing. As of now, there is nowhere Obibe can say he has engaged in any corrupt practice. But what is he doing? The only thing people are accusing him now, and almost say last time he said me offer the night argument. Me offer the and I say almost can say he's buying from Galamsey. I strongly and vehemently disagree because almost site now everybody they are dealing with is there. Everybody they are dealing with as a registered gold licensed person is there. However, as a Obi Kofechi,
but then a hawk crying the Mr. Once a honey still I confused say. It you said or more publishing. No more yen underground, no as you say so. Yati cocoa body. Yen don't feel more. And I'm only better baby.
maybe and don't make cancer. Now, not me last me cancer no make about the whistleblower and me of Fantias here, so it turned into an argument. For him, he is buying from the legitimate people. However, in himself, the legitimate people that is a fact. They will also go back and go and buy it from these people and say go that but good. This is a problem we are having, and so it is up to the gold board to solve that problem. But let us not criticize the young man say he is buying something from illegitimate people. That is not a fact. What is the gold boy doing? The gold boy is basically taking charge of our gold mine. Our gold. Send a bear. Dubai, Nibia, na India, Nibia, na China, Nibia, Kasam, Betinaha, or gold now, no the dollar nickel, or gold now, no the Sikanico. At the end of the day, it put pressure on our city, and therefore the city become a high risk. Today, we have a reserve. The reserve means that there is less pressure on the city. So when there is less pressure on the city, yes, some people may lose. Some people may lose. Some people will gain, but the country at large is the beneficiary. And so at the end of the day, I will appeal. May I appeal? May I appeal to the Ghanaian conscience? He said, yes, the president and his team, somebody will have a different perception about it. They are trying their best. The businessmen who are confirming, said, the import duties are above home. The city has been stabilized. And then they can easily do their business, They should also do the needful by reducing goods and services for Yankov. Then the Yankov will also benefit from. Not people will be talking, say, and Yoma Uncle so and Yoma is still the same as you people are confirming, say, there is a free space, in the business arena. And so why don't you also create a free space for the people, the consumer? That is the one thing I will appeal to the business community. And yes, he is a president. He is prone to mistake. But let us just suppose his mistake to the previous ones. We could see, say, as of now, maybe Obi happy with approach to the Galamsey issue. Yes, but to me, even though I'm not happy because my solution is shoot and kill. He said, yeah, police if only call here and then 2 days or a day or yesterday or so.
No, serious.
Yes, police if 1 year shoot and kill, everybody was praising them for their action. And that is what I want them to do. If the president can give the command, because he's the commander of the armed forces, give the command and say, shoot and kill anybody, because one person is destroying a lot of people's lives. So if you kill that one person, it will stop destroying a lot of people. When you start killing them, they will stop. That is what I say the president should. Even though when him say, then you don't go closer for them to come there, shoot you and kill you. So that people will say they have killed an innocent person. That is the only thing I will say. So the approach for me is shoot and kill. When you shoot and kill, it will stop. But going a diplomatic way, they would not listen. And for this one, I blame my party, I blame the MPP. My party people feel say because with impunity the people did it the last time and nothing happened to them, they should also do it. That is what some people think they should also do it. And so
Adam.
Yes.
Adam.
I'm listening. Métier. Bajo métier.
Mate, be sa question back.
Bajo yo métier.
My question is, how is the CIA? Yeah, shoot na young kum CIA, yeah, motu no. Na young garam, and the CIA, I'm premier. Yeah, party for that, or my banner 24 hours, yeah, started. And no money be brain, no mono, obedi then. I blame people for no money in idea, no more can to be. And to me, they are sure they did this approach in India good. As some motor.
Wafa.
2 years time.
Wafa. Na me mpese me call galamse me kasa me ye blame game me blame MPP a. Ebe ye insane because
I don't think I'm saying blame more.
Your party chairman, constituency chairman, our Western region. Yachino, or Yegalam say Yachino, or what Yachino. There is a clear evidence Yachino say or Yegalam say. Now, or no Yegalam say because or say Onisika. But Sami Galam say or you're the Nisika no. Offer me pacho. In Kualana ye warm. Deformation and a deformation and answer and munya problem kidney problems are air cost Ghana who say ye party chairman no enkoso yes non send for life which is more expensive than anoni kotokum on to me in case of because the 24-hour secretariat has been open so no party chairman no person on your 24-hour business are then on cost secretariat with in a business plan because they have given them every platform say these are the incentives we want to do. No call with in the business plan in the BBN say government should help me implement my 24 hours. Say be a brona media and I say me rice farming me say and no nye papa sing no your party chairman national chairman. It was 750 acres of land at the year farm. On one general chairman at the year farm, at the year fool. Then I will constituency secretary. I will free cronim, or constituency chairman, I will free sa cronom. Won to me, sa assassin be a farm. Say, Uber Kun. So when you are killing people, no, the right thing is they should kill you. Kunwa. Because you can't say more obi mining, but do mining legitimately. That is what we are saying. Say, yes, the president approach of educating, but there are some hoodlums, mecca hoodlums. They don't want to listen, and these people deserve to be punished. Thank you.
Afraid a conflict of
very well
conscience.
said. Then Okasasa, Obi any aje, Ubaha no Abaha, Mundia, no account, Mundia, yes, no Asasa, near Queen, Kakraka cry, Kakraka cry, bedroom. Which is like Kasa say, you know, Kasa said in a Maya hope, so Chimbani, Susani, Kasa say, it give us a little bit, a glimpse of light, say. And so anything so Yampuni Yamba Nasi and Nana, maybe Ghana yes for our the Ghana we all dream of because simply thank you for the speech and the education. It was very well said and appreciate it.
Yeah, good. Say na no fasafu ye say oba uchremu on say government a continuous process. Me say na education me concern. On say me can say what church me curriculum no na who say papa we so no doctor we wa American oh yeah very good. Into we move beto so a wa chire mu say ni ehu but yem pe ba bia na say bi enu mu bi ba on dey do mu gina no mu gina ka say criticize for nothing. Oh no your submission we say I will country mu ya te ase. So me who baby Rollins dia be chire me hu Yeah, accept it. Yes, you have say rural electrification. He said that because any papa no cry, I'll be a liar. Because on the man like to bar baby a farms in the one. So now the entire make say or no ye be I say abani there will be say baby. But as we go forward, you know, ebini galancy asema sisi a who can boost a question, I will catch them and say. And no dear a very dicey situation. And the honors is saying, yeah, these suggestions we over send ye. Yam mumpe kwan bi a yesu nyina pepe kwan bi a se na be a omo be ye ni yie. Se yentu ntwa kora enim se to ni de ntwa. Because baby adro no nana edel can I'm saying it there. Hey yo jejere jo anya asem kitwa na ebosu yo. Omo nyai. Enti e bompa fe de brass afokan e be ye dabi. That's it.
My contribution that
Why no?
yes sir.
For say, I don't know.
Petro Brian, can I count here? Edem
Yo,
obubu sa.
when say ja on the license when who say friend na ye come tie ya obi an interrupt no.
Dans la cathédrale Notre-Dame.
We na we that's there. Okay.
Say do
Yeah,
say
yeah,
yes
dance
e
here.
I just go
Dabi
to
say enefie yempentokwa.
me say obi an interrupt no wa mo de woman de enemy na wa kika go ba de when obi a drink
Say ya fa bi ni atudi egu. Rube say no na I don't know unless enura ni e kan no unless say o kan on can be kire say ese ni say on the enye nko a wo so ko kan the enye nko ana ni ko kobo apai.
na when him Adam you diabolic Alex. Which let them fire or you diabolic Alex.
Say I
Alex
am politics.
or your brand. Oh, Obaka just say ABCD. But Adam no, I just saw any over 4 eyes. I said I'll be who be any diabolic. We are moving in
Ebi ni inflation say o chere say na ka see any inflation dem enko your bottom a.
That is not
By so,
can be. Obani person watch it.
by Okabia,
Obani person watch it.
your father, yeah, no, you tried to
Me
bring
too.
that in chain.
Obani person watch it. In connection with you first state-owned enterprises Ghana ya tonton ya edodo ono ano. Opani ahenu pa cho betimi de wo na to mute. We are ready so be kasa no we bi wo ho ai. Ne dodo ono ana ye omanpani Rollins na odi mu akotene pa. Na me papa bu baby kire me. O se seka enu enwu a kasa abre ne yare na nkekọ. Nti yare no enu ade ku enu. Papa eja wote ase. Hello.
Of nana say me tie.
Yeah, me papa bu baby kire me. O se seka enu enwu a kasa abre ne yare no kọ. Nti yare no enu ade ku enu. So na yekano then say ebi ana sapo de on TV sapo is like your mom is sick.
Bomu na nuafo nyina nti ase.
Okay, sapo is like your mom is sick and you saying that if my mom has not passed away the sickness may have gone or she may have been healed from the sickness but eventually it was the same sickness that killed her.
That kill your mom.
That killed your mom. But you're also saying that if my mom hasn't passed away, the sickness would have gone. So a very dicey issue. Yeah, now there were external pressures and the internal pressures. And suddenly you buy a local politics, right? It is an issue we banner when we may end up accusing ourselves when a year, then it furthers out, then the problem still remains. That is why Ghana or Africa in general, and a question money needs to say Africa by the heroes of haste. you be near my best supply one. No more the finished product abraye. If you can be on one swat, young production back home no buy expensive number paso. Back with your foreign exchange. Wow. Back with your infrastructure and equipment or whatever behind. And back with expertise. Oh, let me tell you. It's your brother coming come see. South factories in Anna. Well, question morning who said no, so now of Chama Obibini, Omo Yedi Bibia obey you, the France and the Americans will go down. And many African countries will take you from that. It is our brain. We need to eliminate that brain. So that brain was eliminated. And instead, they put in friends say, Obia Nadrin Yaguman, Obia almost support to that Western ideas. No, we didn't see you. It is from that point, that yes, the corruption can. Sir, in human organ in Ano, not produce. Say, a person here, a budget. As a banner for the put to no, yes, it can't be the source and human in subventions and the so much. Sana, I said, the production was going down. The overhead cost and also air cost. Meanwhile, when you put down also air corrupt. And one that didn't want that it could buy. See, after could buy, right? Yet, when now it's become a continent for one to take for Russia, for Bulgaria, a continent in a model, maybe for Cuba. Yeah, and then we are dying for where I am. Now, I am a person of a more business. You have to look into your books. On the books, the chunk of our revenue goes into these state-owned enterprises. In itself, they are also not functioning. Yeah, no money is capable be a break Ghana bank. Was okay. The Obama music at the end of the day, we want to go the private hands. Don't wait for the private hands. Don't wait for the private hands. So that was what happened. Someone yes, I can EIP 1, 2, and 3, and can you would never survive.
Recovery plan.
So they have to so they have to let it go. And my acquires and amount of the soil and already now machines in I am very expensive to produce in Ghana. Very expensive because at that time in the more cheap. Back was up for 21 so if I 1/3
of the power output, yeah.
The power. Then the one is the one on your because 1/3 of them was going to Baco. It is the Akana and to me so practice no and a private practice no me was super paper. TT and that TT or the power generation of the boy yet. Then it was so a day it will go into to output. So finished product now this can be better. If you are sound one body amount for years you can talk. And today man it all those fundamentals are there. I don't think someone believe for not a telecom and making scapa as a monton every year. As someone is a every year. No one can really live. Or one can come and come money a champ and really be bed. Or say no, it's a young Bobby. And now we're going to cut our code according to our side. So that we have enough revenue to do other things. Yes, you may maintain this in human way because in human way, so apart from say, able abino come, there's also creating job opportunities by the team in you. Because one year you for someone here be here. So it's a basic planning code in a happen. It doesn't answer for now science support politicians in the young Adam, we've never had them. I'm telling you, we've never had them because the external pressure from the IMF and the World Bank, it is still there. It is still there up to today. It is a at the point you know where you yes, your mama for promise say you better find your basic school, you better say yes, I'm talking about we've been there about 17 or 18 times. So it is sanity. Rollins have to say all those things. No more so corruption. We are by and we. Not 31st December, one to 2 and then carry them out and akɔrɔ do na down in some wonderful country akɔ akɔyɛ ne dia ɔbaa yɛ in fact not tank kakra wɔ ofi sɛ businessmen no ɛyɛ an enemy not necessarily the Ashantis ofi sɛ the business community ɛyɛ an enemy so you also find a way of crushing them na ɛno ɛna mana independent businessmen ɔmo ɛtuma bie adwuma no bi na ama mmerantewa yi bi ayɛ ɛno si fi hɔ a sɛdeɛ medi kankan no production bɛyɛ very expensive so amanfoɔ kɔfa nneɛma wɔ aburokyire a so even at the point na kɔba daako ɛkɔfa nkosua wɔ China because na already chicken wɔ Ghana no ɛyɛ expensive.
Expensive than say yeah.
Nti na ɔkɔ hɔ nom a na wakɔ akɔfa nkokɔfu no bi wofi sɛ wakɔ akɔtɔ kɔba daako but na ɔkɔ akɔfa ne China na amanfoɔ so agyi gu mu aa but wei nyinaa no the western man kwasi buroni no ɔte Washington no ne deɛ ɔte London no ɛyɛ ne dɛ wɔn ɛyɛ ne dɛ ɔbɛfa yɛ nneɛma no fɛnsɛ ɔbɛfa yɛ nneɛma no cheap saa nnua nom ne nneɛma nom ne primary commodities no a wɔn akɔ akɔ refine no wɔsan so aba abɛtena ama yɛ abɔden ɔwɔ deɛ amekyɛ that is to see yɛbɛnya obi ɔbɛnya this brain na mpanimfo no ɔmo kɔ kɔhyia mu a akɔyɛ kɔlɛ ɔmo nka deɛ ɔmo kɔ hu ne nkyerɛ yɛn they don't say it ɛnyɛ easy it is not easy but at the point one is my interview bi ɔsɛ bɔbɔ wɔ yɛ si ɔbɛsi me provide health care for my people ɔmo si no yeah ɔbɔni si no because health care na ɔkɔ ba de yɛ sika na ɔkɔ office ɛwɔ sɛ sika ɛsɛ ɔgada sɛ sika na ɔde brɛ no ɔno te ɔte hɔ no no wɔ you see asoma ko sɛ ɛdɛm kan yɛ mɛ ne ne yɛ adwene ɔsɛ Rollins enya ɔyɛ first for a long time since Kwame Nkrumah time ne yɛ nim sɛ ɔyɛ that we never had the technology the expertise to do it it's in a Rollins time no GMP so say GMP Chachuchi kata ɛna ma Chachuchi kata ko dem no yɛna yɛ hyɛ out ɔyɛ drill shape ɛde ne namu ne kaa yɛ pɔ wɔ ne wie ti kwa na otu nkyene wɔ East Africa hɔ baabi so yɛnyɛ bi nti sɛ wopɛ sɛ wɔkyerɛ obi paa otumi nya ɔyɛ ne large quantity yɛ tu ɛbɛyɛ ya it's not Rollins tried but we couldn't find any oil we couldn't find it ɛno so yɛ adeɛ baako a wokan yɛ a me no wɔnyɛ adwe ɛnyɛ sample na kyerɛ sɛ me no wɔnyɛ adwe
because Kofor time hɔ na akoya na ɔwɔ DC hɛ my what they say opoko ani kura ɔno ɔyɛ ambassador hɔ obeduedue mu a ansa ne yɛnya ɛkɔgye sɛ 5% ama yɛ na yɛhu yɛ ho ano
you a group of companies ɔno nso na ɔmode baeɛ no ɔmokɔ bɔ ɔyɛ no baeɛ no ɔno nkwa ne nkurɔfoɔ nko anya 3% na ka wofi sɛ Kwame Nkrumah no wɔyɛ akɔsɔ mu na ɔno sɛ nipa bɔne fa ka ne percentage ka Kwame Nkrumah bɛnya ɛwɔ akɔsɔ mu hɔ na wɔtumi akɔhwɛ no yɛtumi adwene ɔyɛ wo nko a wo ne nkurɔfoɔ nya 3%
3%.
Yeah, na Ghana for 15%. Basically, or that's the 3%. Everybody find out the abroad bayi. Kwame Nkrumah no ɔyɛ akɔsɔ mu ɔno de na go nya percentage bi a pɛ dem a kɔjɔ dem a sɛ kofi pɛ dem a ɔkɔ Washington ɛkɔ strike that loan deal ni ade ni na no ɔno only 0.0% kura ɛwɔ they say so no and about to say that when we are in say let's hello it is difficult to be partisan. It is extremely difficult to be partisan. So if you really want to be partisan, then I say we show us up because some players there want to that. Open telling you best penalty. So time our touch that would again power package money and could have got a member
about $310 million. We ended up 550. We ended up paying 510 million. I didn't hear Turkey. I had to go free. Saudi Arabia and I say Dubai and Mahama. It is open now for them to say over Mahama. That's what you people back natural. The Mahama on sent. Mahama is not staying. Mahama. A man beach says Korea and I say Singapore. Come Mahama near because I've been at them. But that is Africa.
Oh yeah, corruption.
I can't say. Now come back to education. Education, you can't afford a place say about SHS, JSS. The same IMF. The history. The same IMF. We are over the 10 years. I could form 4. I said, no, we are so unsure common entrance. The bet was up form 5 and up 15 years. I said, I call lower system of us, 17 years and son of a call, friend say, Wako University. Omushe was said, Ina, Yesika, a buying spending. It is a bebo beside so. Yes, that's it. JSS, no, Abrana, curriculum no quite yet ready. Teacher for better Corana, the Quana yet ready. But then I was living in Tema 27. Me uncle and baby the firstborn almost started. Me well aware of all these things. It is sometimes the program they are in fear na your about. Say fear na your honey at snazzy the cuckoo. Near sure baby a post and pons where to them one. Getting your picture. But sometimes to me I ain't yet, you know, a switch I no Yanosa. The corruption is ready here seeking hand. So we will succumb to the pressure. So that was what happened. Oh, so pre-vocation, okay, because I told MSL, middle school living certificate. But starting from 1, middle school from 1 in our near for a very pre-vocation, for a check poetry, a check came working. One day, and free I am Punjani, a check up entry, a church lorry, a whole bunch of stuff. It was there a long time. I jump on a debate. It was there. It's your more refinery, no. I was JSS and then Grano, acquire what activity. Oh, damn it. It's no, and yet JSS no, I did be a shape one back. We couldn't even plan well, and Kabashipia, you're planning your rough. At the moment, they say, can you be one blueprint be one, regardless of whatever party is in power. You pay your Kumasi Road. Oh, come on, when you go to the cycle, go do. Of Angos or baby, go do it, no, be so after 33 years, double road, every Achimota, Equisia. So, yes, I know. That's not how we see it. What we see is young creative opportunity to be. The Benny and Sikadia party to go Nasa. Over to the Edin Komodobian, who have been Jenny's over to Macan, if I could be a war, platform is to say. Oh, yeah. No, but I don't come in our quiet to say we and them. We go that way. That when if few things be a picky work on fact, Siena say NDC per se, but now Mr. Mahama per se, so Galamsea. But say, telling you, you're more than a proper the job. Your way and a proper savage and if you go not on it. If you can say, oh, what they are the issue is more of intelligence than just using brute force. Why are you so intelligent in every and son all the brute force now about better? Ah, what could be a circle? I'm saying every now what me keep peace in a togo. What your money in every would impersonate a bit go for 2 hours, so lines only lands watching every. It is a Dipano Cobrano who ran as when you be and Togo. Watching a one copy. Now go to no Koya, only license, not their mobile one license, no better on my cemetery. Oh, you cannot eat your cake and have it. You can't eat your cake and have it. So Ghana is not being run well. Men go to good rich, they be a Jansen, a Benedict. And the Bia said the Americano, as I see Bia, walk Ghana on DC, it is so. Regional police commander to so. This is police commander to so. Can't we use them? Massa. They bet my former committees to say their rollings here, there you can say, PDC is nominee a day. I was at PDC is nominee a day. I was at the growth of be. I started a mobilization on one your own or more fighting and say for. Boom. We can do it. Because they're fighting there. So also for soldier for how long are they going to be in the bush? Until 24 hours. Only for 4 months, the whole place belongs to them again. We need brains to do this. See, I had a debate in a minute and only be so about that was.
Pedro no. I mean,
Well, from Pastor, let me candidate kakra.
you be kind nti.
Okay. Osi yanya oil ewo your friend is saying in 1990 ewo Rollins. Uncle Ghana Petroleum Register.com. Ghana Petroleum, Ghana Petroleum PLC also found heavy oil with their WT1X well drilled in 1999. And Nuntina Rollins Mukoto drill ship na President Kufuor Katie Hammond Cotton drill ship. So oil was discovered, but me can say it was discovered in under President Kufuor in a larger quantity. So that was the main reason I'm Mukoto drill ship. Send a beya yanka sebe 2 year fango. And President Kufuor ye cotton ye. And so oil was discovered. And again, me last one about the gold. Gold that is a medium filter every couple. Let me say, year to point ye Ghana. A cry ye womus ye in a womus is yana. It's memufuano, uko honasa also uko ye bibia. Omuno, omu president in Niho, omu minister in Niho, and answer CEO be Niho. But Nipana ukwa kotu no say yes, on yes, adiano. Wo check the gains kakrana on ye mouth, on the bribe. But ye kromo minister ni sami jemfi ni baby a wodi gold ni fi wa register we are legitimate lines who hold your license na se wa kwose kokuo mu na se woni obi akodie sa nkita sa bonina. How do you then blame or ye wu nipa na wo yes no say we blame who say you are not patriotic enough because who took kwan ba brochia. The laws are working. The laws are working based on the discipline of the citizen. It is a yes citizen nankasa ye discipline. That's we are greedy to make money. No? That is the problem. Abroche hane ho NC say a license will be nasa will be because echo to go da mano. That were illegally. That's all on toda. Nipa no on top. But ye chrome no on meye. And so you don't blame somebody for that.
You who point in any so.
Okay.
Me a menya me good. Na me copy will be up me. Was a patriotic.
What if France is here? What if France is here?
Me wa France.
I'm saying, eja person kasamani kasa.
Yeah. Adam, where would him? It's just a day in Ano. In the India now, every citizen or you're responsible or yes, punishment. Baby, I would know they punish wrongdoing. Baby, we don't punish, we glorify wrongdoing. Now, Inipa, baby, I'm telling you, men are men everywhere. It is a who's idea now, the young punishing one. They will do it. Over here, me load do me near me, they say my check because I know this me load in my family will do. It's in my corporate scale, it be now. My just to load, and my truck. So, I didn't know me, yes, sir. Because we do baby a fast scale, senior who's the overload, my weight, this one. The penalty that I'm going to pay, no. Oh, I should tell me wasting time when I'm just in here. na sɛ ka Ghana biribiara na ɔwɔ station bi no nti no go na ho nso na ɛsɛ mmara ɛyɛ the executive yɛwɔ whole gold board nipa no a ɔbɛtɔn gold ma wo no a wɔn nim sɛ ne gold na ha na ɛwɔ no ɛsɛ wɔtu gold for how long bi a bɛyɛ 3 years nti 3 years no baa ɔbɛsi ɔwɔ pit bi a wɔgya yɛ a wɔnyɛ hɔ adwuma bio wɔkɔ sɛ ɔmo areclaim a ɔhwɛ sɛ ɔmo areclaim bi no yɛnti bibi asa so this Edem and company Edem and gold company ɔmo bɛgye this asase wei aha na ɔmo yɛ adwuma about 5 years ago na ha na ɔmo reclaim asase ɔmo aduadua nnua wɔ so Edem want to be pay apart from saa foreigners na etu gold na ɔmo yɛ saa no saa local for no want to be pay dabi so there is a way to do it ti wo ka tell me say Sami Jamfi as a CEO no only say these things can go on me a meti abotire here me kwa me on believe said that is what is going on there na ade na akoye bezipani ko ni haba gold no so dey support you see the said be ya enchinto so it is one can yesu a then also the stabilization be eba how na me tell yeah you know ade dey obey ya no why ni ye na me say one ya me be ko wachi me dey be ko wachi if you don't do it I will tell you like I'm telling you oh it's no galamsey no umbetumi aswa no 2 weeks if you hear ni nyina akura o de I just say egia ehye o hwe ba bia fuel no ade e fuel egia no o bi dia no a mo say flame ni nyina eba ko o mu yesika o west ma block ba bia sika no ba they will stop but galamsey nya juma ketua o galamsey 2 days and dia ka o bi o ansa na pe wo de so japagum aka atiti omo aso ade no a asase aban for oh so this is what I'm talking about every crime you mean to solve it every crime because at one point in America I think say California and that's Bibisa the same thing a baby gold rush e bahasa galamsey bi bahasa omo dembra na de so it is as I'm talking to you no see ntimi hwe galamsey so ho asemeka some bigger companies no although registered but Otuno one kwanso because a very expensive to reclaim where you've dug your gold. So when I had the trouble baby no corner baby, then we are burying the blind side of whatever they did. If I don't want to say.
Enra resolve that issue no. And they say omo betu gold no de ka so omo reclaim land no a eno de enya dia o eno omo ye nso a omo nye no te se de pen de no ani se what you concession gold restoration no there another company meaning no baba yo
no we go to pay for that
anare wo say eduma wo ye no so wo nye sika wo so enti adenti ni ntumi en taxi wo
oh okay send there and they say our contract me say so reclaim one other say obama will be reclaim one ma and now what then it's up to you but they don't do it
wo ka se wonya two things wo ka se wonya enya dia wo betumi account on so because wonya no gold no we no ano wonya
yeah that's what they've been doing
yeah market yeah any way come here you know and yeah traders no na cleaning obaro eton ni mewia na another team aba o ma be cleaning no enti baby awu ton ni ma no ya ticket amount odia enti wodia ni da asisa ni ma na cleaning team number no mo so abe wo mo de
that's a mineral commission ain't what it takes to supervise them. Then why do they keep on signing those mineral contracts? Why do they keep on signing?
No, they make them. Yama concession. And the catch was a concession. No, I will say Utria tax because as I say no, I will say restore. And tis only who's car, and then also if you're Ubenya a year would be your home tax. Because the guys are always to us as in one. Utu go to New Year, you, bium. And yenye deposit bi wo hɔ nom a yɛde bɛyɛ saa adwuma no
na some deposit a banning percentage and answer a banning what for because if there are areas maybe I will be two good if you are over 2 miles and 3 miles to do it. It's you did the backup. One contract to go to you need to reclaim the land. One contract.
I just say people the mu can summation can reclaim no asen ko ya no mu bedru halfway and if we quarter way cry ni start mo common no na ke reclaim a dey do omochi so say ya
no at the time I go to gold no I say who to obi correct say where reclaim be because answer na who gold you see come out
nanka submission kwa na kuye we chrome submission
unya gold a wo dey sie ye ni nyina akra na de be kira manfo enti ni tietia ne say wo dey wo anya bi o unya bi o once a wadani asase na ni ne e your bill a wo say wo tua so enti ye ntra ho say tuwi ansa wo tuo no na
abotire ya ina no utu goda ye defend institution ebeka taso sa da man ho for na international companies ye aban for ye di different institution kataso o ma no mo kata o ma de
master see the one in Ghanaian psychology no we nobody will tell you when you see career no aduma no obey kra when you say the was a yen in the heart of the job
no honestly a penny to see a penny to see because obi na man to make that if a man to progress baby at the man on wakata so on kata the one send your money in and ya overlook and a man and my rampant because I'm right yeduma and brown a check and check
that hono the solution ya hwehwe a me suggest na ba no the solution because you can't rely on them say omo may restoration they will never do it
Then
there is no point even giving the concession
but I just say the offer Kwame can thoughts because along the way they no creative jobs boys now in Edumanya and no how no Uti wo we mu create kana no the how could cure more no creative jobs Nti na ba kwa sasa na no. What about kwa sasa na no? Or the kata sasa na so. What's one the big fear? Na si government no better ti omo omutu amra ne obeto ti om. Obeto ti obaba omo omo twia. Di oji omo sika no the trade ma for no.
But me na me concern pass so ye nsuo no. Once omo nsuo omo di ye nyina just reclaiming of land ne dey ka ho asemu. Ne nsuo ya omudi kwa asemo
ni na ekeze only area bi a wo ma touch bia no e wo say yetumi reverse no nsuo no e wo so say nya ne bed so ayes kana say halfway na fe koyiri ntuntuma ma awi nkurasefo a emfazo be ne wo so no so we must find solutions ade na wo mo de dredge no wo mo de ye yi no earth mover no the same earth mover can do the job enti also now we am say zoom lion no we take that responsibility that's what to me restore here we know zoom lion as a registered company yeah ya ka kire say eduma we no anso ni so we can pay you as much yes akofo obi fofo mo aba eduma
and they say they end them over to you because they say who now our man was war.
The idea that me now NDC for no I don't know. And was an American. There be an American side. Press a friend is saying a commander of the armed forces, Dr. Ono the Juma way Jaya to walk Sikamai. That's a crofobia attacking Ghana. And one said, man, Oman enim the entire almost saw hokoe because they know what to be.
The commander of the Ghana Armed Force, a president, or no, a minister of defense, or no, a minister of defense, and a minister of defense, you know.
Because they are very close to the president. So, would you soon nip out or bang the monko na monko way? Say a wet wire. Uncle say woman's you 9 years go to nothing. No, maybe I am found. That's our point.
Abasa.
No, we must be responsible. Greedy people we say assassin because assassin I will value chair good no the environment no the value no chair good now to it is a no good no here any who say Burkina Faso any you be deep poison is a kunkum Jimmy no does no greediness no a true time na Jimmy who sacrifice your life for gold. Unim the that
I go to the crime first. I don't know. Yeah,
oh, that is say there. And I'm Trump in or the dollar the value no at that of them. Secure refugees the same any gold. And to go there won the highest record price. But in Ghana for destroy environment for the good, the price will pay on recovering our environment in India. You're better running into losses instead of gains.
I just watch it.
Don't more come to 7 0.
7 how much I
7 8 11. One baby are now community service school in one.
Oh, okay.
Middle school no one. The opposite.
Oh, okay. Subin Valley down.
Subin Valley down. Now that's Subin Valley. Chas more you know. Yeah, na near part. Say how far? Yeah. The alcohol 70s. No.
Oh, okay. And the one I would taste Ghana bridge.
Then I make catch up and say, "Uni ma tema na obi ati hobi na abrochire kra o mpa ba."
Oh yeah, me na tobacco park.
Why? So back on say mo say mo say tobacco park say obi on say na mo ye cross na just all the mo ye between Akwantufuo and 7 a share so.
Yeah, we are between 4, 7 and 4. Yeah.
Also, na say na me bobo kra Akwantufuo tobacco park ho.
Okay.
Coast player and yes my back okra. Amba pa ni ejina ni eji agra. Eje easy.
Who come the 7 no. Who come the 7 if we stay you na call GTP down ho. Now if we stay you no ma call Yatus. Jointed. Oh na yeah. Concrete paved. Concrete paved though. Yeah, you should have using. I mean, Mr. Plant, I need a bucket.
No, I was okay. Mr. Yawo Kwanya, just a Temana Wutimi, Eddie Uber stroller, baby stroller, Barbara tree. Uber to me, just a Kwame Nkrumah Chiri Krono. And then me kwa na me raho of us, I just said, no, we drew her now raho. And then go ahead, surgical flash.
Playground, your baby a playground there. Now that in house, not the plan. Who could that house normal obey?
Obey also beside Okayana Makatro AK11 we'll try your line about 3-4 houses. No could see we say Ashama Road no now call competent. It's in a trip.
Okay.
And I make us say,
okay.
I just say, who you say, you are near to me your garden. Me see a champ on my garden operation, feed yourself. Baby, I will can say, Mami are not Tom more la. Once I said how can police for head police for
Yeah. Now me too be a police, but number AH29.
it's 29. Me see how you
Yeah.
Na Santa Casa flat in this surgical flat na te say abrochire apartment buildings.
Yeah, no correct.
No head no more on say na me can mo call him kakra guy to and I to guy Mr. Mankwaze runabout near name Mr. Mankwa we say Mr. Ankraman and Eko school elementary ho. We say Ghana entrepreneurs in some name share. No omo you just omo abrofo na trollers. Sana te clothes and kuma mo kra time mo nim say oil yentu bi kro mu hunyan san say ya ebe process crude oil. Ya refining no. Ne just say no na me who say mo amusi mu nim nyansa mo ye mrantie no. Mo follow part ne keke. Because they just say yeah can say Adam. Uni mu say Adam show Ghana your railway maps bi a o hwa abrofo ne baaye no. Omo ye railway ni koye mining areas ni nyina na am say no omo pese omo ye bibia no de ko omo kuro mu nti no. Sa na omo ye no plan ni nyina da ho na che say bibia nkyere say omo ye ya de besi du nkwansampo na ebeduru Kumase. And Adam first near wo railway a sleeper from Accra to Takoradi, Accra to Kumase. It's kind of a long story. Ghana can go.
Yeah, it's not make sense. Because Western world, you know, on why he was of wood and purchase of water. So okay, baby, did a railway lines in our fire. Said a very primary commodities in timber,
yes.
It is they did not train us to fend for ourselves, and our basing there. It is at the point where Mahama is about basic sugar. They say, "Can sugar be recommended, but it will be too expensive."
Sir.
Too expensive. Oh, it will be too expensive because production costs really high. And so electricity, come on, you cannot even pay.
I mean, they say you're prudent. Leaders is say champ. On say champ so buy no wanya bro. Plan and they don't be follow. Until na ya kasa champ on ya there no. Shedan Suma states na them kasa Rollins is basic schools. Ya can schools say champ si ba Ghana okra o ya meshe. Sure. With that loan no, massa. One G loan back one free bro ni bia ho.
GOG. You have Shedan Suma estate. You yani buy estate, no estate OBC. Now what for 200 million?
Loan back okra free bro ni bia ho.
What for $200 million cash? So what the back was see affordable house na.
Who dey akosi sagle man. Oh,
then you know yes,
they don't know the history and I'm penny for no so had to foot regular money. A champ for a military ruler. A military ruler.
Sasa gamele pa de. Sasa kamera se ka mo chi omu ina egu.
Yeah, and so say papa we buy any tent to me coach a champ almost akọ free fa mu nyina be ku omo. Uko kan obi nti ase. Da bia me kam say Rollins there. Oye bi ba me
Monsa mo kan yensu asa ni nyina nya no kresa. A champo mo nchire schools say na champo be si. Ghana University na champo be si. No, mo nchire bi.
Na a transfer secondary school so na a champo si secondary school so offer.
Transfer secondary school nya champo. A transfer secondary school nya champo. Let me secondary school. A transfer secondary school. Doma secondary school, Susek, ni nyina Kwame Nkrumah school so see. Doma secondary school. Enya champon.
A champon baby o.
Yeah, mo what you. Na champon betwa Kwame Nkrumah project ni Buzia and project Oja 200.
Buzia project be na Buzia e. Project be na Buzia e.
Na ruwa Rosa Buzia be betu ho. Koko boy say wa hafo nyina nya buzia enenka koko anka nwuram
da bia wa hefa ebi wa hefa e kwan be mejo road be na muzia be ye no Ghana
Tio, you don't have to.
Me say, say fact. My fact, and say, secondary school. Me kwa Chisco. Me say na champion see.
Tremiya yesi a Chisco.
Bibi Kobi.
Secondary school. Dabi Tremiya yesi a Chisco.
Now what's at Chisco? Yeah,
Chisco. Me okokwa yesi 1952. Achisco yesi ni yabe and Kromano from 60 to 66. It's in Qatar ben Achisco.
Last year they celebrated 60 years. Last year and they celebrated 60 years.
Really?
Achisco.
School be one more. School be one more. Ube too much because school be one more thing as well. Oh,
because I train so ameba. Because I change any schools don't call because a champion so say projects be a no more share no obewie found. Etin na me dem nim say because I change to secondary school say me the bia me nim say send a starting projects be bro ha say ne I say mahama mo be start yi block yi say kufuad mo ba no mo to yi blocks ne fa so bebra anka ye beka so mo mienu na aye nana ye de kan no na make say ruwa I say tio. I say on say them can say rural electrification say there. Obi abeka bia metumi chama Rollins. And they are fact because here they well crossing no. Obi ama senya Rollins and can cross be breye nya light. Nipa dey obi on the bat. But rural electrification there no government have ever. But the back when can say sika. That's the point. On mistake I say when they say me and go even that tangent. So long as it will be here to us no because I Ghana sika. It is all now to us that's it. No nyina benefit. But say one bet to us no mu jagu mura mu ho. Twese buankra me de be am ka ya na Akufo 8 years ni de bia of an be defending no from North Carolina boadi mo. Because 8 years pa normal bebre quite that way.
But at initial secondary school there, and you want to see it.
And you want to see it. Me you must try. Me check it.
So when I'm go school, almost starting 1961. No back.
Na na ko bi school no a.
Bani mu say school so dey Ghana ye dey share camp on.
Dabi.
Oh, I'm glad so you must be trained. That's why me double check it.
Remember is the one, but you know the actual date, either 20th or 22nd. Because it's a years in
school be better to start here. A bit me akwani mu ano mo kwa new side. Eno so ho.
Yeah, no.
Because to secondary school
you met to us and say
on the plan view this because once school be our head plan and then you one set. Yes.
Susek Domas, but here they no almost no first seniors no more no more demonstration. She school no cry. Yeah, she school no 2 times. Yeah, we school cry no. Before say about 2 years, other 2 years and say 5 years, 3 years we cry no. Demonstration see one years action.
But and a boy dam he say also no na or start you and sana ko form Rollins is so be shame kina yo me dey na continuation no hear me
no dey good but me no ta bo a champion did too much but me hu ne obey more
to be honest with you
Albert the over Ghana leaders have a sister we come from now we a champion we are obey something you are rolling
yeah
champion or military ruler but in fact obey so we be part rural housing project the Miami Combrakwa we see down see what dance my estate in Kran say just of body our from Magan and Boka be great and the president it's many over $100 million to
$100 million
And Obi Rollins say, "Oh, my patriotism so by you." And we say,
patriotism by not crime, corruption, no, let's know. Now, what is that? Wait me the Chicago Bombers. You won't even there. You won't there.
You're more much you cross say, oh, be a baby. But I never perceive you draw fat. 7 minutes I make catch ratio. I want draw my machine because I know.
What was it? My beer okra. Who's an America say September 22nd September and 1st, you know, 22nd September 61 and a first boys dormitory started. Pioneers in the started.
And then there's a chroma because
almost started this president building. Secondary school, secondary school. Actually, the so-called Chrono Yakitwa one place now, yen two free. Okay. Unu na manage di. Chrono dia kiti. Okay. By school na manage di.
Aba me se me na man Ghana nyina de da ho no so nya se wa ko school na aka obi ye boy champion ba so.
Ebi o ye hu bibi na me ko.
I think so be university now upgrade no ya. Oh, and also na nim say akoya Ghana your problem say you ask obi sha dey na say obi ko wi ana area.
Obesis form ne kan.
And no asem no because me has a Legon we Mahama see Legon hospital kama here reach ho ne ade MPP for buy and ankomo beto as one say kanom so mo koya another one foforo na anka ya koya nim so sa continuous no mo nye no kwa na ma ye bre
but na dia no ne say one thing say who buy and what budget sika ne 10% na dia wi enti ono beto aso so be sa ka kire ne say who crowd buy onya hwe ye no man kwa na ye ya di bi no enu ti na make say garam say ne dia say ne dem no kan ne ye ni dia enye possible say o be jan intentem sa
David. Oh, no, the Indian say na dey be yentem. Oh, it's a fact. Say ne dia.
Me no nyina na tikenya say wo to galam say na nya ska tobo e de be di MP wo me so. Na nyame abo na mabaya ba. O se me de me santra hia nim. No. Enye possible. It is there.
No, the menya phone call. Say amabo abaye side hustle we ho ye primary for community farming. Ebe kan microphone in some okay. Yeah, any no person start. Ebi na okay. Yeah, any hono. Yeah, be start to hono say anye ya. Na say yemfu. Eh, Ghana. Eh.
You know, ebe ye kakra, this ye kakra. I know there.
Oh, but okay. I just say this brings me to a question. Said Nana Betuken. Ghana, you sure say a form of democracy are practicing. A kind of ideology, Mayana.
And yet, I know my brano, Sanka democracy, you for competent people na equa. And I yes, you can ye the Bakwa campaign on a son or money, yet democracy in Cradian yet. And I mean, what's the time I say, oh, so you have few crew in a baya. Oh, you're our job was, and I'm African.
Yeah.
Me buy me ne a Rwanda for bineti and I no more can a brofo na maybe culture history and business I said first no more can French then o master samba brofo no say half for no ebe supporto as a trap baby as antiphone achemfo no mo be supporto ba ko mo ko mo sa genocide eti no French for no be supporto o mo nti o mo wie dia o mo nkoka o mo kasa so mo kan English na dey ti na mo ntusu wan kasa ba ko wo ho na mo anka kro ba ko no so kasa no cross Uganda 40 Rwanda 40 mo ni nyina kasa the same kasa o say no ye dey hwe na say won say onu ni nua bibini kasa no o ba ko ekofa no say enka asante na say enka twi no eye ne ya but o beka
ya
enti ye hwe fie krom na yi je beka fo ye be yira ebe disi ebe say utie me submission me say adentina they said they okay ubo homodin ubetima nyeska adentina ye ma no mo ko school beginning no class wo mo ye first omu wi a telephone keke kura na ye mi aso pepepe wontimi nye akora na ono de ete wa no wawe no ubehu na na wa invert ade fofo
Nyanka, na said the beyond of father two can once wash say a co school, mostly a course secondary school, ni university near the idea. But one na if so me school drop out no. Na be when you man yes I hear man no more tiaika. Because one more control the yard.
tamrofo no mo ye we but
So
who ka say ni na yanka trees si a omoka so we be take your time but take your time ye twi no kura betimi de rofa from ma ye yanka se ye twi de any bibia exhaust pipe we two back we nyina na yatworo ye beba be develop
Na no kra Ghana we language is be adagban enough for her na enkran na kan na mfantitwi omo yi bi ananka first GBC nko ahoro na ye adwuma kama ho ye de kan news e ma ye tie ni ade ba fe ye hu de ye ya
ba che hu nya no kura wo say nyansa ni yenim uko tamala ye wo twi station wo uko voter ye wo twi station ba uba kumasi ye ni dabon station wo uko nkran ye ni dabon station wo uko nkran ye wo twi enti twi no obi ate a dominate
yeah
ade na ye fa
and I can follow so cry your doors when you say domination I can follow your doors some more
your doors apart from doors no kura obi a country ni mu ba bi obi ate bi kakra bi omo mo anti
David. We na who can say uko voter ye wochi eyi wo ho uko dagbani ochi ho me can say nyeno kre me can say nyeno kre me say
okay
nyeno kre it's not true a greater Accra nkwa na wo ba
na sa no man wo oh okay
na sa no man na bia wo be hu say announce school bi wo ho a wo se me nkire nkan wo ho. There is no region 16 region there is no region bia wo be kwa obi kire twi wo ho apart from na say me kasa number 1 there is no region bia wo be kwa apart from Akan speaking region ye kire Akan e wo ho apart from Greater Accra. There is no region be over courses here because na ejuma me ye Ghana no. Ye nam north western region ne so e ho no nyina minimum ho. Okay. Radio station dia wa tamale a omo kan da gani omo do gomba omo kan saa ka say omo say omo kan twi e wo ho. Yes ye won krofo omo kan twi e wo kuro ni but almost station yes Uber voter region it is purely Akwantufuo mas no dia say ye problem aye wo Ghana ni say of abodi ye curriculum na ye wo no wo di wo kasa kira akwala ni kra na akwala no ohu ade no me ye example big time make kasa mama mo one example woni nyanti a farajan eso CD e pa e wo electoral commission because ye bi mu ko to sampling for ni bi na ebi mu no form 4 any sa nyoma no I think say ye na ye mimi ye we are the third or the fourth batch or so the new system no my senior brother mo na the last batch e wo form 5 system
no yeah
me di lecture mo no ye exactly but me central O level me throw O level central SSC ni nyina me throw ni nyina bom me throw O level in June throw me SSC in December e boa me fa e ma me
na me students ni bia no mo yes a mo koye November December
exactly. Nti what happened is what nti Americans and say over wonim time I wo electoral commission empenyifo na omu form 4 form 5 omu wie ya ye ba say ye graduate ye papa Farajan time bebre I think say 96 na bebre ko electoral omu ko pension or from nyina ba back say come and help me let's work don't go wuni omu tenasi omu logical reasoning even entroye kura no muchura de ti say ya type
Na say sada
empenyifo
edem kan first no ye kire ya troye o.
exactly entroye kura muchura de a ni openyi bi bako wo ho we
Mr.
dey
Adam,
over 70 years.
Mr. Adam, where do you know? Tamale station, because radio station, what Tamale, a country. Tamale station, Tamale radio, Tamale 91.7. Your country
91.7 station there.
Hey, radio Tamale. Hey, what Tamale?
Me check, no problem.
Yeah,
But for me part
yeah, check him out. Yeah, we are educating ourselves. Yeah.
Wofa me part ni say your curriculum na ye wo Ghana sisi ya. Wudi wo krom kasa kira akwala ni kura. Ebeye din because it is only about theory. True and poor, pass and forget. True and poor, pass and forget. Inti akwala no betumi atwa ade no egru no. No pass. Na ni on to win to ade no mo afeli no. Meanwhile, wo ba brochire a ye ni pass, ye ni failure. Majority as here.
Bibia it say omo ye continuous assessment. Now we call him.
Exactly. Omo nchro example e wo that level.
David.
But me ye chro wo Ghana ni sisi ya ni say. Ofa ukoswe nkola ade a ye chro mo no. Uba abrochire ha, me yusu me ma. Me see me the IT specialist. Nkola ni tumi ya ade bi wo computer so a. Mitumi gina hodi ankola kitwa ye
Now
mobile app development. Yes, or ye mobile app development. Me edu university and samisuya sa mobile app development. Exactly. Or no at his age 14, 15, 10, 11. Onim sa de ni onim se na ye develop app. Ya we software man wo ni computers ye or the abefi or the year in practice. But our Ghana no, you see koto book, ma akwala na akwala ni nhia. Oh, the whole thing is there. Go and see or go in the office. That is and only why are there. See your system na ye training kola ni wo mu no. Who the wo mu kasa kire mo say yan sisa anko the old system na wo ho na. In fact, this is very difficult. Because many Americans and say before me na I just say na me try dey nso in me you na me start try dey where university
no yeah what system no with the practical and theoretical terms which is good and in your opinion who feel say go ahead
uko abuba brochi and answer uko the Korean system and answer other and answer even one will say Nigeria and answer Togo for ye nyina ye tro wasi you see Nigeria for ye crew but omo nyima de chen that is a fact Nigeria student ebet na wo class na say Ghana student bet na wo class Ghana student ni the result bi e ba ye na wan ka so be gi say afena nya 111 12 wo chire na dia and answer you see they're using the Bloom taxonomy assumption. The way Nigeria need better no I hear development, the analysis, the breakdown, any BBA. Ghana Nino or Beppa with the two plagiarism. With the two plagiarism, so over who say copy. Plagiarism
because they're not quite a theory okay.
Exactly. Copy and paste.
Because once a man who can a mommy who didn't hear, I was watching the upper stem. No, say papa stem, no, a practical.
Exactly. Me last time I was me class. Me Nigeria students, yes, I was class. Me one northern be on also class for. And I'm kind of omu ko school akesi wo Ghana school akesi ebi mu ko Alpha Beta, obi mu call D, Morning Star.
And so still, in fact.
Ɛna Egyptian, mienu, ɔmo yɛ mma mienu, ɛwɔ the same na
Class
ɔmo wɔ
or
level 200, yes. Now the challenge is between the northerner, the Nigerian, and then the Egyptian. Ghana, na me kyerɛ ɔmo microprocessor. Nipa ɔyɛ highest, ofiri Accra big school, ɔyɛ highest no, ɔnya 40%.
wow.
Nti bibisa mi hu sɛ mo a mekɔ na sɛ mekɔhwɛ ɔmo result a ɔmo de baeɛ ɛwɔ yɛ
Exam no,
nkurɔfoɔ
exam.
ɔmo result a ɔmo de baeɛ compared to Nigeria for ɔmo result. Then I ask myself, are they Nigeria for me? Because I don't give anything out to them. So how is it that these people are able to get everything? But young for no, nti wohwɛ Nigeria system no ma wobɛfii sɛ bi ɔmo educational structure ɔmo ni structures ɔmo ni infrastructure yɛyɛ wɔ infrastructure se ɔmo but ɛba adwene a ɔmo wɔ adwene kyɛn yɛ.
Oh,
The
okay.
microprocessor is purely like mathematics. Purely mathematics. Nti no wohwɛ sɛ na yɛkyerɛ yɛn nkɔla no adeɛ a ɔmo community wɔ university no hɔ na wobɛhu sɛ ɛwɔ fa yɛ problem no ɛfiri yɛ basic school.
A basic education.
Your basic education. And one
And
of the
also, na ya
problems,
can person message some way.
me prof say omudi on say me can say first curriculum no use first no it is the best.
The best.
Nia ebitwu mu be sesan no ese bibia.
But say me mom dear me say no dear man who say I say government be it's about time mom nyina fa partisan politics into no trust no who say emwa enkwala no and enkwala no so na ye say there be a kind so na the future because who say we say who the Nigeria and Egyptian any Ghana ni na imagine say enkwala we competing for a world process bia. Nje say dey na aka chire.
You see, we share in Polana, difficult. Anything that teachers and more basic school, they want to change the curriculum, go back to the old curriculum.
I asem empire na mo say Ghana mpanifo na ombeti no ma biase. Me dey na me can say. But what is the need say no? Come me so me dey me say at least also me Ghana agenda say no in say party be our manifesto. But I say nke timi nya Ghana agenda be they say be da ho. And the oba ultimate deviating free one. What about that? Sadi no so no maybe o say o mo dwene ho.
No problem no. If they can
Abedi American for system of governance am I ho chire ye. And so say America say we o more federal and a state be on the policies so. And normal area on Virginia, Hanoko, North Carolina, and no sabi na omo ye. Your school system, if you cry, your school systems no cry no pono. Fairfax County is different from Prince William. In terms of curriculum, okay. So no more no. Wait, you know, do more government any that, but I don't know. Ghana. Nyame or that baby. Oh, and then many Ubia submission we've discussed and talk about things. You see, this is how I drink you know. Irrespective of said no matter what, because at the end of the day, no Ghana But I'm like I'm saying the 100 million we are doing mum because on the say Boba the Akano. I also mo yo mu Chala one was one ko. I say I did me to YouTube be am here no and Europe me see police for Nankasa call say the omuni DC and in and as a getwa. Them. Can you also expand on how South Boko crisis, you know? How do you see it? One area be Menyan who's the entire Santo. Who they also are connected this area hoping.
Boko crisis very wrong. Bibia since 1966. Nkrumah time pon. And it's the same thing now. Nigeria ne kwasi ane se obabesi. Your friends.
Omne Biafra from Biafra road no.
There be me also obabesi kingdom for Ghana.
Oh,
No
Akwan.
no bia. I think say one tribe more opportunity to the other tribe. Say, oh, move to me have settle. So at a point in time, then they also decided say they will settle
Decided
down.
to, yeah.
Now their
Yeah,
generation
Kusasi
is
for them
fighting
and
over the
Pussy
land.
for them, yeah.
They are fighting over the land. But the problem is when we can't, or we work as a year. Time as Supreme Court man judgment
Mm-hmm.
say the order man pussy or say
Yeah.
you know any legitimate into yenchino. Na yenje punishing nka say Akufo-Addo Emma yenchino. That was something they did not do. And he is the one who has gone back and creating the problem again.
But there's a kind of farmer Kusasi for them.
Say almost Supreme Court. But you first step in almost Supreme Court and a Supreme Court every say the legitimate king and I say the overlord or the Yana Nipa Kusasi for no.
Mm-hmm.
These people are not supposed to be alive. And, there was even a warrant to look for that man and arrest him.
I'm a TV star.
But the previous government protected him to the extent before election, no more releasing the money for a hope. And no na Mahama Jina so yes, our statement na man for
And the
say
year in election campaign. And I'm going to see your crow now. Just open your loophole. Get to
because oye
open
Adriana
your
koye
loophole. I dice situation. I who say, but
and as Adriana someone so mind it is descending now. Descending ba the side
Nanka.
because
No,
no for
na say
anytime
one
on
this one who say
anytime on
Kumasi Aswasi conflict na kuma
first
o makuku. Yeah.
first no no for no more wa bublution. She say anya bublushi bi omo ye Kumasi nti
Omi
kakra
o
kakra
Kumasi.
descending ba. Yeah. Descending ba kakra wo ho na da tribal.
No, there I bet tribal. Ghana mom me enko sa tangent no na peaceful. You with the Midasipa, it's been a very healthy chat. Yeah.
Okay.
You know.
All right.
Aye, na you go to Trabini and Fanaja, na the them say, well, aja, oh, no, propaganda kakrashi.